Chapter 86, The Three-Eyed Mutant Octopus. 1. Jung Noyet rolled her eyes, pulling her hand. Don't mind him. That fellow is stingy to death. He just gave you one Earth origin pill, but I still have 2 here. Take them all. Jung Loi remained silent. It wasn't that he was unwilling, it was just that he only had 2 of these Earth origin pills left. Any more would require refining, and he currently didn't possess the necessary medicinal ingredients to refine Earth origin pills. How could he possibly refine them? Nevertheless, Jung Loi offered no explanation. Xiao Lang consumed the Earth origin pill. Its entire body trembled, and then it began to shed its skin. Jung Loi was utterly astonished. Was this creature about to advance a stage? A tiny Earth origin pill actually caused it to evolve from a 6th-level magical beast to a 7th-level magical beast? This was truly inconceivable. To Jung Loi's disappointment, although Xiao Lang showed signs of advancement, it wasn't a true advancement. Instead, it was stuck between the 6th and 7th levels. Seeing this situation, Jung Loi wondered if he should give it a 7th-level demon core to help it advance to a 7th-level magical beast. However, even if he did, the probability wasn't very high. If he waited a short while and refined the demon core into a pill, the success rate would be much higher. Once Xiao Lang stabilized, Jung Loi glanced at the 2 women, and they set off. 2 women, 1 man, plus Xiao Lang. Along the way, any magical beasts of the 6th level or below were easily slain by Jung Loi. Having now reached the martial king rank and having mastered the 2nd volume of the iron cloth shirt technique, Jung Loi was utterly fearless even when facing an early-stage martial emperor. Thus, 6th-level magical beasts were nothing but child's play for him. Ah, younger brother, the water here is so clear. Jung Noyet and the other 2 arrived before a lake. The water was so pristine that the bottom was visible, with fish swimming playfully, a truly beautiful earthly scene. The water here is truly refreshing. Jung Tantui walked to the lakeside, washed her face, and then turned to speak to Jung Loi and Jung Noyet. Jung Loi hadn't bathed for several days. Seeing the clear and pristine lake water, his thoughts stirred. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Jung Noyet say, "Younger brother, you go outside and keep watch. Tantui and I will bathe first." But what? Hurry up and go. Jung Noyet was incredibly embarrassed, her face flushed red as she spoke angrily. Hearing this, Jung Loi quickly nodded. All right, I'll go, won't I? Helpless, Jung Loi had no choice but to take Xiao Lang to the outskirts of the lake, where he found a large green rock and lay down. Gazing at the blue sky, he meticulously pondered. He had been in this world for nearly 7 months. These 7 months had brought immense change. He had transformed from someone without any foundation, unable to even break through the chi refining stage, to reaching the martial king realm. To speak of life's abrupt shifts, one might say that the world's affairs are truly impermanent. Who could have imagined that he was, in fact, not a person of this world? Ah! Just then, a sharp scream echoed from the other side of the lake. Hearing this, Jung Loi didn't hesitate for a moment, hastily rushing towards the other side, not caring whether they were clothed or not. As he arrived, he saw several colossal tentacles, each the size of a wagon wheel and 2 to 3 meters long, thrashing about in the water. The 2 women were desperately scrambling towards the shore, their clothes not yet on, and Jung Noyet's hand was bleeding. Seeing this, Jung Loi was enraged. There was clearly such a massive water monster here, and with the 2 women about to be caught, Jung Loi's thoughts stirred. The long bow, Soul Pursuit, appeared in his hand. He fired an arrow at one of the tentacles. Roar! The monster, struck with pain, immediately recoiled. Run now! I'll deal with this beast. Jung Loi shouted loudly at the 2 women, while he himself soared towards the monster. Jung Loi was not an impulsive person. Earlier, it had merely been a critical situation, but now he first needed to clearly understand what this creature was and its origins. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Appraisal Technique. Three-Eyed Mutant Octopus, a 7th-level water-type magical beast. Due to some special power, it evolved 3 eyes. It possesses an innate, powerful control over water, making it the king of Clearwater Lake. In water, it can unleash its strength to the absolute limit, but once it leaves the aquatic environment, its power diminishes to 1/10. This 3-eyed mutant octopus was actually the king of the lake. From this, it seemed this creature was far from simple. Moreover, its third eye had evolved due to some mysterious energy. This meant there must certainly be some wondrous treasure within Clearwater Lake. Therefore, he absolutely had to kill the three-eyed octopus, otherwise, the secrets beneath the water would remain unknown. Sole pursuit. Elementary archery. Whoosh! Another arrow shot forth, swift and ferocious. Hiss! The poisoned arrow pierced the three-eyed mutant octopus's third eye. The three-eyed octopus immediately roared in pain, thrashing about. The pristine Clearwater Lake instantly churned with towering waves. This octopus monster had, by some unknown assistance, evolved from an ordinary octopus into today's three-eyed mutant octopus. However, it was also unlucky, it simply didn't know Dune Loy's true strength, nor was it aware of how terrifying Dune Loy's archery truly was. It was struck by an arrow in its third eye, which was precisely its ultimate weakness. Dune Loy, seizing the advantage, relentlessly fired arrow after arrow. After 3 more arrows, Dune Loy descended, exchanging his long bow for the wind-hidden blade in his hand. 7 severings of wind blade, wind thunder severing. Water was a conductor of electricity, and this lightning-infused strike, slashing at the three-eyed mutant octopus, doubled its power. The octopus monster, already struck in its vital point and poisoned, was already at the end of its rope. This attack, brimming with power, instantly extinguished the octopus monster's last shred of life force. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying the 6th-level mutant three-eyed mutant octopus. Experience points plus 20,000, chi cultivation value plus 200, accumulation points plus 200. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining 1 6th-level demon core. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining a water spirit crystal. Water spirit crystal? What was this water spirit crystal? Could this water spirit crystal be the very thing that caused the octopus to mutate, transforming it from an ordinary octopus into a three-eyed octopus, and making it the overlord of Clearwater Lake? Appraisal technique. Water spirit crystal, a crystallization of immortal water spirit chi. Provides immense aid to water attribute cultivators, allowing for cultivation at 1,000 miles a day. A crystallization of immortal water spirit chi? Seeing this, Dune Loy couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Although Dune Loy had never heard of immortals existing on this continent, this immortal spirit chi, by its very name, was clearly no ordinary item. Just the title immortal spirit chi alone indicated its extreme preciousness. Equals 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 Chapter 87, The Mutated Three-Eyed Octopus. 2. Moreover, this item could assist cultivators with water affinity, allowing them to advance at a terrifying speed of 1,000 li in a day. How terrifyingly fast that was. This was an invaluable treasure, absolutely priceless. Yang Lei couldn't help but think of his second sister, Yang Yu. Wasn't this water spirit crystal precisely what she needed? She possessed a pure water affinity. Physique. It truly seemed like heaven's will. With the three-eyed octopus already slain, Yang Lei naturally yearned to dive into the water and investigate thoroughly. However, it wasn't the right time yet, not opportune. The 2 girls had just suffered a scare, he needed to wait for their spirits to settle before bringing it up. Therefore, after Yang Lei slew the three-eyed octopus, he went over to the 2 girls. By then, they had already dressed, but the water clinging to their hair and bodies had yet to dry, imbuing them with an alluring charm. Second sister, Qing Shui, are you 2 all right? Yang Lei asked. I'm fine, but Sister Yue is hurt, young Qing Shui said, her eyes red-rimmed. Where are you hurt? Let me see, how serious is it? Hearing this, Yang Lei remembered that second sister Yang Yu's hand had indeed been bleeding earlier. Seeing Yang Lei's concern, Yang Yu felt a sweet warmth in her heart and said, Little brother, don't worry, I'm fine. It was just a minor injury, and it's almost completely recovered now. Are you truly all right? Yang Lei asked, still somewhat worried. Yang Yu nodded and said, Truly, there's nothing wrong. Would your sister lie to you? It's good that nothing happened, it's good that nothing happened. Yang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. What was that thing? What happened to it now? Did you kill it? Yang Yu asked again. That fiend dared to scare me and even tried to eat me. I won't rest until I've dismembered its corpse into 10,000 pieces. Recalling how she and Qing Shui had been bathing, only for that monstrous creature to suddenly appear, scaring her into screaming, chasing them, injuring her hand, and worst of all, exposing her and Qingshui's bodies to Yang Lei's sight. Though he was her little brother, this still filled her with endless shyness. Thus, the mere thought of that fiend made her grit her teeth in hatred. It was just a mutated octopus. I've already slain it. Yang Lei watched Yang Yu grinding her teeth, as if she bore an irreconcilable grudge. He couldn't help but inwardly shiver. This woman's wrath and vengefulness were truly terrifying. It's dead? Yang Lei nodded lightly. Not only had he killed it, but its corpse had also been stored in his spatial ring. The corpses of these demonic beasts were all highly useful, especially those of level 6 and above, which was why Yang Lei had intentionally refined several rings specifically for storing demonic beast corpses. Where's its corpse? I want to torment it. Yang Yu said, gritting her teeth. Hearing this, Yang Lei shivered slightly inside. Indeed, a woman in a rage was truly terrifying. It seemed the words of those scholars held truth: women and petty men are difficult to manage. There was the saying, it's better to offend a noble man than a petty man, and another that went, it's better to offend a petty man than to provoke a woman. This clearly showed that women were the most terrifying, especially an angry woman. This, second sister, it seems there's no need for that, right? No. I absolutely must torment its corpse. Yang Yu's beautiful eyes widened in a glare. All the grievances I've ever suffered in my life have been piled into this single day. If I don't torment its corpse today, I won't let this go. Thinking about it, it was true. Earlier, she had nearly been bullied by Yang Tianlong. Now, while bathing, she had been scared by the three-eyed octopus and nearly lost her life. How could she not be furious? Her heart was stifled with rage. If she didn't vent it, she might just get sick from it. Therefore, Yang Lei pulled the octopus's corpse out from his interspatial ring and tossed it out. Alright, second sister, the octopus's corpse is here. You and Qingshui can slowly torment it. I'll go down into the lake and see what's truly inside, and why this octopus mutated. Yang Lei said. What did you say? You want to go down into the lake to see what's at the bottom? Yang Yu hastily grabbed Yang Lei's hand, completely forgetting about the octopus's corpse. Yang Lei nodded lightly. I suspect there might be some treasure inside. Otherwise, this octopus couldn't have mutated and become so powerful, becoming the overlord of this lake. No. Absolutely not. Yang Yu listened to Yang Lei and immediately disagreed, her tone extremely firm, as if there was no room for discussion. Yang Lei naturally knew she was concerned for him, worried about him, which was why she wouldn't let him take the risk. After all, this lake was not like solid ground, below could be fraught with countless dangers, with fortune and calamity hard to predict. However, Yang Lei couldn't not go down. What a joke. There was certainly treasure below, and definitely that water spirit crystal. How could he possibly not go? These were priceless items, true treasures. If he left them there and didn't take them, he'd be punished by heaven. He was currently dirt poor. To have such a good opportunity and not seize it would be a huge disservice to himself. To persuade Yang Yu to agree and allow him to descend in peace to seek treasure, Yang Lei couldn't help but put on a relaxed expression and say to her, second sister, it's nothing. You don't need to worry about me. If I dare to go down, I'll have the ability to protect myself. You must trust me. Trust you? Trust you with what? Yang Yu said, her beautiful eyes glaring. This place is different from ordinary places. Down there, it's all water, not solid ground. If something happens, you won't even have time to escape. How can you expect me to be at ease? I said no going down, and that means no going down. Yang Lei shook his head upon hearing this and said, this time, I must go. I have a feeling, a strong premonition, that there's something down there that will be of great help to me. Before you two were bathing, I already wanted to go down and take a look. But you insisted on bathing and drove me away, so I didn't say anything then. What did you say? Little brother, is that the truth? Don't lie to me, don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Yang Yu was startled. If his words were true, then this could very well be a great fortuitous encounter. In that case, should she let him go down? Of course it's true. Would your little brother lie to you? Yang Lei nodded and said, while thinking to himself, second sister, I apologize. To get into the water and find the things below, I can only lie. Seeing Yang Lei's sincere demeanor, Yang Yu finally compromised. equals 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 Chapter 88, Underwater Palace. 1. Alright, I agree to let you go down, but if you encounter any trouble, you must come back up. Yang Yu finished speaking, and appended a sentence. Alright, if you haven't come up after an hour, I'll come down to find you. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back up before an hour passes. With that, Yang Lei entered the lake and dived down. Soon, Yang Lei reached the bottom of the lake. To his boundless astonishment, there was clearly a passageway there. Yang Lei knew this passage was very likely where the mutated octopus monster resided. Schools of fish swam in the water, but upon reaching the entrance of the passage, not a single fish was seen swimming in. Yang Lei's heart immediately grew vigilant. Soon, he arrived at the passageway. He tested it with his saber, only to discover that there was actually no water inside. In other words, it was filled with air, completely separated from the water. No wonder those swimming fish wouldn't enter. Without water, how could they possibly go in? Passing through a door, the inside was indeed just like the land above, completely isolating itself from the lake water. This passageway looked exceptionally luxurious. Aside from the relatively ordinary door, the distant walls were clearly lined with luminous pearls, shining with brilliant radiance. This detail startled Yang Lei immensely. Could this be the residence of some powerful cultivator? If so, wouldn't he truly be striking it rich? Filled with excitement, Yang Lei continued forward. This passageway was neither excessively long nor particularly short. A few minutes later, Yang Lei reached the end of the passage, arriving before a stone door. Several characters were carved on the stone door, in a style of dragon soaring, phoenix dancing, vigorous and powerful. Only one bearing the dual energies of yin and yang may enter. The dual energies of yin and yang, don't I possess them? Could this be the so-called fortuitous encounter? Is this the marvelous serendipity? Indeed, when good fortune arrives, no one can stop it. Thus, Yang Lei stretched out his hand and pushed against the door. The moment his hand touched the stone door, the yin-yang energies within his body surged out from his dantian, flowing from his hand and into the door. Yang Lei's heart was greatly alarmed. Could this stone door be trying to steal his yin-yang energies? This was certainly not good news. These yin-yang energies were the most primordial force between heaven and earth. If they were to simply vanish like this, he would suffer a tremendous loss. Before Yang Lei could ponder further, a wave of even more powerful yin-yang energies immediately surged from within the stone door, directly pouring into his body. After completing a grand cycle, they settled into his dantian. This influx of yin-yang energies was several times stronger than his own previous reserves, causing Yang Lei to be overjoyed. His profound origin secret art also made progress. Though it didn't lead to a breakthrough, it was much faster than cultivating on his own, and his true chi became even more refined. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the stone door opened. Beyond the stone door was an enormous palace hall. Inside, it was gilded and resplendent, with carved beams and painted pillars. The ground was entirely paved with celestial star stones. These celestial star stones were supreme-grade materials for artifact refining, incredibly precious and sought after but rarely found. He never imagined such extravagance here. In the center of the grand hall stood a statue. It depicted a woman in palace attire, exquisitely beautiful. Even as a mere statue, it inspired endless awe. One could say she was like a lotus emerging from clear waters, a marvel of nature's creation. Yang Lei appraised the woman, thinking to himself, if this were a real person, that would truly be delightful. To have such a woman, it wouldn't be bad at all. Upon closer inspection, on the stone wall before the jade-like woman, a line of characters was carved. To be able to enter here proves that you bear the dual energies of yin and yang, as only such a person can open this stone door. I am Tian Shiryun, daughter of the Heavenly Garment Valley's Valley Master. Unexpectedly, Heavenly Garment Valley was annihilated by treacherous individuals, and I have merely managed to preserve a wisp of my remnant soul. O fated one, place the soul-guiding pearl into my mouth, and once I recover, I shall certainly repay you with my body. Damn. This was clearly a true cultivator, not a mere statue. Yang Lei touched it. The skin was supple and elastic, fundamentally that of a living person. Preserved for an unknown duration, an indestructible body. How powerful must this person's cultivation have been? Yang Lei knew very well that even reaching the martial god realm did not grant an indestructible body, nor would one remain this supple, akin to still being alive. It seemed this continent was far from simple. It also meant that the martial god realm was not the true limit, but very likely just the beginning. However, this made things more interesting. As for the martial god realm, though a bit distant for Yang Lei now, he could likely reach it in a few years. Repay you with my body. Thinking of this, Yang Lei couldn't help but smile. He only needed to infuse the soul-guiding pearl into her body, but where was this soul-guiding pearl? Looking carefully, on a white jade stone table, there was a box. Perhaps the soul-guiding pearl was inside this box. Indeed. Upon opening it, inside was a white pearl, lustrous as jade. It emanated a fragrant aura that refreshed the spirit. This must be a treasure. Appraisal art. Ding. Target's grade is too high, appraisal failed. Yang Lei couldn't help but widen his eyes. He clearly couldn't appraise this item. From this, it was evident that this item was absolutely extraordinary. His appraisal art had already reached the intermediate level, only divine artifacts were usually beyond his appraisal. Yet he couldn't appraise the soul-guiding pearl. This meant it was definitely a divine artifact, and quite possibly even beyond the divine artifact level. Such a formidable item. If he were to take it to an auction. Yang Lei couldn't help but drool. This soul-guiding pearl was absolutely powerful. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Jokes aside, how could he possibly bear to sell such a thing? However, as for him infusing this soul-guiding pearl into her mouth, Yang Lei still needed to consider it. After all, he wasn't an impulsive person. Who knew if this carried any danger? Was this ultimately a trap? Did he really want to infuse this soul-guiding pearl into her mouth? This was a difficult choice. It was an infusion, not just merely placing it into her mouth. After some thought, Yang Lei still decided to take the risk. Thus, he picked up the soul-guiding pearl, rubbed it, placed it in his own mouth, and then gently infused it into Tian Shiryun's small mouth. The moment he completed everything, Tian Shiryun's body immediately transformed into a ray of white light and shot into the center of Yang Lei's brows. Damn. Yang Lei couldn't help but frown. Immediately after, he felt an extra voice appear in his mind. Young master. Who are you? Who's speaking? Yang Lei was startled by the sudden voice. Equals 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 Chapter 89, Underwater Palace. 2. I am Tian Shiryun. Many thanks, young master, for saving me. Tian Shiryun's pleasant voice resounded in Yang Lei's mind. Where are you now? How did you get into my mind? No sooner had Yang Lei spoken than his vision blurred, plunging into darkness, and he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Before his eyes stood a palace-robed woman. Upon closer inspection, who could it be but Tian Shiryun herself? You. Where am I? Could it be, in my mind? This is your sea of consciousness, Tian Shiryun said. Sea of consciousness, in my sea of consciousness. How did I enter here? Yang Lei was taken aback. He had never heard of the term sea of consciousness on the Chongwu continent. It seemed this sea of consciousness was a concept only understood by those who reached the martial god realm. Tian Shiryun smiled naturally, her tone calm. Of course, I pulled you in. Your current cultivation is still too weak. You fundamentally lack the ability to enter the sea of consciousness. Yang Lei was about to speak, but Tian Shiryun stopped him. Don't speak yet. I just pulled you into the sea of consciousness, which consumed a great deal of energy. In other words, we don't have much time left. There are some matters I must explain clearly, so just listen to me. Hearing this, Yang Lei nodded. I am Tian Shiryun, daughter of the Valley Master of Heavenly Garment Valley. Due to the machinations of a villain, I fell into this state. Thanks to your assistance, I was able to awaken. Now, all the items in my immortal's abode, you may take them all. However, you must remember that before you possess sufficient strength, you absolutely must not reveal these items. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to both you and me. Yang Lei nodded lightly, saying, I understand, rest assured. For the sake of my own paltry life, I wouldn't reveal them either. Are you kidding? One doesn't flaunt their wealth. Yang Lei understood this perfectly. Even though he had the system in hand, his current cultivation was still very weak. If he encountered a martial emperor, or even a martial saint expert, he would have no means of victory. Of course, against a martial emperor-level powerhouse, he could still threaten them with the torrential rain pear blossom needle, and if he caught them off guard, he might even snatch a victory. But against a martial saint-level cultivator, that would be utterly impossible. Additionally, I've also left behind the cultivation technique manual of Heavenly Garment Valley. However, you must not use it lightly. If it's discovered, it will be troublesome. Remember my words, my energy is running low, I must send you out now. With that said, Yang Lei felt himself reappear inside the palace. Here, there was no longer any danger, and Yang Lei finally relaxed. Checking the time, it wasn't early, nearly 40 minutes had passed. If he didn't hurry, Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui would likely come looking for him. Thus, Yang Lei began a grand sweep. Anything in the palace that could be taken, Yang Lei wouldn't miss a single item. There was so much, if not for the storage ring Tianshi Yun left behind, he truly wouldn't have been able to carry it all. What vexed Yang Lei, however, was that he found no trace of water spirit crystals here. Could it be that there was only one water spirit crystal? Or was there some other profound mystery within this lake? Having thoroughly swept Tianshi Yun's dwelling clean, Yang Lei then contentedly exited the immortal's abode. To keep Yang Yu and the other girl from worrying, Yang Lei decided to resurface first. He would come back later to search for the secret of the water spirit crystal. When Yang Lei returned to the surface, he saw Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui rushing towards the center of the lake. They looked as if they were about to dive in. Big brother Yang, you've finally come out. You've worried sister Yu to death. Yang Qingshui exclaimed with great joy upon seeing Yang Lei emerge from the water. Yang Lei shook his head, saying, my apologies for making you worry. But surely there's still a bit of time left until the 2 hours are up, right? Yang Yu glared angrily, saying, don't even talk about it. The moment you went down, there was no sign of you. How could I not worry? Alright, it's my fault. I apologize, I'll reflect on my actions. Facing his second sister's reprimand, Yang Lei helplessly raised his hands in surrender. The three returned to the shore, and Yang Yu asked, what did you encounter down there? Did you find what you were looking for? Hearing this, Yang Lei shook his head and said, not yet. I merely feared you'd worry, so I surfaced to inform you. I still need to go down again. Still want to go down? Yang Yu said, looking at Yang Lei. No way. This time, we're going down with you. Yang Lei's mouth fell open. Together? Can you last that long? This time, I'll need at least 2 hours down there. 2 hours? Yang Yu gasped. This truly put her in a difficult position. Although Yang Yu had reached the 5th stage of the martial master realm, she couldn't possibly endure 2 hours underwater. 1 Kanjio is 2 hours, for her, that was far too arduous. At most, she could only last half an hour, any longer would be unbearable. That's right, at least 2 hours, Yang Lei nodded. No, regardless of what happens, I must go down with you. Yang Yu had made up her mind. Yang Lei said helplessly, you really are. Let me think of a solution. Refining artifacts, perhaps refine an oxygen-supplying artifact? That's not quite suitable. Cultivation technique, right, exchanging for a cultivation technique would work. But, could this cultivation technique be taken out? Regardless, he should first find a suitable technique. With that, Yang Lei opened the system and searched for breath-holding techniques. Indeed, upon inspection, he easily found a low-level yet highly practical technique, the breath-sealing art. This cultivation art was very simple to learn and had no prerequisites. However, if he exchanged for this technique, could they actually use it? That was a question worth pondering. He had never tried exchanging a cultivation manual from the system and giving it to others to use and cultivate. Ding. Exchange for breath-sealing manual? Exchange. Ding. Congratulations, player, on acquiring the breath-sealing manual. Learn now? Of course not. If he learned it, it would be utterly useless to him. He cultivated the profound origin art, which was far superior to this breath-sealing manual. Why would he need it? Can I take out the breath-sealing manual? Yang Lei frowned slightly, deciding to give it a try. With a thought, the breath-sealing manual materialized clearly in his hand. However, once it was out, the breath-sealing manual was just an ordinary cultivation manual. It didn't possess the special ability to allow someone to instantly master it. Equals 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 Chapter 90, Descending anew, a treasury found. 1. This, however, made Yang Lei sigh in relief. With the breath-sealing art, Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui could now dive underwater without worrying about time. Second sister, take a look. Can this be successfully cultivated in a short time? Yang Lei tossed the breath-sealing art to Yang Yu. Yang Yu caught it and examined it, her heart leaping with joy upon realizing it was indeed the breath-sealing art. This breath-sealing art is merely an Earth-tier third-grade cultivation technique. There's no problem at all, half an hour is all I need. That's good then. I'll wait for you both. Yang Lei nodded slightly. An hour passed, and both women had completely mastered the breath-sealing art. The three entered the lake together, slowly descending. Communication underwater was difficult, which Yang Lei found a little troublesome. If only they could transmit their voices, that would be great. He wondered if the system had such a function, but of course, it was just a fleeting thought, now wasn't the time to ponder it. The three swam towards the bottom of the lake, quickly arriving at the cave entrance from before. To Yang Lei's surprise, this cave entrance no longer had its previous water-isolating effect. After a moment's thought, he guessed the reason was that he had taken something from within. Seeing Yang Yu about to enter, Yang Lei shook his head, signaling that he had already been there. Yang Yu understood his meaning upon seeing him shake his head, and the three continued forward. Suddenly, a light emanated from a spot ahead, drawing their attention. Yang Lei gestured for them to follow behind him as he led the way. Upon reaching the source of the glow, Yang Lei was utterly astonished to find yet another immortal's cave here. However, compared to Tian Shiyun's dwelling, this place lacked luxurious furnishings and the special ability to repel water. Yang Lei swam towards it without hesitation. The two women quickly followed him. What is this place? Yang Yu asked. Likely the cave dwelling of some senior, Yang Qingshui remarked, observing the simple stone tables and chairs scattered around. Yang Lei nodded slightly. Indeed. This is very likely a senior's cave dwelling, and a very ancient one at that. Clearly, the senior has long since departed from this place. Come on, let's go inside and see what's there. Yang Yu, on the other hand, seemed a little excited, waving her hand as she spoke. Wait. Yang Lei raised a hand. Yang Yu paused, looking at Yang Lei with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Just rushing in like this might not be wise. There could be dangers inside, we shouldn't act rashly. Yang Lei explained that cultivators often set up various restrictions, formations, and traps within their cave dwellings. Yang Yu's face flushed. Then, what should we do? I'll go first. Yang Lei's expression was remarkably calm. You two follow behind. If there's any danger, retreat quickly and don't worry about me. No, you're my younger brother, and I'm your older sister. I'll go first. Yang Yu immediately shook her head. Sister Yue, brother Yang, please don't argue. I'll go first. Yang Qingshui spoke up then. How can that be? My cultivation is the strongest here, so of course, I should go first. Most importantly, I am a man, and you are women. Men should protect women, so I will lead, and you two will follow. Yang Lei didn't give the two women a chance to retort, taking the lead and opening the way. The three slowly advanced, reaching a stone chamber approximately 100 square meters in size, quite spacious. Inside the stone chamber, there was a stone bed, a bronze mirror, a dressing table, another table, and a large chest. This was clearly the immortal's cave of a female cultivator. Yang Lei's gaze first fell upon the table, where several jade vials were placed. These jade vials were no ordinary objects, they exuded oppressing spiritual energy. The three couldn't help but be astonished. To craft such lavish jade vials, one could only imagine the treasures contained within. Taking a step forward, he picked up one of the jade vials and examined it closely. Just a glance made Yang Lei's eyes widen. The pills within these jade vials were of immense origin and extraordinarily precious. What kind of pills are they? Seeing Yang Lei's astonished expression, Yang Yu quickly asked. Youth stabilizing pills. Yang Lei uttered the three words. Youth stabilizing pills? Upon hearing this, Yang Yu hastily snatched the jade vial from Yang Lei's hand, looking at the label on it. Her mouth hung open, and it was a long moment before she spoke. It really is the youth stabilizing pill. The astonishment and delight on her face were self-evident. The youth stabilizing pill, as its name implied, allowed its consumer to fix their appearance, achieving the effect of eternal youth. For women, this held a fatal attraction. No woman didn't wish for eternal youth, and Yang Yu was naturally no exception. Moreover, the youth stabilizing pill was merely a legendary elixir, a sky-high 9th grade pill that one could only stumble upon by chance, never explicitly seek. Even if one possessed the formula, there might not be anyone capable of refining it. 1,000 years ago, at the Chongfeng auction house in the Qianyuan kingdom, 3 youth stabilizing pills were once auctioned off. At that time, they fetched a divine artifact and 2 supreme-grade spirit artifacts, demonstrating their incredible value. Are they really youth stabilizing pills? Yang Qingshui's eyes were also fixed intently on the jade vial in Yang Yu's hand. Yang Yu nodded slightly. They should be. Yang Lei then picked up the remaining 3 jade vials, examining them all. One of them also contained youth-stabilizing pills, while the other 2 held barrier-shattering pills. Barrier-shattering pills were also top-grade elixirs, their value no less than that of the youth-stabilizing pills. The barrier-shattering pill was a heaven-tier 8th-grade elixir, rumored to help cultivators at the martial god Grand Completion realm break through their bottlenecks and ascend to a new level. However, this was merely a legend, and proven, as no barrier-shattering pills had appeared on the continent for several millennia. These are indeed youth-stabilizing pills, 2 vials in total. There are also 2 vials of barrier-shattering pills. Each vial contains 10 pills, meaning there are 20 youth-stabilizing pills and 20 barrier-shattering pills here in total, Yang Lei stated. Truly, 20 youth-stabilizing pills. Yang Yu murmured. At this moment, the 2 women's thoughts were entirely focused on the youth-stabilizing pills, completely disregarding the barrier-shattering pills. Yang Lei found this situation a little speechless. He sighed inwardly. Women, alright, second sister, put these pills away for now. We can talk about them after we get out. Seeing the 2 women still gazing at the youth-stabilizing pills, Yang Lei couldn't help but urge them. Chapter 91. Descending into the water once more, obtaining treasures. 2. Very well then, I shall take this bottle of face-setting pills. And what? Oh right, what other elixirs are there? Yang Yu recovered her wits, looking at Yang Lei as she asked. Yang Lei immediately fell silent upon hearing this. Barrier-breaking pill, he replied. What kind of elixir is a barrier-breaking pill? Is it very powerful? Yang Yu inquired. Yang Qingshui also looked at Yang Lei. Seeing their reactions, Yang Lei clearly understood that neither woman knew what the barrier-breaking pill truly was, so he explained, of course it's powerful. A heaven grade 8 rank elixir, what do you think? Yang Lei had examined all these elixirs, and the person who made them was truly formidable. Not only were these face-setting pills and barrier-breaking pills high-grade elixirs, they were all 8-part pills. To be able to refine such potent elixirs, and all of them 8-part pills, absolutely bespoke the skill of a grandmaster. Heaven grade 8 rank, truly impressive. Then, elder brother Yang, what is the barrier-breaking pill's effect? Yang Qingshui asked. It sweeps away internal obstructions, breaks through cultivation barriers, and elevates one's realm, Yang Lei explained. However, we cannot use it. This barrier-breaking pill is for experts of the martial god realm. For martial god realm cultivators? That powerful? Yang Yu asked in astonishment. Indeed. I've heard it can even allow a martial god of great perfection to break through. But whether that's truly the case, I'm not entirely sure. I've only ever encountered it mentioned in books, Yang Lei said, looking at the 2 women. How truly powerful. What's so powerful about this? Yang Lei said helplessly. The face-setting pills are what's truly powerful. Those are priceless 9-rank elixirs. Those face-setting pills not only grant eternal youth, but they can also make you more alluring and beautiful. Of course the face-setting pills are good. This time, we've truly struck it rich. Yang Yu exclaimed happily. Let's see what else there is. Yang Lei shifted his attention to the large chest not far away. Who knows, there might be even greater surprises waiting for us. Then what are we waiting for? Yang Yu, brimming with excitement, urged. With such heaven-defying elixirs as the face-setting pills and barrier-breaking pills already found, the contents of that chest surely wouldn't be ordinary items. Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui both held their breath, awaiting Yang Lei to open the chest. The moment the chest was opened, a blinding brilliance immediately erupted, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling light. This is. Yang Lei gazed at the items within the chest, too astonished for words. The garments were exquisitely beautiful, worth cities. But what was most important wasn't their beauty or worth, but their defensive power. Such truly beautiful clothes. Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui couldn't help but have their eyes light up. The garments were simply too gorgeous. If they were to put them on, what a sight that would be. If not for Yang Lei being present, the two women would likely have immediately seized them and changed. Elder brother Yang, what kind of clothes are these, to be so beautiful? Yang Qingshui asked. If I'm not mistaken, the fabric of these garments is made from supreme heavenly silkworm silk, crafted using special techniques, Yang Lei explained. This is the legendary 7-colored nimbus robe. The legendary 7-colored nimbus robe? This can't be possible, can it? Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui had naturally heard of the 7-colored nimbus robe. Legend had it that the 7-colored nimbus robe was the raiment of the Nimbus Immortal, and it had only ever appeared once across the entire Chongwu continent. Yet here were as many as 5 pieces. Yang Lei initially didn't believe it either, but only after using his appraisal art could he confirm it. This also caused Yang Lei's appraisal art to advance from intermediate to high level, earning him 5 million EXP and 50,000 cultivation points. Though it's hard to believe, this truly is the 7-colored nimbus robe. This 7-colored nimbus robe isn't just incomparably beautiful to wear, it can also change according to its wearer's will. More importantly, the 7-colored nimbus robe possesses unparalleled defense. Even if an ordinary person were to wear it, a martial saint might not be able to breach its defenses. Of course, this isn't to say that possessing this nimbus robe grants invincibility, merely that its defense is extraordinary. Is that true? Then we've truly hit the jackpot. Stars shone in the eyes of both Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui. Yang Lei looked at the two women and said, how about this? Each of you can have one 7-colored nimbus robe, and I'll keep the rest. Alright, Yang Yu nodded gently. Yang Qingshui gazed at the 7-colored nimbus robes, and though she wished to refuse, she ultimately couldn't resist their allure and accepted. Once the two women had received their garments, Yang Yu glared at Yang Lei and said, turn around first. Qingshui and I are going to change. Alright. Yang Lei understood perfectly well the allure the 7-colored nimbus robe held for women. If it weren't for the fact that these robes could only be worn by women, Yang Lei himself would have wanted to try one on. He looked to see if there was anything else of value. With so many good things already revealed, it seemed unlikely that these were all. However, apart from this chest, there was nothing else around. There's a door here. Yang Qingshui spoke at this moment. A door? Upon hearing this news, Yang Lei's spirits lifted. If there was a door, it meant there might be other secrets, perhaps even more treasures, to be found. Yang Lei went to inspect and, indeed, there was a door. If one hadn't looked carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. He tried pushing it. Yang Lei pushed with all his might, but the door didn't budge. He applied more strength, yet to Yang Lei's surprise, the door still remained utterly still. Let me try, Yang Yu said at this moment. Yang Lei stepped aside upon hearing her. Although he had no expectations, letting her try wouldn't hurt. Who knew, maybe she could open it. To Yang Lei's utter astonishment, Yang Yu's small, fair hand gently pushed, and the door actually opened. Yang Lei was speechless. Was this door, perhaps, male? Seeing the door open, Yang Yu glanced at Yang Lei, a faint smile gracing her lips, and said, little brother, you're no good, are you? Yang Lei fell silent, his heart filled with extreme vexation. No good? He was clearly being called no good. How could he possibly tolerate this? Yang Qingshui, on the side, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The three advanced, immediately greeted by various fragrant aromas. Inside, birds sang and flowers bloomed, startling all three. This was a human realm's immortal wonderland. And everywhere within were rare spirit herbs and precious spirit medicines. An alternate dimension? Could this be the legendary alternate dimension? Yang Lei was shaken. He knew very well what an alternate dimension signified, and how powerful the cultivation of someone capable of opening one must be. Equals 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 Chapter 92. The inheritance. It's so beautiful here. Yang Yu cheered. If only we could live here forever, that would be wonderful. Yang Qingshui also immersed herself in the beautiful scenery. Although Yang Lei was also captivated by the scenery, he quickly regained his composure. Be careful. There might be hidden dangers here, Yang Lei said. I feel something over there is calling to me. Yang Yu pointed towards a distant pavilion. Alright, let's go together and see what it is, Yang Lei said. Good. Let's go now. I feel this summoning getting stronger and stronger. Yang Yu nodded. Yang Lei felt a little disgruntled inside. He was a transmigrator, after all. Logically speaking, with his golden finger, he should be experiencing continuous fortuitous encounters. Yet this time, the encounter was clearly not for him, but for his second sister, Yang Yu. Otherwise, he would have been the one to push open that door. However, it was only a fleeting moment of melancholy. This was very likely an immortal's cave left behind by a senior after their ascension, reserved for their inheritor. Among the three of them, only Yang Yu possessed the suitable physique and was chosen. Water spirit crystal. Yang Lei couldn't help but pat his head. Hadn't his own water spirit crystal already revealed the truth? Since there was a water spirit crystal here, it could be inferred that the crystal was likely left behind by the cave's master. Therefore, he speculated that the master of this immortal's cave must have cultivated water attribute techniques and required an inheritor who also possessed a water attribute affinity. This made perfect sense. When the three arrived before the pavilion, everyone except Yang Yu was blocked by an invisible barrier. Just as I thought, Yang Lei mused inwardly. It seemed his speculation was correct. Oh, why aren't you two coming? At this moment, Yang Yu noticed that Yang Lei and Yang Qingshui hadn't followed, so she turned back to ask. Yang Lei said, Second sister, you go on alone. Remember to be careful. Why? Yang Yu asked, a little puzzled by her younger brother's words. Yang Lei gave a wry smile upon hearing her. Second sister, it's not that we don't want to go with you, but we're being blocked by an invisible barrier. This barrier has no effect on you. I believe the senior wishes to choose you as their inheritor, so Qingshui and I can only wait for you here. Yang Yu was startled. There's such a thing? Then I won't go. Yang Lei shook his head. No, you must go. This is a great fortuitous opportunity for you. It would be a true pity to give it up like this. However, second sister, you must be careful when you go in alone. If anything happens, shout loudly, and I'll rush in with all my might to save you. Alright, I'll go. Yang Yu was deeply moved. Go on, second sister. Be extremely careful. Yang Lei understood clearly that this senior had basically chosen their inheritor and would certainly not make things difficult for his second sister. In other words, she was essentially out of danger. Of course, there would likely be trials during the inheritance process, and whether those trials posed any problems was hard to say. Thus, Yang Lei was still a little worried. Half an hour later, Yang Lei had grown somewhat anxious waiting. Brother Yang, don't worry. Sister Yuer is a kind person, heaven helps those who are good. She'll definitely be fine. Seeing Yang Lei pacing back and forth, Yang Qingshui couldn't help but try to comfort him. I hope so. If anything were to happen to second sister, I would never be able to atone for it, even with 1,000 deaths. Yang Lei remained very worried. After all, it was he who had wanted to come down here. If he hadn't, Yang Yu wouldn't have followed. In this world, apart from Little Yu and Dongfang Xiaoyu, Yang Yu had always been the kindest to him. She had never looked down on him, never bullied him, on the contrary, she had given him much help. Yang Lei kept all of this in his heart. Just then, the distant pavilion suddenly collapsed from the ground up, shaking the entire earth. Yang Lei and Yang Qingshui were utterly terrified at the sight. Seeing this, Yang Lei was filled with intense self-reproach, and he frantically attacked the invisible wall. If anything happened to Yang Yu, he would truly never be able to atone for it, even with 1,000 deaths. Nothing must happen. Nothing must happen. Yang Lei muttered while frantically attacking. Windblade 7 kills, 4 kills merged. 16 times battle power, break for me. Yang Lei roared. Open! 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 Bang, the invisible wall remained undamaged, while Yang Lei was sent flying backward. Brother Yang, don't be like this, don't be like this. Sister Yue will be fine. Seeing Yang Lei's frenzy, Yang Qingshui felt as if her heart was being carved by a knife. Mustering courage from who knows where, she rushed forward and hugged him. Let me go. Let me go. I won't let anything happen to second sister. Let me go. Yang Lei's eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously. Brother Yang, you must believe in Sister Yue. You absolutely must believe in her. Yang Qingshui held Yang Lei tightly, refusing to let go. But Yang Qingshui was merely a fifth-stage martial master. How could she contend with Yang Lei, a powerful expert at the martial king realm? Yang Qingshui was flung away. Then, Yang Lei's hidden wind blade flashed continuously. Windblade 7 kills, 5 kills merged. 25 times battle power, break for me. Veins bulged on Yang Lei's hands as his entire body's chi continuously poured into the hidden wind blade. The surrounding air was whipped into a frenzy by an invisible chi aura, making it impossible for Yang Qingshui to even approach him. Only then did she truly see how formidable Yang Lei was at this moment. As that blade slashed out, a massive phantom image appeared. This colossal phantom image roared towards the invisible barrier. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk the continuous explosions made Yang Qingshui's ears ring. Meanwhile, Yang Lei was once again sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After falling, Yang Lei immediately scrambled back up, swallowed an origin-restoring pill, picked up his hidden wind blade once more, and charged forward. No. You won't be able to take much more. Yang Qingshui cried out. Stop, little brother, stop. I'm fine, I'm fine. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from where the pavilion once stood. Who else could it be but his second sister, Yang Yu? Yang Yu waved her hand, and a shimmering light appeared before her. The invisible barrier immediately vanished. Second sister, are you all right? Yang Lei asked, full of worry. I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. Why are you so foolish? Equals 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 Chapter 93, Exchanging Pills, Injuries Recover. 1. Seeing the blood at Yang Lei's mouth, Yang Yu's heart ached unbearably, and she rushed over. At that moment, Yang Lei, seeing Yang Yu was unharmed, revealed a faint smile on his face before promptly losing consciousness. Yang Yu quickly took a step and caught Yang Lei. Yang Lei's cultivation was originally insufficient to unleash the combined power of the Windblade 7 killings, 5 slashes. Yet, to break through that invisible barrier, Yang Lei had forcefully merged the techniques, resulting in a severe chi force backlash. Coupled with the barrier's recoil, his already significant internal injuries were further exacerbated, truly a case of injury upon injury. If not for his cultivation of the iron cloth shirt technique, his meridians would likely have been utterly destroyed long ago. Seeing Yang Lei unconscious, Yang Yu hastily produced a rejuvenation pill, fed it to him, and then helped him to the side. Sister Yue, is Brother Yang all right? Yang Qingshui asked anxiously. Yang Yu replied, thankfully, his body is robust, and his meridians are beyond what ordinary people can compare, incredibly tough and resilient. Otherwise, his meridians would have shattered, leaving him completely crippled. Yang Qingshui gasped in alarm upon hearing this. Is he truly going to be all right? I don't know. We'll have to see his recovery. I think there probably won't be any serious issues. Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Yang Qingshui, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. Qingshui, why didn't you stop him? I'm so sorry, Sister Yue, I couldn't stop Brother Yang. Please scold me, hit me. Yang Qingshui lowered his head, his voice filled with self-reproach. Yang Yu sighed, then continued, actually, this isn't your fault. Your cultivation is far too inferior to his. I know his temperament, you couldn't have stopped him. Don't blame yourself, this isn't your mistake. But, no buts. I said this isn't your fault. I know my brother's temper too well. Yang Yu waved her hand. It's my fault. If I had come out a little sooner, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. Yang Qingshui lowered his head, looking at Yang Lei, not speaking a word. After a long while, he finally said, Sister Yue, when do you think Brother Yang will wake up? Yang Lei felt a pervasive ache throughout his body, as if his meridians had all been ripped apart, a throbbing, piercing pain that reached his very bones. Ah, Yang Lei took a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes. You're awake. My brother, you're finally awake. You worried me to death. Yang Yu was overjoyed to see Yang Lei awaken. How do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable? Yang Lei gave a wry smile. He understood his body's condition all too well. Having forcefully unleashed the combined wind blade 7 killings, 5 slashes, his internal meridians had suffered severe damage. This was not something that could recover instantly. If not for his cultivation of the profound origin secret art and the second volume of the Iron Cloth Shirt, he might have been crippled. I'm fine. Are you all right, second sister? I'm fine, how could I be in trouble? Why are you so foolish, ah? If something happened to you, what would your sister do? Yang Yu glared at him, speaking with exasperation. It's nothing, wasn't I just worried about you? Yang Lei pushed himself up, his body still throbbing with pain. Don't stand up yet. You should rest first. Rest for a few days, then we'll talk about recovery. Yang Yu said. Right, Brother Yang, you should rest first. We'll leave in 2 days. Yang Qingshui added. Yang Lei could only nod gently. There was no other way, with his current strength depleted, encountering a 7th-rank demonic beast would spell big trouble. Resting and healing his injuries was the wisest choice. Brother Yang, are you hungry? Here are some fruits. Yang Qingshui offered caringly. Thank you. Yang Lei didn't stand on ceremony, accepting the fruits. His injuries were severe, requiring recovery. He needed to check if there were any good medicinal pills within the system. Yang Lei wasn't worried about accumulation points now, he had 180,000 points, enough to spend for a while. Given his current situation, talisman crafting and artifact forging systems were completely out of the question. That left only the exchange system and the pill refining system to check if there were methods for him to recover quickly. In the exchange section, Yang Lei didn't search for other items, focusing primarily on medicinal pills. Of course, cultivation techniques could also work, such as the 9 Yang Divine Skill, 9 Yin True Scripture, or muscle-changing scripture, all of which could aid his recovery. However, the system hadn't displayed any of these, and even if they appeared, he might not necessarily be able to exchange for them. Upon careful examination, there truly were several types of pills that would greatly aid in his injury recovery. The first was the minor rejuvenation pill from Shaolin Temple. This not only treated injuries but also solidified his cultivation and enhanced his internal energy. However, this minor rejuvenation pill was not easily acquired. Minor rejuvenation pill * an Earth-grade 6-rank medicinal pill with very strong healing effects, capable of assisting cultivators in improving their cultivation. Requires 70,000 accumulation points. That was a staggering 70,000 accumulation points. Although he had over 100,000 points, he couldn't afford to spend them so freely, it was too heart-wrenching. This minor rejuvenation pill was too exorbitant, he decisively gave up on it. The second option was the Spring Snow Spirit Melting Pill. This pill also had excellent recovery effects for injuries, though it was a rank lower than the minor rejuvenation pill. However, the accumulation points required were significantly less. Spring Snow Spirit Melting Pill * an Earth-grade 4-rank medicinal pill with very strong recovery effects for meridian damage. Requires 40,000 accumulation points. There were, of course, other pills, such as the Tianshan Snow Cicada Pill, 9 Blossom Jade Dew Pill, 9 Acupoint Black Ginseng Pill, and so on. However, these pills all required astonishing amounts of accumulation points, which Yang Lei naturally couldn't afford, so he stopped looking at them. Ding. Do you wish to exchange for a Spring Snow Spirit Melting Pill? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have acquired a Spring Snow Spirit Melting Pill. Yang Lei felt a pang of regret. This exchange cost him 40,000 accumulation points, reducing his 180,000 to 140,000, all for just one Earth-grade 4-rank Spring Snow Spirit Melting Pill. Ding. Player, do you wish to consume the spring snow spirit melting pill? Consume. There was no doubt about it. If he didn't consume it, what was the point of exchanging for it? To collect it? Yang Lei grumbled inwardly. The medicinal pill entered his body and instantly transformed into a warm current, surging towards his dantian. From there, it flowed through his 4 limbs and 8 meridians, continuously repairing his injured body and meridians. Yang Lei immediately circulated the profound origin secret art, one heavenly cycle, then another. Soon, Yang Lei entered a state of cultivation. Equals 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 Chapter 94, Elixir Exchange, Injury Recovery, 2. After an unknown period, Yang Lei awoke from his cultivation. Though his internal injuries weren't fully healed, they were more than halfway recovered. As for dealing with a 6th-rank demonic beast, it was now completely unproblematic. He stood up, stretched his waist, feeling his entire body at ease. Checking the time, he hadn't realized a full day had passed. Brother Yang, why have you come out? Yang Qingshui, seeing Yang Lei emerge, hastily asked. Your body isn't fully recovered yet, Brother Yang, you need to rest properly. It's fine, my injuries are almost fully recovered, and my cultivation has restored 7 or 8 tenths. Yang Lei flexed his fist and said. Oh, by the way, where's second sister? Where did she go? Really? Brother Yang, are you speaking the truth? Have you truly recovered? Sister Yuer and little wolf went out hunting, they should be back soon. Yang Qingshui was exceedingly surprised and delighted upon hearing this. Yes, truly recovered. Yang Lei nodded again. That's wonderful. Sister Yuer will surely be overjoyed when she learns you've recovered, Brother Yang. A happy smile bloomed on Yang Qingshui's face. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Just as she turned her head, she saw Yang Yu and little wolf hurrying back. You're awake, little brother. How are your injuries? Are you feeling any better? The moment she saw Yang Lei, Yang Yu asked with concern. Yang Lei nodded slightly. Don't worry, my injuries are almost fully recovered. We can set off to return today. Truly recovered? Don't lie, now. Yang Yu still found it hard to believe. After all, Yang Lei's previous injuries had been far too severe. For him to recover so quickly, in just one night, was simply unbelievable, even if he had taken spirit pills and wondrous elixirs. I truly haven't. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself. Yang Lei said with a smile. Yang Yu hurriedly reached out, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. Indeed, he was more than halfway recovered. It's true. This is truly wonderful. Didn't I tell you I wasn't lying? Yang Lei chuckled. Yang Yu, overjoyed, said, Little brother, are you hungry? Let's eat first. Qingshui, go start the fire. I'll prepare the game. Second. Sister, let me handle the game. You and Qingshui just gather firewood and start the fire. Yang Lei said. No, your injuries aren't completely healed yet. How can I let you do that? Be obedient. Yang Yu glared at him and said. Yang Lei, helpless, looked at his second sister and said, I'm not that delicate myself. I'm almost fully recovered now, and besides, my speed is faster than yours. Yang Yu looked him over, then nodded slightly, knowing that her own skill was indeed inferior to Yang Lei's. All right, you can. Oh, right, second sister, where is that pavilion? What happened to you inside? After eating, Yang Lei looked at Yang Yu and asked. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Yang Yu's face. Inside, she had obtained a legacy, it was a huge harvest. I've already stored away that pavilion. Yang Lei's eyes widened, filled with boundless envy. That the pavilion could be stored away meant it was a divine artifact, and a top-tier one at that. This was something that could only be encountered by chance, not sought out. Even if his own artifact refining techniques broke through to Grandmaster level, he might not necessarily be able to forge one. Could that pavilion be a divine artifact? No, that pavilion isn't a divine artifact. It's an immortal artifact. Yang Yu shook her head and said. Yang Lei's eyes widened upon hearing this, an immortal artifact? This. Second sister, are you speaking the truth? You're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? But little brother, have you truly heard of immortal artifacts? Yang Yu looked at him in surprise as she spoke. As far as I know, immortal artifacts haven't appeared on this continent, nor is there any information about them, right? Second sister, don't forget how I learned alchemy. Yang Lei said. That's right, I almost forgot. Could that senior also be? Yang Yu stammered in shock. That's right, but I don't have as good fortune as you, second sister, to obtain an immortal artifact. This immortal artifact is something that can only be encountered by chance, not sought out. You, second sister, possess great fortuitous encounters and immense karmic luck to be able to acquire this treasure. Yang Lei's voice revealed a hint of envy. Yang Yu, however, felt a bit bashful. I believe you, little brother, will definitely obtain treasures even better than mine in the future. Sister Yue, brother Yang, what exactly is this immortal artifact? The more Yang Qingshui listened, the more confused she became. She truly had never heard of an immortal artifact before, let alone what kind of treasure it was. Yang Lei heard this and said with a smile, Qingshui, an immortal artifact is actually a very formidable magic treasure. To put it plainly, it's a treasure no less powerful than a divine artifact. No less powerful than a divine artifact? Yang Qingshui couldn't help but gape. There weren't many divine artifacts on the Chengwu continent, and the entire Yang family only possessed 3. This showed how precious divine artifacts truly were. Yes, that's right. With this treasure, second sister's cultivation will definitely increase greatly. By then, even facing Yang Tianlei, she won't need to fear him. Not long from now, during the wind and cloud selection, she is sure to shine brilliantly. Yang Lei said with a smile. You're making fun of me, little brother. See how I'll deal with you. Yang Yu turned to Yang Qingshui and said, Qingshui, help me catch him. See how I'll deal with him, daring to tease me so openly. After a moment of playful chaos, the 3 lay on the grassland. Oh, right, second sister, did you check everything thoroughly here? Yang Lei remembered the water spirit gem. Could there have been only that one water spirit gem here, or did I accidentally drop it? Yang Yu shook her head and said, no. With Yang Lei injured during his cultivation, how could she have been in the mood to look for anything else? Hearing this, Yang Lei stood up, looked at the 2 women, and said, then let's go explore the surroundings now, who knows what other gains we might find. All right. The 2 women nodded. This place truly was a treasure trove everywhere. Even the medicinal herbs and spirit grasses here were of the highest quality, able to fetch sky-high prices if taken outside. Naturally, Yang Lei wouldn't let any of this go. Not collecting such good items would truly be an insult to himself. These spirit medicines could be refined into elixirs. Even if some of them weren't useful to him yet, once his alchemy techniques advanced further, he would be able to refine earth-grade elixirs, and then these medicinal ingredients would be of immense use. The 3 walked for a while. This space was not small. Its spiritual energy was abundant, making it an excellent cultivation-blessed land. Equals 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 Chapter 95, The Water Spirit Crystal Vein. 1. The spiritual energy was incredibly dense. Dung Loi perceived that the further they ventured, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. And this was no ordinary spiritual energy, it was immortal spiritual energy, specifically, water-attributed immortal spiritual energy. So refreshing. Dung Noyet possessed a water-attributed physique, and the deeper they went, the faster her cultivation progress became. Dung Loi knew well that there must be water spirit crystals nearby, for only water spirit crystals could emanate such dense, water-attributed immortal spiritual energy. Second sister, is there no mention of this space within the inheritance you received? Dung Loi asked again. Dung Noyet shook her head, my cultivation is insufficient, many parts of the inheritance remain unreadable. So that was it. Dung Loi understood. Indeed, Dung Noyet's cultivation was still too weak, merely at the 6th stage of martial master. Before acquiring the inheritance, she had already advanced another level, reaching the 7th stage of martial master. Moreover, from the looks of it, she would soon break through again to the 8th stage of martial master. Such cultivation speed was truly an object of extreme envy, and even Dung Loi himself found it quite admirable. Come quickly and see. These stones are so beautiful, and oh, the spiritual energy is incredibly dense. Dung Tan Tui picked up a sparkling crystal from the ground and exclaimed in surprise. They truly are beautiful. Spirit stones? Could these be the legendary spirit stones? Dung Noyet stared, then became utterly delighted. She had only ever heard tales of spirit stones, which were rumored to contain dense spiritual energy, serving as powerful aids for cultivation and proving immensely beneficial to cultivators. Dung Loi shook his head and said, "Those are not spirit stones. They should be water spirit crystals." Water spirit crystals? The two girls simultaneously looked at him. Precisely. These are water spirit crystals, not spirit stones. Spirit stones are indeed precious, but they cannot compare to the preciousness of these water spirit crystals. Dung Loi picked up the water spirit crystal, his heart already certain. This place was likely the source of the water spirit crystal he had previously acquired from the mutated octopus. More precious than spirit stones? Dung Noyet was utterly astonished. Spirit stones were 1 in 10,000, a single mid-grade spirit stone could even be traded for a high-grade spirit artifact. One could only imagine their extreme preciousness and rarity. Naturally. Elder brother Dung, how do you know these aren't spirit stones? Dung Tan Tui looked at Dung Loi and asked. Yes, how did you tell them apart? Dung Noyet also inquired. Dung Loi smiled, holding the water spirit crystal. He naturally wouldn't reveal that he had discerned it using his appraisal art. Spirit stones can be used by anyone for cultivation, right? And they provide great assistance. That's right. Precisely. Both girls nodded, being very clear on this point. But try this water spirit crystal yourselves. Dung Loi said. I'll try. Dung Noyet took it, closed her eyes, and immediately began circulating her cultivation art to absorb the spiritual energy within. Several minutes passed before she ceased. Then, she looked at Dung Loi and said, "No, wait, I can absorb this. It's so comfortable. My cultivation speed is 5 times faster than usual." Dung Loi smiled, offering no explanation, and continued, "Hand this water spirit crystal to Tan Tui to try." Hearing this, Dung Noyet nodded and passed the water spirit crystal in her hand to Dung Tan Tui. "Little sister Tan Tui, you try it." Dung Tan Tui nodded lightly, took the water spirit crystal in her hand, closed her eyes, and began to absorb. But very quickly, she opened her eyes, looking at Dung Loi and Dung Noyet in surprise and said, "I can't. I can't absorb it." "How is that possible?" "I clearly could absorb it." Dung Noyet didn't believe it. She took the water spirit crystal back into her hand and tried again. The result was still the same, she clearly could use it. Why is this happening? Why can I absorb it, but little sister Tan Tui cannot? Dung Noyet looked at Dung Loi, guessing he already knew the reason. There was certainly an explanation, but one thing was undeniable, this was not a spirit stone. If it were, Dung Tan Tui would also be able to use it. Because this is a water spirit crystal, not an ordinary spirit stone. In essence, a water spirit crystal can be seen as a unique type of spirit stone. It only contains water-attributed immortal spiritual energy. Therefore, only those with a water attribute can utilize it, and even then, if one's innate talent is too poor, they won't be able to absorb it. Moreover, without a specific cultivation art, its use would be largely wasteful. Second sister, you have likely begun cultivating the mental art inherited from that senior, which is why absorbing the spiritual energy within this water spirit crystal has been so effortless for you. Tan Tui and I, however, do not possess water-attributed physiques, so naturally, we cannot absorb the spiritual energy within. Dung Loi explained meticulously, point by point. In other words, these water spirit crystals here were specifically prepared for you. Specifically prepared for me? You mean my master deliberately arranged this for me? Dung Noyet looked at Dung Loi and asked. Precisely. And the reason I insisted on diving into the water earlier was also because of these water spirit crystals. Dung Loi took out the water spirit crystal he had acquired from the three-eyed mutated octopus. That crystal was visibly much larger than the one Dung Tan Tui had picked up, and its spiritual energy far purer. This water spirit crystal, did you obtain it right from the start? Is that why you wanted to go down and investigate? Dung Noyet began to understand. Dung Loi nodded lightly. I obtained this water spirit crystal from the body of that three-eyed mutated octopus after killing it. That's why I was certain there were more water spirit crystals down here, and thus deliberately went into the water to investigate. Hearing this, Duong Noyet let out a breath and looked at him, saying, "Fortunately, you insisted on going down, little brother. Otherwise, your sister might not have had such good fortune, or acquired this inheritance." "That just goes to show, second sister, you possess great fortune," Duong Loi said with a smile. "Precisely, elder brother Duong is absolutely right. Sister Noyet Ni, you are a person of great fortune," Duong Ton Tui chimed in from the side. Duong Noyet, however, felt a bit shy and quickly asked, "Let's see if there are more water spirit crystals up ahead, shall we?" Having said that, she took a step forward and walked ahead. Here, the water spirit crystals are becoming more and more numerous. How can there be so many? The further the trio advanced, the higher the frequency of water spirit crystal appearances became. Before, it was a rare find, but now, they could almost pick one up every few steps. "Look, what's that?" All three were stunned speechless by the sight before them. So many water spirit crystals. Duong Noyet swallowed hard. A water spirit crystal vein. It's a mineral vein. This is simply 2 equals 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 Chapter 96, the water spirit crystal or vein. 2. Duong Loi was speechless, never having expected to find such an abundance of water spirit crystals here, forming an entire or vein. No, that is. Duong Loi had originally intended to move closer, but something made him halt. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. "What's wrong?" "A guardian spirit beast," Duong Loi replied, stopping the two girls. Following Duong Loi's gaze, the two girls finally spotted the strange beast guarding the water spirit crystal or vein. It was a colossal, ferocious creature with a third eye and a translucent, crystalline horn sprouting from its forehead, resembling a majestic fusion of lion and tiger. Appraisal art. Three-eyed crystalline unicorn beast king, extremely powerful, level unknown, tremendous risk. Evasion recommended. "Go, let's go, quickly. Don't wake it, or we'll all die here." Duong Loi clearly understood the gravity of the situation. This creature was so terrifying that even his advanced appraisal art couldn't discern its level. His appraisal art had reached the advanced stage, capable of appraising even a martial saint of great perfection, yet the three-eyed crystalline unicorn beast king's level remained unknown, a testament to its monstrous power. Seeing Duong Loi's grave expression, the two girls knew the situation was serious. They didn't press for details and followed Duong Loi back. Soon, the three returned to their original spot. Both girls were slightly breathless. After all, they had been running quite a distance, which had consumed a considerable amount of their energy. What kind of demonic beast was that? It actually looked quite adorable. If it were a bit smaller, it would make a great pet, Duong Noyet asked after calming down. Indeed, Duong Ton Tui added, that demonic beast didn't look particularly fearsome. It didn't seem as ferocious as the iron-backed giant lizard we encountered before. "What you saw was merely its superficial appearance," Duong Loi said, shaking his head. "It's not necessarily true that a demonic beast with a ferocious outward appearance will be especially powerful, nor that a more beautiful or gentle-looking one will be weak. That's a typical girl's way of thinking. In truth, many truly powerful demonic beasts often appear entirely harmless, yet they are incredibly formidable. In a battle to the death, they can be terrifyingly brutal and ruthless. And this particular demonic beast, though it looked quite gentle, was in fact incredibly powerful. I don't know much about this demonic beast, but it should be called the three-eyed crystalline unicorn beast king. It's at least a peak 9th rank, or even a 10th rank demonic beast. Its strength is utterly terrifying. If it had discovered us, the consequences would have been unimaginable." "A peak 9th rank, or even a 10th rank?" The two girls gasped sharply. If that beast were to get angry, the three of them wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. "That's why I was so anxious," Duong Loi said. "Then let's leave quickly now," Duong Ton Tui said at that moment. "Otherwise, if that creature chases us, it'll be a lot of trouble." Duong Loi nodded lightly. "Indeed. As for these water spirit crystals, we'll come back for them later when we're stronger. After all, no one else can take them from this place." Duong Noyet also nodded in agreement. Exiting Clearwater Lake, all three breathed a sigh of relief. That demonic beast inside had truly been formidable. By then, it was no longer early, with night fast approaching. Thus, the three prepared to rest for the night and continue their journey back tomorrow. Roar, roar, roar. Duong Loi stopped, his brows furrowed. What kind of demonic beast makes that roar? It's terrifying. No, wait. This is the cry of a long-armed demonic ape, but so powerful. Could it be? Could it be the long-armed demonic ape king? At this thought, Duong Loi's expression changed drastically. If it was indeed the long-armed demonic ape king, then they were in deep trouble. He had eradicated the descendants of the long-armed demonic ape king. It must be searching for him, which was why it was roaring like that. What's wrong? Seeing Duong Loi's face suddenly turn pale, Duong Noyet asked worriedly, what happened? Second sister, we must leave, Duong Loi said seriously. If we don't go now, the trouble will be immense. What's going on? Is it related to that roar? Duong Noyet asked. Duong Ton Tui, however, suddenly recalled something. Wasn't this roar similar to the long-armed demonic ape's cries from that day? But this one was far more intense, indicating this particular long-armed demonic ape was even more powerful. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this is the voice of the long-armed demonic ape king, Duong Loi explained. My killing of so many long-armed demonic apes has incurred its hatred. If it weren't for the barrier, it would have already broken through long ago. Now that we hear its cry, it's clear this creature has already forced its way in. If we don't leave now and it catches up, we'll be in huge trouble. Its strength is absolutely beyond our ability to resist, it has already reached the level of a saint beast. If we encounter it, we will surely face certain death. Though she didn't want to, Duong Noyet also knew the gravity of the situation. Alright, let's go now, quickly, she urged. As long as we get back to the entrance, we won't have to worry. The three immediately gathered their belongings and hurried back along their path. An hour later, the sky had already turned dark. Duong Loi took out 2 items, night luminous pearls he had obtained from TNT Van's cave dwelling. These treasures usually had no practical effect, only aesthetic value, mostly used to please girls. But now, they surprisingly proved useful. These are night luminous pearls. Little brother, how do you have night luminous pearls? Duong Noyet looked at him in surprise. Although the Prestige King's estate also possessed night luminous pearls, they only had a few, making them extremely precious. For Duong Loi to produce 2 now, how could she not be astonished? No matter how I got them, let's run first. Here, take 1 each, they're a gift, Duong Loi said, placing a night luminous pearl into each of the 2 girls' hands. I can't accept this, it's too precious, Duong Ton Tui refused. Take it. Duong Loi insisted. Don't say so much now. We can discuss it after we return to a safe area. Even if you don't want it, you must take it now. That's right, Duong Noyet said, gently pulling Duong Ton Tui's hand. It's already dark, and we need to run. It'll be easier if you hold it. Then. Alright, Duong Ton Tui relented. When we reach a safe place, I'll return it to Brother Duong. The 3 ran frantically, without stopping once. They paid no mind to the low-level demonic beasts they encountered. As for 6th-rank demonic beasts, Duong Loi eliminated them with lightning-fast, merciless strikes. When they encountered a 7th-rank demonic beast, Duong Loi personally held it back, allowing the 2 girls to press on, before quickly breaking free and catching up to them. Chapter 97, Encountering Yan Tianlei. 1. The next morning, the 3 of them finally slowed their pace. After a night of relentless travel, covering several hundred li, they had reached the border of the rear mountain entrance of the Yang family. Once here, there was little need to worry. If that long-armed demonic ape king dared to pursue them, the peak experts of the Yang family, led by Yang Wudi, would surely sense its aura. Thus, Yang Lei felt no further concern. Finally, we can rest a bit. This time I'm truly exhausted too. Death. Yang Yu, abandoning all semblance of a refined young lady, flopped down casually. Yang Qingxue likewise couldn't maintain much composure, the entire night of travel had worn her out to the extreme. It wasn't just the 2 girls, even Yang Lei, who cultivated the iron cloth shirt and had reached the martial king realm, couldn't endure it any longer. Only Little Wolf seemed exceptionally spirited. After half a day of rest, the three prepared to continue their journey. After all, it was already the 9th day, only one more day remained until the final deadline. After walking for about 10 minutes, they encountered someone. That person was none other than Yang Tianlei, with whom Yang Lei had a past grievance. At this moment, a smile graced his face, presumably indicating a significant harvest. According to Yang Lei's conjecture, this fellow, alongside Yang Tianfeng, could be considered one of the most outstanding talents in the Yang family. He surely possessed his own trump card. If Yang Tianfeng had a demonic beast companion, how could Yang Tianlei not? Even if he possessed an 8th-level demonic beast companion, Yang Lei wouldn't be surprised. Oh, isn't this the valiant king's third young master and the second young miss? Seeing Yang Lei and his companions, Yang Tianlei was slightly stunned, then walked cheerfully towards them. Yang Tianlei, get out of the way! Yang Lei coldly bellowed. Yang Tianlei remained cheerful and amiable, yet showed no intention of moving aside. Don't be so unkind, we are family, after all. Who is family with you? Don't think that just because you've reached the martial king realm, you can do whatever you please. Yang Yu utterly loathed this Yang Tianlei. Like that Yang Tianlong, he was scum, detestable to everyone. What she detested most was that smug expression of his. Thus, she didn't show Yang Tianlei any courtesy. Yang Yu, don't be so shameless. Humph, hand over all the accumulated points you've obtained right now. Yang Tianlei's expression instantly shifted, his face changing completely. You are shameless. Yang Yu's face flushed crimson with rage. So what if I'm shameless? Hand them over, or don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Tianlei said with a laugh. In the Yang family's trial, accumulated points could indeed be plundered. As long as no fatal accidents occurred, the elders wouldn't interfere. Yang Tianlei was very clear on this point. Therefore, along the way, everyone he encountered, with the exception of Yang Lei, Yang Tianfeng, Yang Tianlong, and Yang Shui, had their points snatched by him. But Yang Lei let out a cold laugh. If you want to snatch them, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Hearing this, Yang Tianlei burst into laughter. Yang Lei, third young master Yang, you trash. Don't think that just because you have a few talismans, you're invincible under heaven. Let me tell you, no matter how many talismans you have, I'm not afraid. Then try me. Yang Lei took out several talismans, all ice fire talismans. Yang Tianlei stepped back, waved his hand, and a dark eagle appeared in the sky. Yang Lei raised an eyebrow. This dark eagle was one level higher than the one he had shot down, that one was merely a 6th level, but this dark eagle was clearly much more formidable, a 7th level dark eagle. A dark eagle. I didn't expect you actually had a dark eagle as a demonic beast companion. It seems Yang Wuhui dotes on you quite a bit, eh? But Yang Lei was utterly fearless. A 7th level dark eagle, he could still handle it. Moreover, he still had the stormy pear blossom needles. Once the stormy pear blossom needles were unleashed, this brat's dark eagle would be easily dealt with. Audacious! You trash, how dare you call my grandfather by his given name? Hearing Yang Lei directly call his grandfather by name, Yang Tianlei instantly flew into a rage. I'll cripple you. With a flick of his hand, the dark eagle immediately swooped down to attack Yang Lei. Yang Lei narrowed his eyes. Little wolf, entangle him for me. Little wolf, by his side, quickly understood Yang Lei's intent. Today, Little Wolf's strength had reached the peak of the 6th level, capable of breaking through at any moment, so entangling Yang Tianlei posed no problem at all. You're making me die of laughter. A mere 6th level demonic wolf actually dares to dream of fighting my dark eagle? How naive. Seeing Yang Lei summon Little Wolf, Yang Tianlei couldn't help but roar with laughter. Then watch closely. Yang Lei stretched out his hand, pulled out his soul pursuer, and drew his longbow into a full moon shape. A mere martial master, wanting to shoot down my dark eagle? What a joke. Yang Tianlei was being entangled by Little Wolf, which was somewhat strenuous for him, yet his mouth was still full of mockery. Seeing the dark eagle about to reach him, Yang Lei suddenly bellowed, insolent beast, daring to act so brazenly before me. Soul pursuer, take its life, go. As Yang Lei finished speaking, his right hand released, and a black streak immediately shot towards the dark eagle, its speed so astonishing it left one speechless. Thwip. The dark eagle's wing was pierced by Yang Lei's arrow, and it twisted, threatening to fall. No, how can this be? Seeing his dark eagle injured, Yang Tianlei simply couldn't believe it. He took out a talisman and threw it at Little Wolf, then rushed towards his dark eagle. But how could Yang Lei easily let go of that dark eagle? He channeled his Jinqi throughout his body, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes, and another arrow shot forth. Without the slightest deviation, this arrow struck a vital point on the dark eagle, and the creature instantly plummeted. Ding! Congratulations to player for slaying a 7th level dark eagle. EXP plus 1 million, Qigong value plus 10,000, accumulated points plus 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining Dark Eagle Essence. Dark Eagle Essence. This left Yang Lei stunned. Dark Eagle Essence, he had killed a Dark Eagle before, but that was merely a 6th level one, and no such essence had appeared. Before Yang Lei could examine what the Dark Eagle Essence truly was, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching roar. My Dark Eagle! My Dark Eagle! Yang Lei turned to look, seeing Little Wolf still intent on pursuing. Yang Lei immediately shouted, recalling Little Wolf. Yang Lei, you actually killed my Dark Eagle. I'll have you die. Yang Tianlei turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Yang Lei with intense hatred, and spoke with bitterness. Equals 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 Chapter 98. Encounter with Yang Tianlei. 2. What big words. Let's see how you're going to make me die. Yang Lei scoffed coldly, his formidable aura bursting forth without restraint. Yang Tianlei's expression instantly changed. Martial King Realm, how can this be? How could you have entered the Martial King Realm? Impossible, utterly impossible. Humph, you're nothing but a shrimp and a minnow. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand. If you don't want to die, then hand over all the cultivation points you've accumulated. Yang Lei gazed at him with cold indifference. For someone like Yang Tianlei, Yang Lei initially intended to simply annihilate him, but he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible aura, which made him change his mind. You want my cultivation points? Dream on. Hatred simmered in Yang Tianlei's eyes. His greatest reliance, Huan Eng, had been killed by Yang Lei, making his hatred for Yang Lei run bone deep. Watching Yang Lei slowly approach, he stretched out his hand, pulling out an object. With a malevolent grin, looking like a madman, he hurled it at Yang Lei. You die for me. You killed my Huan Eng. Today, I'll make you accompany it in burial. What is that? Yang Lei instinctively sensed danger from the object. He immediately unfurled his wings, soaring back several hundred steps. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk immediately after, a colossal explosion erupted, raising a massive mushroom cloud where Yang Lei had just stood. Could it be a spirit core bomb? Yang Lei was utterly shocked, staring at the huge crater formed by the explosion. If he had been even a second slower, he would undoubtedly have been blasted to smithereens. Even moving as fast as he did, he was still affected, his clothes were riddled with small holes, tattered and torn. Had he not cultivated the iron cloth shirt, he might have even sustained injuries. Such terrifying power, such destructive force, sent shivers down Yang Lei's spine. If he had been hit, death would have been his only outcome. This completely enraged Yang Lei. The scoundrel truly intended to kill him. This man could not be spared, absolutely not. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would cripple him. When Yang Lei reappeared before Yang Tianlei, the latter stared at him in disbelief. How are you not dead? Yang Lei let out a cold snort. You don't have the ability to make me die. Now, it's my turn. Your pathetic little life, I'll take it. No. Seeing Yang Lei completely unharmed after the heaven-shattering thunder, Yang Tianlei was instantly terrified. Like a dog whose home had been destroyed, he begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. You can't kill me. I'll give you all the demon cores and cultivation points I've gathered. Didn't you want them? I'll give them all to you, just don't kill me. With that, Yang Tianlei frantically fumbled and spilled out all his demon cores. Not kill you? You're too naive. I'm the kind of person who crushes threats in their cradle. You've already harbored murderous intent towards me, even hoping to blast me to death. How could I possibly let you go? Yang Lei remained unmoving, walking towards him step by step. Each of those footsteps echoed like a hammer blow in Yang Tianlei's heart, filling him with dread. Though he himself was also in the martial king realm, Yang Lei had been completely unscathed by his heaven-shattering thunder. This had shattered his confidence, leaving him without the courage to resist. He scrambled backward, constantly begging for mercy. No. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my grandfather will never let you off. You can't kill me. Yang Lei snorted coldly. Asking me to spare you is impossible. Just as Yang Lei was about to make his move, he once again sensed that faint, almost imperceptible aura. Yang Lei's body paused, realizing that the person was warning him, urging him to know his limits. Yang Lei sighed helplessly. He knew that if he stubbornly insisted on killing the scoundrel, he wouldn't fare well himself. However, while death could be avoided, living punishment was inevitable. He couldn't kill him, but teaching him a lesson was still possible. Yang Lei walked over, immediately sealed Yang Tianlei's dantian, then slapped him across the face before grabbing his collar. Weren't you very arrogant? Humph, don't worry, I won't kill you. I was just trying to scare you earlier. But while death can be avoided, living punishment is inevitable. I'll show you the consequences of offending me. With that, Yang Lei crushed his limbs. Then, with a flick of his hand, he hurled him onto a large tree. He then unleashed several arcs of blade qi through the air, shredding the clothes on Yang Tianlei's body to tatters. One of the blades also severed his privates, turning him into a eunuch. Afterward, Yang Lei turned his head, not even sparing him another glance. He collected his belongings and walked towards the two women. Having completed all of this, Yang Lei felt the faint, imperceptible aura finally vanish. Yang Lei breathed a slight sigh of relief, though this encounter had clearly forged a deep enmity with Yang Tianlei and Yang Wuhui. Are you all right, little brother? You scared me to death just now. The moment Yang Yu saw Yang Tianlei pull out that heaven-shattering thunder, her heart had nearly leaped out of her chest. Yang Lei replied, I'm fine. Let's go. You didn't kill him, did you? Seeing that Yang Lei was indeed unharmed, Yang Yu asked again. She knew clearly that if Yang Tianlei were killed, Yang Wuhui would definitely not give up. He might even fly into a rage and act recklessly. After all, Yang Tianlei was his pride and joy, a grandson capable of reaching the martial god realm. Yang Lei shook his head and said, Of course not. How could I kill him? But he won't be a man for the rest of his life. What do you mean? Yang Yu didn't understand the implication and couldn't help but ask. It means he won't be able to act as a man. Ah. It was only then that Yang Yu reacted. You really cut that off his. Indeed. He wanted to kill me. Not killing him was already an act of great mercy, Yang Lei said coldly. Yang Yu gave a bitter smile upon hearing this. She knew clearly that this matter would have even greater repercussions. For a man, such a fate was far worse than death. Furthermore, such animosity could only be described as irreconcilable. She wondered how this feud could ever be resolved. However, what was truly worth celebrating was Yang Lei's breakthrough to the martial king realm. Such cultivation, such talent, was considered astonishing in the Yang family. Even her own father, the mighty king, widely acknowledged as the most likely to break through to the martial god realm, had not reached the martial king realm at this age. Equals 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 Chapter 99, The Long-Armed Demonic Ape Emperor. 1. And go. Hearing this sound, Yang Lei's expression drastically changed. Not good. That long-armed demonic ape emperor has clearly caught up. He had truly never expected that even here, the long-armed demonic ape emperor would still be in pursuit. It seemed this long-armed demonic ape emperor was determined to risk its life to avenge its descendant. Quickly, run. Quickly, run. Yang Lei unceasingly urged them. You all go first. Hurry. As long as the elders arrive, everything will be fine. The three of them ran frantically, but the long-armed demonic ape emperor was getting closer and closer. It was too late. Yang Lei secretly cried out in bitterness. This long-armed demonic ape emperor's speed was clearly so fast, he hadn't expected that a moment's delay here would allow it to catch up. Second sister, you all go first. I'll stay to buy time, hurry. Yang Lei knew well that if they continued on, all three of them would be caught. It was better for him to block their path for a moment. But. No buts. There's no time. Qing Shui, pull second sister away quickly. Don't say anything more, if you stay, you'll only be a hindrance to me. Yang Lei roared. Sister Yuer, let's go. Yang Qing Shui also knew that their cultivation was too weak. But Yang Yu shook her head vehemently, and pulling out the immortal artifact from the Narcissus Pavilion, she said, no. I have an immortal artifact, I can still help block it for a bit. You go first. Yang Lei knew clearly that although immortal artifacts were powerful, Yang Yu currently lacked the strength to truly wield it. Forcibly using it would yield no benefits. So he shook his head, refusing. Second sister, hurry and go. I have a plan. Have you forgotten how I originally killed that iron-backed giant lizard? Seeing Yang Lei like this, Yang Yu nodded gently, be careful. Don't clash with it head-on. Just run towards the clan, and once the elders arrive, everything will be fine. A few minutes later, Yang Lei saw the long-armed demonic ape emperor. The difference between this long-armed demonic ape emperor and the long-armed demonic ape king was that its body was even larger, and on its head was a tuft of golden fur. Its formidable aura was overwhelming, making Yang Lei feel a slight difficulty in breathing. A saint beast, this truly was a saint beast. Was it you who killed my descendant? The long-armed demonic ape emperor spoke in human tongue. Yang Lei held the wind-hidden blade in one hand and the storm pear blossom needles in the other. He knew very well in his heart that although these storm pear blossom needles were formidable, they fundamentally couldn't kill a martial saint-level powerhouse. And this long-armed demonic ape emperor was a true, bona fide martial saint. Yes, I killed it. What do you want to do? This is the territory of the Yang clan. You actually dared to pursue alone, I think you no longer wish to live. I advise you to leave quickly, perhaps you'll still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, once my Yang family elders arrive, you will only have one path, death. You killed my descendant and annihilated my long-armed demonic ape race. This enmity is irreconcilable. If I don't kill you, it will be hard to quell the hatred in my heart. Even if I die, I will kill you first. The long-armed demonic ape emperor let out a long roar, and its entire enormous body immediately lunged towards Yang Lei. Its palm was like a cattail leaf fan, and its chief force was incomparably fierce and powerful. Yang Lei was startled. Such an aura was fundamentally not something he could contend with. If only he had that heaven-rending thunder, that would be great. Currently, Yang Lei was extremely envious of how Yang Tianlei had used the heaven-rending thunder. Its power was immense, although it couldn't annihilate a martial saint, it could halt one for a moment. After that, if he were to use the storm pear blossom needles again, he could make them hit. Once struck by the storm pear blossom needles, although a martial saint was difficult to kill, it could still be poisoned. Therefore, the storm pear blossom needles needed to be used at a crucial moment. Otherwise, they fundamentally couldn't break through its defenses. A fatal strike. Windblade 7 kills, 4 kills united. The long blade in Yang Lei's hand transformed into a long, streaking blade light, striking the long-armed demonic ape emperor's palm. Bang! The force of this strike was immense, but the disparity in cultivation was too vast to compensate for. The long-armed demonic ape emperor's palm was like steel, completely unharmed. Yang Lei was sent flying by a single slap, falling far away onto the ground. He spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, his internal organs severely shaken. Slowly standing up, Yang Lei's heart was filled with bitterness. The disparity in strength between him and this fellow was too great. Seeing the long-armed demonic ape emperor charging again, Yang Lei took out that thunder talisman. With one hand, he crushed it. It immediately transformed into streaks of heavenly lightning, striking the long-armed demonic ape emperor's head. However, that one paid it no mind, completely ignoring the heavenly lightning's assault. That enormous palm once again swept towards Yang Lei. His wings rose. Yang Lei took flight. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. The long-armed demonic ape emperor, as a saint beast-level powerhouse, had long since broken free from the constraints of gravity. It could fly through the air, although not sustainedly, it could indeed hover in mid-air. Ordinarily, even martial saints wouldn't fly through the air, as doing so consumed too much energy. But this long-armed demonic ape emperor didn't care about such things. Its sole purpose was to kill Yang Lei. To kill him, it would stop at nothing, throwing caution to the wind. Naturally, it wouldn't care about the consumption caused by flying. Humph. Yang Lei let out a cold snort. His wings flapped rapidly, instantly flashing a distance away. Then, the longbow appeared in his hand. Soul Pursuer, go. Whoosh, with extremely high accuracy, an arrow shot towards the long-armed demonic ape emperor's eye. One only saw the long-armed demonic ape emperor extend a hand and snatch. The arrow was caught by it, and casually flung back towards Yang Lei. Dodge, Yang Lei hastily dodged, the arrow flying past his ear. Yang Lei broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost been hit by his own arrow. Another arrow came. Whoosh, this time, the long-armed demonic ape emperor simply made no attempt to dodge. Clink, the arrow struck its body-protecting aura and immediately fell downwards. Yang Lei couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Did he want to use the storm pear blossom needles? Yang Lei's heart was filled with endless frustration. These storm pear blossom needles were extremely powerful, and exchanging for one required a great many accumulated points. Yang Lei was willing to stock up on several, but what made him frustrated was that the storm pear blossom needles could only be exchanged for once a day, and only one could be possessed at a time. In other words, if you exchanged for one, you couldn't exchange for a second until you had used up the first one. Seeing that he was about to be caught, and his own true chi was greatly depleted, Yang Lei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He was now in a desperate situation. His strongest trump card was the storm pear blossom needles, but the problem was that they weren't very effective against a martial saint level opponent right now. They couldn't break through its body protecting aura. Chapter 100, The Long-Armed Demonic Ape Emperor. 2. Today, he could only take a desperate, life-or-death gamble, hoping that the Feng and Saber could activate its one-strike kill. If it did, what did it matter if his opponent was a sacred beast? But such a probability was truly too remote, a 1 in 10,000 chance, far too slim. Windblade 7 kills, 4 kills as 1. Break! Break for me! Yang Lei roared. The long-armed demonic ape emperor wore an expression of mockery. Little insect, your struggles are useless. Explosive fist. Bang, 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 Yang Lei was sent flying once more, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a stop. If not for cultivating the iron cloth shirt, second scroll, Yang Lei would have long since been beaten to death. Even so, his meridians were damaged, his ribs broken, and he was severely injured. His internal chi reserves were almost completely depleted, he was utterly spent. Am I to die here today? No, absolutely not. Yang Lei roared inwardly. Seeing the long-armed demonic ape emperor fly towards him again, extending its enormous fist, it lunged at Yang Lei, intending to crush his head. Wicked beast! You court death! Just as Yang Lei felt despair, he heard a loud roar. The long-armed demonic ape emperor heard the voice but showed no sign of stopping, instead, it accelerated even more. Yang Wudi was furious beyond measure. This beast dared to kill Yang Lei right before his very eyes. This was undeniably a provocation against him. One was a martial saint of great perfection, while the long-armed demonic ape emperor was merely a martial saint of the 4th stage. How could he not be enraged? Yang family spear art, azure dragon emerging from the sea. Yang Wudi thrust his spear towards the long-armed demonic ape emperor's fist. Bang, the long-armed demonic ape emperor was forced back, but Yang Lei, caught by the reverberating force, was sent flying again, spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood. Damn it! You vile beast, you truly deserve to die. To actually dare invade my Yang clan and injure my Yang family disciples during their trial, this is absolutely unforgivable. Yang Wudi roared in fury, taking a single step forward that seemed to shrink the ground into an inch, instantly appearing before the long-armed demonic ape emperor. Yang family spear art, white snake spitting venom. Mad demon fist art, furious demon battling heaven. The long-armed demonic ape emperor knew Yang Wudi was formidable and clearly understood it was no match for him, yet the grudge for its slain offspring and the hatred for its annihilated clan meant it could not but seek vengeance. Bring it on! Yang Wudi's long spear lightly danced, producing blooming spear flowers. The two fiercely battled, their chi energy scattering wildly, instantly ravaging the surroundings beyond recognition. Bang, 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 after several consecutive exchanges, the long-armed demonic ape emperor, relying on its formidable physique and fearlessly battling to the death, actually fought Yang Wudi to a standstill. Good, good, not bad. To actually be able to withstand a few of my moves. Yang Wudi watched the long-armed demonic ape emperor from a distance, a hint of excitement on his face. At the martial Saint Great Perfection realm, he didn't have many opponents, and even if he did, they wouldn't fight to the death. Today, this long-armed demonic ape emperor just happened to give him a chance to practice. My target is him. Get out of my way. The long-armed demonic ape emperor knew it was almost impossible to overcome Yang Wudi, which was why it uttered this sentence. Impossible. You want to kill Yang Lei? Humph, he is a genius of my Yang family, the hope of my Yang family. How can I let you act so presumptuously? Yang Wudi's expression changed. You killed my descendant, annihilated my entire clan. If I don't kill him, I won't be appeased. Even if I risk this life, I will kill him. If you stop me, you too shall die. Mad Demon Fist Art, Mad Demon Disintegration. The long-armed demonic ape emperor roared in rage, its blood-red eyes growing even more eerie. Yang Wudi inwardly thought, this isn't good. This creature's life force was constantly weakening, yet its aura was continuously strengthening. It instantly rose from the Martial Saint middle stage to the Martial Saint late stage, and was still rising, very quickly reaching Martial Saint Great Perfection, and still soaring beyond that. Just a mere beast. So what if I annihilated your entire clan? Yang Wudi flew into a rage. He had never been provoked by anyone like this before. Die. 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 The long-armed demonic ape emperor activated Mad Demon Disintegration, its body growing larger, making its already towering form swell into a small mountain. Its footsteps caused the earth to quake and mountains to sway. Compared to it, Yang Wudi was like an ant, incredibly puny. It took a few steps forward, its enormous foot nearing Yang Wudi, and stomped down towards him. Yang Family Spear Art, Phoenix nodding its head. Yang Wudi leapt into the air, his long spear transforming into a fiery red phoenix, resplendent beyond compare. After a phoenix cry, it swooped, pecking towards the long-armed demonic ape emperor's eyes. The long-armed demonic ape emperor raised its massive palm, blocking the strike. Bang, 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 consecutive attacks struck the long-armed demonic ape emperor's wrist. However, at this point, its body was akin to steel tendons and iron bones. These attacks simply couldn't harm it. Watching from afar, Yang Lei felt a chill of terror. This long-armed demonic ape emperor was too terrifying. Even Yang Wudi, whose cultivation had reached Martial Saint Great Perfection, was not its match. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Elder brother, I've come to help you. At this moment, another person arrived, Yang Wuyin of the Yang family. Formation. For symbols formation, rise for me. Yang Wuyin flicked his hand, and a miraculous formation was instantly set up, trapping the mighty and towering long-armed demonic ape emperor within it. Eastern Azure Dragon, return to your position. Western White Tiger, return to your position. Southern Vermilion Bird, return to your position. Northern Black Tortoise, return to your position. For symbol Sealing Demon. Seal for me. Yang Wuyin continuously changed various hand seals, and phantom images of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise flickered within the formation, its might awe-inspiring. Yang Lei watched, his spirit greatly shaken. The path of formations. This four symbols demon sealing formation had actually trapped that incredibly mighty long-armed demonic ape emperor within it, making it unable to struggle free. Asterisk roar. Roar. Roar, asterisk inside the formation, the long-armed demonic ape emperor furiously swung its fists. Though without any discernible structure, each strike possessed immense power. The force was too fierce, the surrounding space continuously trembled. The four formation flags Yang Wuyin had set up swayed precariously. Bang, 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 pthh. At this moment, Yang Wuyin spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart tensing. This is bad, elder brother. This fellow is too formidable, I can't hold on any longer. Yang Wuyin hadn't expected this creature to be so powerful. Even a martial saint of great perfection shouldn't be this formidable, certainly not able to injure him so quickly and break the formation at such a rapid pace. The only explanation now was that this creature's cultivation was terrifyingly high, having surpassed the martial saint level. Fifth brother, let me in. I'll deal with him. Yang Wudi's expression was grave, and his long spear leaped up as he spoke. equals 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 Chapter 101 Fortunate Kill 1. Eastern Azure Dragon, open for me. The peculiar eastern formation immediately opened, and Dung Vo Dike stepped inside without delay. Ding. Congratulations, player, for observing the Tu Tuong Fong Ma Dai Tran, comprehending the Tao of formations, and activating the formation system. Ding. Congratulations, player, for learning the basic formation laying technique. What was a pleasant surprise? This was it. Merely observing had unlocked the formation system. Dung Loi had long awaited the Tao of formations. Unlike other paths, the Tao of formations allowed one to take on 10,000 opponents, even intercepting and slaying experts several cultivation ranks higher than oneself. The Tao of formations was ever-changing and infinitely powerful. The Tu Tuong Fong Ma Dai Tran, ah. I wonder if I can set it up. Dung Loi opened the system and discovered that the Tu Tuong Fong Ma Dai Tran was, in fact, an advanced formation. He was currently only a basic formation master, utterly incapable of setting it up. This was quite frustrating. If he could deploy the Tu Tuong Fong Ma Dai Tran, he wouldn't need to fear martial emperors, or even martial sovereigns. While Dung Loi was recovering from his injuries and restoring his cultivation, the battle on the other side had reached a critical juncture. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the Tu Tuong formation, explosions rang out incessantly. The Truong Ti Ma Hao Hong, unable to break through after a prolonged assault, began to grow agitated. It knew that it had used a secret art, burning all its life force to instantly boost itself to an unreachable peak. However, it couldn't sustain this state for long. If it continued like this, its life would be consumed, and it wouldn't be able to kill Dung Loi, that clan-destroying nemesis. Roar, roar. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. I must kill, kill, kill. The Truong Ti Ma Hao Hong was now in a frenzy. Its raging madness had made it forget its true nature. The only remaining thought was to furiously strike down Dung Loi, that irreconcilable enemy. Dung Loi, still seated, couldn't help but tremble, a shiver running through his entire body. This killing intent, this resentment, it was truly terrifying. Not good. The formation can't hold any longer. Dung Vo Nan was terrified. He hadn't expected that even with him and his elder brother Dung Vo Dike working together, the formation still couldn't stop that thing. It was too terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Explosions echoed as the formation was torn apart. A massive surge of chi unleashed, sending Dung Vo Nan flying. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly not lightly injured. Seeing Dung Loi still halted in the distance, he couldn't help but roar in anger, "You wretched brat, why are you still here? Do you want to die?" Dung Loi felt helpless, thinking to himself, it's not that I don't want to leave, but I was crippled. I've only just recovered a little, I can't move at all, fifth elder, I'm injured, ah. Fine, then. Go quickly now, escape. That thing can't be stopped any longer. Dung Vo Nan waved his hand, saying, Fong Ma Gwin Fap. I shall become a devil myself. A flicker of clarity suddenly appeared in the Truong Ti Ma Hao Hong's eyes, then it unleashed a terrifying fist technique, immediately conjuring fist shadows that filled the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Dung Vo Dike was struck by several punches, sent flying dozens of meters before he finally came to a halt. Big brother, are you all right? Dung Vo Nan was horrified by the sight. His own big brother had been sent flying. How terrifying was this creature? It seemed they were truly in trouble this time. After sending Dung Vo Dike flying, the Truong Ti Ma Hao Hong immediately strode towards Dung Loi. Dung Vo Dike saw this and was alarmed, hurriedly shouting, "Fifth brother, go save that brat Dung Loi first." Dung Vo Dike knew clearly that he was too far away now, it was too late to go to his aid. He could only rely on his fifth brother, Dung Vo Nan. Got it. Brat, run quickly, hurry. Dung Vo Nan roared, accelerating and rushing towards the Truong Ti Ma Hao Hong. Tao of formations, entanglement. Dung Vo Nan threw an object from his hand. It flew above the Truong Ti Ma Hao Hong's head and transformed into an enormous net, completely enveloping it. Roar. Roar. The Truong Ti Ma Hao Hong let out two furious roars, then forcefully tore with its two hands. The net was instantly ripped to shreds. Dyungbo Nan clearly understood the creature's might. He knew that a single entanglement move wouldn't be able to bind it. So, he threw another object. Dao of formations, slaying barrage. He watched as it transformed into streaks of white light, which then became streams of blade chi, continuously slashing at the Truong Ti Ma Haohong's body. Roar! Roar! The Truong Ti Ma Haohong was clearly being cut. Had its defenses been broken? Dung Loi was overjoyed at the sight. If the creature's defenses were breached, then his chance had arrived. You foolish brat, why aren't you leaving quickly? Do you want to die, ah? Seeing Dung Loi still standing there motionless, Dyungbo Nan was utterly furious, wishing he could slap the boy dead. But Dung Loi pretended not to hear. Such a good opportunity. The Truong Ti Ma Haohong's aura was continuously weakening, its body shrinking. Watching the Truong Ti Ma Haohong draw closer and closer, Dung Loi's heart was exceptionally calm, without a trace of panic. In his hand, he already held the Bao Vu Lu Hoa Cham, waiting only for it to approach before he would, without hesitation, deliver a fatal blow. Closer, closer, it was getting closer and closer. 10 meters. 8 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. 4 meters. Open. The Bao Vu Lu Hoa Cham fired. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Innumerable poison needles instantly shot forth. Dung Loi primarily aimed for its eyes, for that was its weakest point. At this moment, Dung Loi clenched his fists. I absolutely cannot fail. I absolutely must succeed. Roar. 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 A hit. The Truong Ti Ma Haohong was struck in the eyes by Dung Loi. The potent toxins immediately took effect, blinding both its eyes. Writhing in agony, the Truong Ti Ma Haohong roared incessantly, lashing out wildly in all directions. Dyungbo Dike and Dyungbo Nan, watching from the side, stared wide-eyed at the situation. The Truong Ti Ma Haohong, which had sought to kill Dung Loi, had actually been blinded by something unknown that he had used. By this time, a considerable portion of Dung Loi's cultivation had recovered. Fong Dao that sat. Wind concealed kill. Dung Loi leaped up, soaring towards the Truong Ti Ma Haohong's neck, slashing down. Ding. One-hit kill activated. Ding. Congratulations, player, for slaying the 9th-rank sacred beast, Truong Ti Ma Haohong. Experience points, EXP, plus 100 million. Chi cultivation value plus 1 million. Accumulated points value plus 1 million. Ding. Congratulations, player, for obtaining 1 9th-rank sacred beast demonic core. Ding. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the Fong Ma Guin Fap. Ding. Congratulations, player, for obtaining 1 drop of divine beast blood. Ding. Congratulations, player, your level has increased. Ding. Congratulations, player, your level has increased. Ding. Congratulations, player, your level has increased. A continuous surge of 4 levels. This elevated Dung Loi directly from Martial King 1st stage to Martial King 5th stage. Chapter 102, Fortuitous Kill. 2. Moreover, he had originally sustained no minor injuries, but due to his level up, he had fully recovered, reaching his peak state. More importantly, his accumulated points had broken through 1 million, reaching 1,150,000. Ding. Congratulations, player, your accumulated points have reached 1 million. The system will now begin its upgrade. This upgrade will take 48 hours. Please wait patiently. Yang Lei had originally intended to examine what the divine beast blood truly was, but he hadn't expected the system to upgrade so quickly, leaving him no time to investigate. From afar, Yang Wudi and Yang Wuyin watched, their eyes wide with disbelief. This long-armed demonic ape king had clearly been slain by Yang Lei. It was a saint beast, after all, and even in its weakened state, it was not something a mere martial king could kill. What shocked them even more was that Yang Lei's cultivation had instantly soared several levels, from Martial King 1st stage to Martial King 5th stage in just a few short seconds. What terrifying talent! A 16-year-old Marshall King fifth stage cultivator was unprecedented in the Yang family's history. For Yang Lei, this time was an absolute windfall, a colossal gain. Not only had he obtained so many accumulated points and that demonic seal fist art, but most importantly, a drop of divine beast blood. Though he wasn't clear on its exact nature, the mere mention of divine beast made it clear this was no ordinary item. Its value likely surpassed even a 9th grade demonic core and the demonic seal fist art. Yang Lei strongly suspected that the reason the long-armed demonic ape king could become a saint beast was precisely because of this drop of divine beast blood. Without such a fortuitous encounter, a long-armed demonic ape would at most reach the peak of the 8th grade. Advancing to the 9th grade would be exceedingly difficult, practically impossible. Yang Lei regained his composure. At this moment, Yang Wudi and Yang Wuyin also walked up to his side. Yang Wuyin clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. "Good lad, not bad at all. You actually managed to kill this fellow." "Grand Elder, Fifth Elder, my apologies for causing you trouble," Yang Lei said. Yang Wudi chuckled, "No, not at all. Our Yang family should have more talents like you." "Indeed. For this family trial, first place can only be yours. Just one Saint Beast alone is enough to secure you the top spot in the family trials. And I presume you've hunted quite a few other demonic beasts as well?" Yang Wuyin added. "I am rather curious, what cultivation technique did that rascal Yang Yu give you?" "It's surprisingly unique," Yang Wudi asked, looking at Yang Lei with curiosity. This. No need to be nervous. I'm merely curious, not insisting on knowing. You can keep this Saint Beast yourself, I see you possess a storage ring. However, I suggest you still hand it over to the family to handle. The family will not treat you unfairly," Yang Wudi added. In truth, for Yang Lei, whether he kept the long-armed demonic ape king's corpse or not didn't really matter. As for the demonic core, it was already in his possession. The other parts would, at most, only improve his gathering skill experience. "Grand Elder, please take this long-armed demonic ape king's corpse. Besides, I must thank Grand Elder and Fifth Elder for your timely rescue this time. Had you not arrived in time, this junior fierce's life would have been forfeit," Yang Lei stated. "Very well, then I shall take this long-armed demonic ape. Also, don't keep calling me Grand Elder, Grand Elder. Just call me Grandpa," Yang Wudi said, increasingly pleased with Yang Lei, and he smiled softly. Yang Wuyin also chimed in happily, "Yes, calling us Grand Elder, Fifth Elder is too formal. Just call me Fifth Grandpa. Grandpa, Fifth Grandpa." Since they had said so, calling them Grandpa wasn't an issue. Moreover, they had truly saved his life, which was far better than the father he had never met. Good. 3 goods in a row revealed Yang Wudi's high regard for Yang Lei and the joy in his heart. "Congratulations, big brother," Yang Wuyin chuckled at this. "And haven't you also gained a fine grandson?" Yang Wudi retorted. Neither Yang Wudi nor Yang Wuyin had ever married or had children, so they were naturally overjoyed that Yang Lei acknowledged them as grandpas. "Haha, not bad, Yang Lei. From now on, you are our grandson, our blood grandson. If anyone dares to cross you, just report our names." Yang Wuyin laughed heartily. "I. 2 grandpas, I previously crippled Yang Tianlei." Yang Lei figured Yang Wudi likely already knew about this, so he simply stated it outright. Yang Wudi chuckled, "Oh, that matter? I know about it. That brat Yang Tianlei was too arrogant. Though his talent isn't bad, he wouldn't amount to much anyway. Rest assured, Wu Hui wouldn't dare do anything to you. He knows where the priorities lie. Then I can rest easy." Yang Lei certainly didn't want to be hunted down by a Martial Saint level expert. Even though he had reached Martial King 5th stage, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could handle that. The next day, everyone gathered, with the exception of Yang Tianfeng, Yang Tianlong, and Yang Tianlei. Among the various elders present, Yang Wuhui glared at Yang Lei with resentment, wishing he could tear him into 10,000 pieces. However, Yang Wuhui was still a calculating man, he understood Yang Lei's importance to the Yang clan. Such a genius was most likely to shine in the Wind Cloud selection. If Yang Lei could achieve a good ranking in the Wind Cloud selection and be accepted as an inner disciple, or even a core disciple, by the profound mystery sect, then the Yang family would truly rise. Precisely because Yang Lei was tied to the future of the Yang family, even though Yang Lei had crippled Yang Tianlei, and Yang Wuhui hated him to the bone, he could do nothing. The family's interests came first. Yang Wudi swept his gaze over everyone and spoke. Very well. Today marks the conclusion of our Yang family trials. As for Yang Tianfeng and Yang Tianlong, since they have not returned by now, they are considered to have forfeited their rights. Now, the few of you, come forward and display your achievements. I will rank you based on the accumulated points you've obtained. The first place winner will receive a supreme spirit weapon. The second and third places will receive a high-grade spirit weapon. The fourth and fifth places will receive a mid-grade spirit weapon. The rest will receive a low-grade spirit weapon. Equals 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 Chapter 103. Trial concluded. Yang Xiaolu, 15,631 points. Yang Ji, 13,104 points. Yang Xiao, 23,315 points. Yang Zhao's score was nearly 10,000 points higher than the two before him, making him quite smug. In truth, all three had their points stolen by Yang Tianlei, otherwise, their scores would have been much higher. However, seeing that Yang Tianlei clearly wasn't present, each of them felt genuinely pleased. Yang Shui, 152,011 points. Witnessing Yang Shui's impressive score, Yang Xiaolu and the other two instantly turned a shade of pig liver. They hadn't expected Yang Shui to have also escaped Yang Tianlei's grasp. Yang Wudi glanced at Yang Shui and encouraged, not bad, not bad. Yang Qingshui. Hearing her name, Yang Qingshui stepped forward and produced 10 rank 6 demonic cores. This caused a stir among the crowd. No one had anticipated Yang Qingshui would present 10 rank 6 demonic cores, and furthermore, only rank 6 cores. This implied that she disdained even bothering with lower-ranked demonic beasts. Rank 6 demonic beasts were comparable to experts in the Martial King realm. Without reaching the Martial King realm, one simply couldn't contend with them. Yet, she had clearly slain so many rank 6 demonic beasts, signifying her strength had reached at least the Martial King realm. Another genius had emerged. How could the crowd not be astonished? Yang Qingshui, 1,000,000 points. Yang Wudi was not surprised by Yang Qingshui's achievement. After all, he knew well that both Yang Qingshui and Yang Yu were acquainted with Yang Lei. Yang Lei's strength was such that he could slay a saint beast, though gravely injured, it was still a saint beast. Without martial emperor realm strength, it would be impossible to kill one. Yang Yu. Yang Yu ascended the platform. Seeing that Yang Qingshui had only produced 10 rank 6 demonic cores, she too only presented 10. The crowd's eyes widened once more. They hadn't expected Yang Yu to also produce 10 rank 6 demonic cores. Yang Qingshui was deeply moved by this. She knew clearly in her heart that Yang Lei had given her 15 demonic cores, and Yang Yu about 20 rank 6 demonic cores. Yet today, Yang Yu had only presented 10. This was undoubtedly for her sake. How could she not be touched? Yang Yu, 1,000,000 points. Yang Lei. Yang Lei ascended the platform with a smile, then poured out a pile of demonic cores. Among them were 3 rank 7 demonic cores and 20 rank 6 demonic cores. In truth, Yang Lei could have produced more, even a rank 9 demonic core. Hiss, witnessing Yang Lei's achievement, everyone present drew a collective sharp breath. The scene fell into utter silence, one could hear a pin drop. Rank 7 demonic cores. In other words, Yang Lei had slain 3 rank 7 demonic beasts. Rank 7 demonic beasts were equivalent to Martial Emperor realm experts. This meant Yang Lei clearly possessed Martial Emperor realm strength. How could this not shock them? To think Yang Lei was only 16 years old, a mere 16 years old. A 16-year-old Martial Emperor. If this news were to spread, what an uproar it would cause. Such talent would undoubtedly place him in the top 10, perhaps even the top 5, of the revered martial continent. Such innate potential was truly a treasure. Not only for the great clans, but even for the major immortal sects, he would be a cherished gem. This was true potential, capable of producing a peerless expert. Hence, once such a genius was discovered, they would be taken away and nurtured by the major immortal sects. Yang Lei, 5,000,000 points. Without a doubt, the first place in this trial goes to Yang Lei. Yang Lei, Yang Lei. At this moment, many had forgotten that this Yang Lei was once the third young master, the trash of the valiant king's estate, a good-for-nothing who couldn't even enter the qi refining stage. At this very moment, Yang Lei truly shed his reputation as trash, transforming into a genius, a peerless genius. Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui, with identical scores, share second place. Yang Shui takes third place. Yang Xiao takes fourth place. Yang Xiaolu takes fifth place. Yang Ji takes seventh place. As Yang Tianlei, Yang Tianfeng, and Yang Tianlong failed to arrive, their qualifications have been revoked. Yang Wudi swept his gaze over the crowd and announced. First place, Yang Lei, receives a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Yang Lei respectfully accepted it. It was a vertical flute, the Jade Dragon Emerald Flute. This flute would be of immense help to Yang Lei. Yang Lei had learned the Lion's Roar, a sound-based attack technique. Such sound-based attacks were area of effect skills. When facing numerous enemies, they would prove incredibly convenient. Second place, Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui, each receive a superior grade spiritual artifact. Based on the two women's elemental affinities, Yang Yu received a water attribute necklace, while Yang Qingshui received a wood attribute spirit wood hairpin. Third place, Yang Shui, receives a superior grade spiritual artifact. Fourth place. After all the rewards were distributed, Yang Wudi raised a hand, signaling for silence. Alright, everyone quiet down. 3 days from now, you will all gather here. I will take you to our Yang family's cultivation secret realm, the Ethereal Illusion Cave. This opportunity comes but once. I hope you all prepare thoroughly, and by no means waste this precious chance. Compared to receiving the Jade Dragon Emerald Flute, Yang Lei cared more about this opportunity to cultivate in the Ethereal Illusion Cave. Such an opportunity could only be stumbled upon, not sought after. As for spiritual artifacts, he would one day be able to forge them himself. That is all. You are dismissed. Inside Yang Lei's courtyard. Little brother, bring out your Jade Dragon Emerald Flute and let me see it. As soon as they returned to the manor, Yang Yu couldn't wait to find Yang Lei, eager to see his reward. Yang Lei casually handed it to her. What's so good about it? It's just a flute. But this is a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Yang Yu said with a hint of envy. Yang Lei fell silent at that, then looked at her and said, Don't you also have a supreme-grade spiritual artifact? Yang Lei was, of course, referring to her Heavenly Frost Sword. The Heavenly Frost Sword was also a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, a rare one at that. Its quality was even a notch higher than Yang Lei's Jade Dragon Emerald Flute. That's different, Yang Yu said. This jade flute is something you earned through your own efforts, whereas my Heavenly Frost Sword was given to me by father. Hearing Yang Yu mention Yang Yu, Yang Lei's brows furrowed slightly. Only then did Yang Yu recall Yang Lei's past circumstances. Yang Yu had always looked down on him. Little brother, you've now taken first place in the family trial. I believe father will definitely be very pleased. When father returns, he will surely clear mother's name. Equals 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 Chapter 104. The system's exchange value rises. 1. Dung Loi shook his head and said, Second sister, you don't need to say more. I understand this matter perfectly well. Just then, Ha Truck approached. Young master, second young lady. Seeing her look as if she had something important to convey, Dung Loi asked, What is it? Madam requests the young master and second young lady to go to her residence, Ha Truck spoke softly. A glint flashed in Dung Loi's eyes upon hearing this, but it vanished instantly. Very well, we'll go at once. You, go prepare warm water for me now, I wish to bathe. Having said that, Dung Loi turned to Dung Noyet. Second sister, would you like to bathe here as well? Dung Noyet shook her head. No, I'll go to mother first. In Dung Thien's courtyard. Impossible, impossible. How could he have achieved first place in the family trial? That's utterly impossible. Upon hearing that Dung Loi had achieved first place in the family trial, Dung Thien found it utterly unacceptable. First place in the family trial was not so easily attained. Both Dung Thien Loi and Dung Thien Feng were martial king realm cultivators. So what did it signify that Dung Loi had come first? It meant Dung Loi had already broken through to the martial king realm. How could he possibly bear such a reality? Eldest young master, this is the truth. The third young master truly did achieve first place in the trial. Madam asked me to inform you that you must not provoke him in the future, otherwise, Madam will show no leniency. Dung Thien seethed with anger, yet there was no avoiding the truth. Dung Loi having secured first place in the family trial meant his status within the clan had risen significantly, making him an important cultivation target for the family. If anyone were to strike at or harm him now, the consequences would be utterly unpredictable. Dung Loi arrived at Dong Phuong Tai Noc's courtyard. Where is Madam? Third young master, please come in. Madam has been waiting inside for quite a while, the maidservant Tu Tu said. Stepping into the room, Dung Loi saw Dong Phuong Tai Noc flipping through a book. Upon his entry, she immediately looked up. You've come. Have a seat. Madam. You can call me mother, Dong Phuong Tai Noc said with a gentle smile to Dung Loi. Dung Loi remained silent. In his heart, he clearly understood she was trying to win him over. If it were the old Dung Loi, he might have agreed, but not him. If you don't wish to, I won't force you, Dong Phuong Tai Noc said, setting down the book in her hand. Nevertheless, you are still my husband's son. She continued, this time you achieved first place in the family trial, and I am truly delighted. I believe your father, were he to know, would also be exceedingly pleased. Madam, if you called me here merely to speak of these things, then there's no need, Dung Loi stated. Sensing Dung Loi's tone, Dong Phuong Tai Noc felt a flicker of displeasure, though she did not let it show on her face. I know we truly owe you an apology, she said. We cared too little for you, causing you to suffer much grievance. This was our fault. But no matter what, we still provided for your upbringing. Therefore, I hope that in the future, you will not forget that you are a member of the mighty martial king's estate, and that at crucial moments, you can lend your aid to the estate. Dong Phuong Tai Noc sighed. She knew that Dung Loi had been too deeply wounded in the past, having suffered humiliation for so many years, and perhaps all of it had led to this very moment. If such a day truly comes, I understand. Watching Dung Loi's departing back, Dong Phuong Tai Noc couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Ding! System upgrade successful. After a long wait, the system had finally upgraded successfully once more. 48 hours had passed at last. Ding! Congratulations to the player for achieving first place in the assessment. Reward, 500,000 EXP, 5,000 accumulation points, 5,000 accumulation points, 10 body tempering pills, 1 spirit nurturing pill. This reward no longer held much attraction for Dung Loi. Having detonated a Saint Beast, his EXP and accumulation points had already been greatly magnified, rendering this small reward negligible. The body tempering pills and spirit nurturing pills were also useless to him. His cultivation had already broken through to the martial king realm, and he was cultivating the second volume of the iron cloth shirt technique, so these two items had completely lost their effectiveness for him. Of course, these pills could be given to his second sister, Dung Noyet, or even to Little Noc. However, there was still some time before he left for the Xuanji sect, and by then, he could completely refine such pills himself. Therefore, giving them to Dung Noyet now was the best possible course of action. As for what new functions the upgraded system possessed, Dung Loi wasn't in a rush to find out. What he truly wanted to examine first were that drop of divine beast blood and the demonic wind fist art. Appraisal skill. Divine beast. Blood, a drop of blood left behind by an ancient divine beast, containing immense energy within it. Capable of allowing a spirit beast to gain the ability to advance to a divine beast. Dung Loi was overjoyed beyond measure upon seeing its attributes. This drop of divine beast blood, if given to Bak Trin, could allow her to take another step forward, even break through the 9th rank, enter the 10th rank, and truly become a divine beast. How fortunate would that be? With a divine beast protecting him by his side, where on the revered martial continent could he not go? Demonic Wind Fist Art. Demonic Wind Fist Art, an Earth rank, 7th grade cultivation technique. Once mastered, its execution is like a furious gale, possessing immense power. Its ultimate secret technique can burn one's own life force, allowing cultivation to increase several times over. This cultivation technique was entirely useless to Dung Loi. Although it was an Earth rank, 7th grade technique, Dung Loi fundamentally had no need for it. Of course, using it to exchange for accumulation points would be a waste. He already possessed over 1 million accumulation points, more than enough to spend freely, and this volume of demonic wind fist art wouldn't fetch much anyway. Use it for gambling? That wasn't a bad option either. After examining these items, Dune Loy then checked what changes the upgraded system had finally brought. Upon careful inspection, all other categories remained unchanged. The only modification was the addition of a new system function, the synthesis system. This synthesis system truly astonished Dune Loy. Synthesis, not only could it synthesize weapons, but also cultivation techniques. This was truly heaven-defying. Synthesis system can be used to synthesize cultivation techniques or weapons. For yellow rank cultivation techniques or weapons, the success rate is 50%. For Xian rank cultivation techniques or weapons, the success rate is 25%. For earth rank cultivation techniques or weapons, the success rate is 12.5%. For heaven rank cultivation techniques or weapons, the success rate is 6.25%. Cultivation techniques or weapons, once synthesized, will increase in rank and gain attributes from both components. However, if synthesis fails, both items will disappear simultaneously. Equals 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 Chapter 105, Exchange System Price Hike. 2. This was a massive gamble, relying purely on luck. If luck wasn't on his side, it would be incredibly difficult. Of course, Yang Lei clearly understood that synthesizing low-tier cultivation techniques and equipment was still feasible. In Yang Lei's opinion, the weapon and equipment synthesis feature was secondary, the crucial part was the synthesis of cultivation techniques. Those low-tier techniques weren't expensive. He could gather many of them, then slowly synthesize them. He wondered what kind of situation would arise if he used countless low-tier techniques to synthesize a high-tier one. This filled Yang Lei with boundless anticipation. He decided to try it, perhaps just once, to see how things went. Thus, Yang Lei exchanged for 2 yellow-tier first-grade cultivation techniques, one was springing kick, and the other was 5-step fist. Ding! Do you wish to synthesize springing kick and 5-step fist? Warning, if synthesis fails, the techniques will vanish, and the player will be unable to learn these 2 cultivation methods. Synthesize. Of course, he chose to synthesize, this was just his test run. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a new cultivation technique. Please name it. 5-step fist. Ding! Naming 5-step fist successful. 1 success. Yang Lei was somewhat delighted. He pressed to open the attributes of this 5-step fist and discovered that this cultivation technique, synthesized from 2 yellow-tier first-grade techniques, had directly advanced from yellow-tier first-grade to yellow-tier 5th grade. Such a huge leap truly filled Yang Lei with pleasant surprise. From yellow-tier first grade to yellow-tier 5th grade, it was an advancement of 1 major tier, its power increased by more than just a single fold. Therefore, Yang Lei once again exchanged for a yellow-tier 5th grade cultivation technique, 6-yang fist. Ding! Do you wish to synthesize 5-step fist and 6-yang fist? Synthesize. Ding! Synthesis failed. The cultivation techniques 5-step fist and 6-yang fist have vanished. It failed, but Yang Lei wasn't disappointed. After all, the failure rate was 50%. Naturally, Yang Lei was reluctant to synthesize any high-tier techniques, as the cost was too great and the success rate too low. In the future, he would gather more low-tier techniques for synthesis. After this failure, Yang Lei decided not to synthesize any more techniques for now, his current techniques were still sufficient. He checked to see what new items the exchange system had. First, he looked at the available cultivation techniques. Because his accumulated points had broken the 1 million mark, many high-tier cultivation techniques had appeared in the exchange. The highest tier technique available required 5 million accumulated points. It was the pure yang art. Yang Lei glanced at it. This pure yang art was a cultivation technique practiced by Lu Dongbin, one of the legendary 8 immortals. Although Yang Lei yearned for it a bit, he couldn't afford to spend 5 million accumulated points. Of course, the next one down available for exchange was the marrow cleansing scripture, requiring 1 million accumulated points. Ah, the marrow cleansing scripture. The muscle bone changing and marrow cleansing, which could alter one's aptitude. But the problem was it was too expensive. 1 million accumulated points, these were hard-earned points. However, this technique could change his innate bone structure, something he desperately needed. After some thought, he ultimately gave up on it. With 1 million accumulated points, he could spend 500,000 to exchange for a portion of dragon blood. He continued scrolling down. The ice heart art. This cultivation technique was a must exchange. But what caught Yang Lei's attention was that the ice heart art, which previously only required 20,000 accumulated points, now cost 100,000 points. Yang Lei couldn't help but rub his eyes and examine it carefully. He hadn't misread it, it truly was 100,000 accumulated points. Also, the Little Li Flying Dagger secret manual had clearly increased in price. Originally 60,000, it had now shockingly become 250,000. Moreover, most of the other exchangeable items had also seen their accumulated point costs increase. He looked at dragon blood again. A portion of dragon blood was needed to improve his aptitude. He hastily clicked to check, and fortunately, it had only increased by 100,000 compared to before, now requiring 600,000. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. He cursed inwardly, this system is too dark. It actually raised prices. What isn't increasing in price these days? Commodity prices are soaring, and even the points required for exchange items have gone up but there was nothing he could do. The system was tyrannical. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. He decided to exchange for dragon blood first to improve his innate bone structure and aptitude. Yang Lei had heard before that cultivation within the ethereal illusion cave was related to one's innate bone structure and aptitude. The better one's innate bone structure and aptitude, the longer one could endure inside, and the greater the benefits one would gain. Yang Lei clearly understood that his innate bone structure was only 5-star, which was too weak. It absolutely had to be improved. Currently, the most suitable way to quickly improve his innate bone structure was dragon blood. Ding. Player, do you wish to exchange for dragon blood? Exchange. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a portion of dragon blood. Obtaining the dragon blood immediately consumed 600,000 accumulated points. More than half of his accumulated points were gone in an instant, a truly painful expenditure. However, in order to gain greater benefits within the ethereal illusion cave, it was a necessary one. Dragon blood, a drop of earth dragon's blood. When applied to the entire body, it can alter a cultivator's physique, making it extremely precious. Earth dragon, again, an earth dragon. Logically speaking, this earth dragon should be considered a low-tier member of the dragon clan. If even an earth dragon offers such benefits, what about higher-grade dragon clan members? If he could get their blood, wouldn't it be even more satisfying? However, Yang Lei still knew his limits. To scheme for the dragon clan's blood was no different from seeking death. Of course, such items might be available for exchange, but this single drop of low-tier earth dragon blood already cost 600,000 accumulated points. How many points would higher-grade dragon blood require? Probably no less than several million accumulated points. After exchanging for dragon blood, he conveniently exchanged for the ice heart art as well. This ice heart art was of great help in calming the mind and chi, capable of resisting heart demons. Therefore, it was a necessary exchange. The ethereal illusion cave, bearing the character illusion, would almost certainly conjure phantoms and illusions, so a copy of the ice heart art could assist him greatly. Exchanging for one portion of dragon blood and one cultivation technique immediately reduced Yang Lei's accumulated points by 700,000. The expenditure was truly astonishing. As for the Little Li Flying Dagger technique, although Yang Lei liked it, he didn't need it right now. After all, that also required 250,000 accumulated points, so he didn't exchange for it. Additionally, there were the Stormy Pear Blossom needles, which also needed to be exchanged for. Today, the price of the Stormy Pear Blossom needles had become 30,000 accumulated points. Although he could afford these 30,000 points, the sudden increase from 10,000 to 30,000 still made Yang Lei's heart ache. Chapter 106 Void Illusion Cavern 1. The prices of these items had all increased, yet their actual power didn't seem to grow significantly. This was precisely what bothered Yang Lei. Rapidly rising prices, inflation, and stagnant wages, it was a truly exasperating reality. After exchanging for these items, Yang Lei's original more than 1.1 million accumulated points were now reduced to just 520,000. He didn't need to exchange these 520,000 points yet. After all, it was wise to keep some points in reserve for any unforeseen circumstances. He couldn't spend them all. Should any urgent matter arise, he would at least have a backup. First, I'll learn the Ice Heart art, Yang Lei mused. The Ice Heart art was, in essence, an auxiliary cultivation method. It offered no direct combat utility. However, it was immensely useful, providing substantial aid to one's cultivation. Thus, even for 100,000 accumulated points, Yang Lei exchanged for it without the slightest hesitation. Ding, player, do you wish to learn the Ice Heart art? Learn. Ding, congratulations, player, for successfully learning the Ice Heart art. This Ice Heart art comprised a total of 12 layers. Currently, Yang Lei had only cultivated the first layer. Yet, even this first layer brought him no small benefits. Many previously unclear aspects of his cultivation were now easily resolved, and some matters that had eluded his understanding now became clear. It was evident that this Ice Heart art was far from simple. This made Yang Lei even more curious about the Ice Heart art's cultivation. In just a few short hours, Yang Lei had cultivated it to the 4th layer. However, after reaching the 4th layer, he found himself unable to make any further breakthroughs. Helpless, Yang Lei had no choice but to stop. Although Yang Lei had only just managed to cultivate the Ice Heart art to its 4th layer, compared to his state before cultivating it, he felt his spiritual energy had almost doubled, perhaps even more than doubled. After cultivating the Ice Heart art, Yang Lei prepared to use the dragon blood to enhance his innate aptitude. Ding, player, do you wish to use the dragon blood? Yes. As soon as he spoke, a crimson light appeared, directly boring into his body, instantly permeating every part of him. Immediately afterward, Yang Lei felt a surge of heat penetrate his entire body. His whole body began to continuously heat up, causing him extreme pain. Pain, searing pain, agonizing pain. This kind of suffering became increasingly unbearable. Yang Lei gritted his teeth and persevered, only perseverance would do. Deep down, Yang Lei knew clearly, he absolutely had to endure this agony, for this pain was the effect of the dragon blood, helping him transform and strengthen his physique. Amidst the intense pain, Yang Lei resolutely began cultivating the Ice Heart art. 10 minutes passed, but the pain showed no signs of abating. Soon, half an hour went by, and it remained unchanged. An hour passed. Yang Lei seemed to have forgotten the pain, entering a rare state of cultivation. 2 hours later, Yang Lei slowly opened his eyes. The dragon blood's effects had been fully absorbed. Yang Lei felt his entire body brimming with power. A significant amount of impurities had been expelled from his body. Moreover, his cultivation realm had once again advanced. He had progressed from 5th stage Martial King to 6th stage Martial King. 1 word, exhilarating. 2 words, utterly exhilarating. The dragon blood truly lived up to its name. The 600,000 accumulated points spent were well worth it. Yang Lei checked his own innate aptitude. It had increased by 3 stars, from 5 stars to 8 stars. 8-star aptitude was already considered very good. While still not at the genius level, Yang Lei was extremely satisfied. After all, he knew his initial aptitude had been 0. It was only after consuming the marrow cleansing pill that his aptitude had reached 5 stars, and now it had become 8. As for making his innate aptitude even higher, it seemed almost impossible. After taking a bath and washing away the grime, Yang Lei walked into the courtyard. He began practicing the eagle claw skill, performing each move and stance with precision. Ding, profound eagle chi activated. Do you wish to fuse it? Fuse. Although Yang Lei wasn't sure why cultivating the eagle claw skill would activate this profound eagle chi, this profound eagle chi was something he had obtained after killing Yan Tianlei's profound eagle. He had never understood its purpose before. Now it seemed to be related to the eagle claw skill he was cultivating. He guessed it might enhance the rank of the eagle claw skill. Ding, congratulations, player, the profound eagle chi has been fully fused. Ding, congratulations, player, your eagle claw skill cultivation rank has been elevated to Earth Tier 1st grade. It advanced. Yang Lei was immensely startled. He hadn't expected this profound eagle chi to actually elevate his eagle claw skill, which was originally at profound tier 6th grade. The leap from profound tier to Earth Tier was a monumental boundary. its power would undoubtedly increase several-fold. Of course, with the increased rank of the cultivation method, the difficulty of cultivation would naturally also rise. Yang Lei once again demonstrated the eagle claw skill. He found its power had indeed doubled. As he performed it, chi energy swirled all around, sharp beyond compare. Even the hard stone table was easily shattered. With the eagle claw skill's advancement today, Yang Lei feared no one in close quarters combat. Of course, this only applied to those below the martial emperor realm. Not only had he cultivated the iron cloth shirt, volume 2, but he had also mastered earth tier first grade eagle claw skill. This increased his close combat strength by more than just one level. Even a mid-stage martial emperor might not necessarily gain the upper hand against him. After finishing his practice of the eagle claw skill, Yang Lei began cultivating the 7 killing wind blades. The 7 killing wind blades was Yang Lei's primary cultivation method, and he couldn't neglect it. Currently, he had cultivated the 7 killing wind blades to the 4 blades in one stage, which could boost his combat power by 16 times. However, he still hadn't mastered the 5 blades in one stage. Previously, attempting the 5 blades in one had almost crippled his cultivation. Now that he had reached 6th stage martial king, he might be able to manage to perform it. Standing in the courtyard, Yang Lei closed his eyes. In his mind, he continuously practiced and simulated the 5 blades in one stage of the 7 killing wind blades, over and over again. Suddenly, Yang Lei opened his eyes, and the wind-concealing blade in his hand immediately danced. Each move and stance of the 7 killing wind blades flowed out perfectly. Wind blade cloud kill, wind blade rain kill, wind blade snow kill, wind blade thunder kill, wind blade storm kill, wind blade concealed kill, wind blade shadow kill. 2 blades in one, 3 blades in one, 4 blades in one, each combined move flowed as smoothly as clouds and water, reaching a state of perfect mastery. Immediately after performing the previous stages, Yang Lei didn't stop there. Instead, he directly entered the 5 blades in one stage of the 7 killing wind blades. Chi energy swirled fiercely. This single strike possessed boundless power. The surroundings seemed to be struck by a fierce storm. Scattered debris flew everywhere, creating a scene of utter chaos. After unleashing the strike, he retracted his blade and stood still. Only then did Yang Lei open his eyes. By this point, the 5 blades in one of the 7 killing wind blades was considered completely mastered. Chapter 107 Void Illusion Cave 2. With Yang Lei's current strength at the 6th stage martial king and his ability to unleash 25 times his combat power, dealing with an early-stage martial emperor was no cause for concern. Even facing a mid-stage martial emperor, he could still fight. What are you two still standing there for, dumbfounded? The two of you, go find someone to clean this place up. Yang Lei saw the 2 girls, Xia Zhu and Chen Lan, staring at him blankly. He couldn't help but frown slightly and called out. Oh. Understood, young master. By today, Xia Zhu and Chen Lan had been completely won over by Yang Lei. Both girls were intelligent. Given Yang Lei's current talent, his future achievements were immeasurable. Compared to following Madame Dongfang Saiyu, choosing Yang Lei was obviously the better option. One was a 16-year-old genius, the other was the madam of the martial might prince's estate with no future prospects for development. With such a comparison, anyone would choose Yang Lei. Yang Lei was growing increasingly satisfied with Xia Zhu and Chen Lan's performance. Although they couldn't compare to Xiaoyu, they could at least help him with many mundane tasks. Initially, the 2 girls were sent by Dongfang Saiyu to monitor him. Yang Lei still had some lingering concerns in his heart, but now they knew what to say and what not to say, so he could naturally cultivate with peace of mind. Early morning on the 3rd day. All 7 participants of the trial arrived at the designated location. The elder leading them was still Grand Elder Yang Wudi. The Void Illusion Cave is a mystic realm of our Yang family. Inside, spiritual chi is abundant. The better one's innate talent and aptitude, the greater the benefits one will gain from entering it. As you proceed deeper into the Void Illusion Cave, the benefits increase, as does the pressure. Naturally, the dangers also become greater the further you go. Of course, don't just think that going deeper is always better. This could be life-threatening. If you cannot exit in time, it's highly possible you will die inside. Inside the void illusion cave, try to stay as long as you can. However, you must carefully gauge your exit time. Once your spiritual energy is depleted, even exiting will become a problem. If you can't get out, you'll be trapped there forever. Therefore, while trying to stay as long as possible, you also need to act according to your own capabilities. Don't blindly stay or stubbornly resist until death. Yang Wudi looked at the 7 people, his tone extremely serious. Did you all hear clearly what I said? Clearly. Everyone replied in unison. Good, open the void illusion cave. Yang Wudi waved his hand. Before the void illusion cave, 2 individuals cast several incantation seals, and the cave entrance slowly opened. Yang Lei was the first to step into the void illusion cave. Seeing Yang Lei enter, Yang Yu quickly followed, trailed by Yang Qingshui and Yang Shui. The moment he entered the void illusion cave, Yang Lei felt a faint pressure. Moreover, the deeper he went, the greater the pressure became. He tried to circulate the true qi within his body and found it to be incredibly sluggish. However, the spiritual qi here was abundant. Even a slight circulation would cause a large amount of pure spiritual qi to be absorbed. Yang Lei noticed that the deeper he went, the greater the pressure, but the spiritual qi also became denser. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was also greater. Yang Lei understood, this void illusion cave was rich in spiritual qi, suitable for cultivation, but it also consumed spiritual energy at an extreme rate. In such a state, if one's spiritual energy wasn't sufficient, once depleted, it would undoubtedly be a path to death. Yang Lei circulated the ice heart incantation. Since this place primarily consumed spiritual energy, cultivating the ice heart incantation was the best possible option. Sure enough, as he circulated the ice heart incantation, Yang Lei found that the consumption of his spiritual energy decreased. The pressure gradually faded. Soon, the ice heart incantation entered a state of cultivation. Half an hour later, Yang Lei continued to advance, circulating the ice heart incantation as he walked. After walking for a while longer, Yang Lei suddenly felt a flicker in his mind. He was back on Earth, back in his rented room. Lei, when are you going to school? A delicate-looking girl in jeans and a white shirt looked at Yang Lei and spoke. Jing, have you packed your things? Did uncle and aunt agree? Yang Lei looked up and said. This woman was his girlfriend, Xiao Jing. They had met in college and dated for 3 years, and only recently met their parents. However, Xiao Jing's father was not very satisfied with Yang Lei. Xiao Jing shyly nodded. My parents have agreed to our relationship. Hearing this, Yang Lei couldn't help but be overjoyed and excitedly grabbed Xiao Jing's arm. Jing, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true, you big silly. Xiao Jing's fair, slender finger poked Yang Lei's forehead. I'm so happy. Yang Lei hugged Xiao Jing and spun her around. Quickly put me down, you're making me dizzy. Xiao Jing also smiled, extremely happy. Half an hour later, Yang Lei sighed. Disperse. An illusion. There really was an illusion. If it weren't for the concern of depleting his spiritual energy, Yang Lei truly wouldn't have wanted to awaken from that illusion. Yang Lei checked his spiritual energy and indeed, a massive amount had been consumed. He sat down cross-legged, circulated the ice heart incantation, and gradually recovered his spiritual energy. An hour later, Yang Lei opened his eyes. His spiritual energy was now fully restored, and he felt a subtle improvement. By this point, Yang Lei had already ventured several hundred meters into the void illusion cave, long leaving the others far behind. However, Yang Lei had no intention of stopping there. The pressure here was not considered great for him. Although the spiritual energy consumption was significant, the ice heart incantation could completely replenish it. Illusion formations, I'd like to see just how formidable they truly are. Yang Lei continued forward. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Along the way, Yang Lei encountered quite a few illusions. However, with the ice heart incantation, Yang Lei's mind was as still as water, rendering these illusions utterly ineffective. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through. 10 illusions, successfully comprehending a primary illusion formation. Experience points EXP plus 100,000, merit points plus 1,000, chi cultivation points plus 1,000. The system's voice filled Yang Lei with great joy. He hadn't expected to actually comprehend an illusion formation. Even if it was only a primary illusion formation, it was still very powerful. For those with complex minds, using an illusion formation to deal with them would be utterly perfect. After comprehending the illusion formation, Yang Lei felt the pressure from the void illusion cave diminish significantly once again. After about 10 more minutes, the previously narrow passage suddenly broadened, becoming about 5 times wider than before. What surprised Yang Lei was that not far ahead, there were clearly several small beasts. Upon closer inspection, they were mice, white mice, and they looked quite adorable. Chapter 108 True Eagle Eye 1. However, Yang Lei clearly understood, if this void illusion cave was a secret realm, how could survival within it be simple? Appraisal skill. Ding. Appraisal successful. EXP plus 10,000, accumulated value plus 100, chi cultivation value plus 100, proficiency increased. Void illusion rat, 5th grade demonic beast, skilled in illusions and illusion arrays. Skilled in illusions and illusion arrays, if I kill them, wouldn't they drop illusion skills or array formations? Thinking this, Yang Lei grew excited. The soul chaser bow was in his hand. He drew the bow into a half moon. With a whoosh, an arrow shot forth. Ding. Congratulations to player for slaying a 5th grade void illusion rat. EXP plus 10,000, accumulated value plus 100, chi cultivation value plus 100. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining a fragment of the Eye of Truth. A fragment of the Eye of Truth, what was this? Appraisal skill. Fragment of the Eye of Truth, collect 1,000 fragments to form the complete Eye of Truth. What exactly was this Eye of Truth? Yang Lei wasn't entirely clear, but judging from its name, it couldn't be simple. It was very likely an incredibly formidable item. Therefore, for the sake of this Eye of Truth, those void illusion rats had to be slaughtered. Originally, Yang Lei hadn't paid much attention to these small creatures, only wanting to see if they might drop illusion or array skills. But now, his main target was those Eye of Truth fragments. My sincerest apologies, little ones. But who told you to possess fragments of the Eye of Truth? As Yang Lei spoke, the soul chaser bow was drawn again. Ding. Congratulations to player for slaying a 5th grade void illusion rat. EXP plus 10,000, accumulated value plus 100, chi cultivation value plus 100. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining a fragment of the Eye of Truth. Ding. Congratulations to player for slaying, ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining a fragment of the Eye of Truth. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining. 2 days later, Yang Lei had slain 997 void illusion rats and obtained 997 Eye of Truth fragments. Now, only 3 fragments remained to complete the collection of 1,000. By then, he would finally possess the Eye of Truth and discover its true nature. Yang Lei was incredibly excited. As a void illusion rat scurried past, Yang Lei smiled. My little darlings, I'm coming for you. The soul chaser bow. Whoosh. Ding. Congratulations to player for slaying a 5th grade void illusion rat. EXP plus 10,000, accumulated value plus 100, chi cultivation value plus 100. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining a fragment of the Eye of Truth. 998 fragments. He had already obtained 998 Eye of Truth fragments, leaving only 2 more. Soul chaser bow, slay them. Ding. Congratulations to player for slaying a 5th grade void illusion rat. EXP plus 10,000, accumulated value plus 100, chi cultivation value plus 100. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining a fragment of the Eye of Truth. Only 1 fragment left, the very last one. A smile curved on Yang Lei's lips. Suddenly, Yang Lei heard a strange noise. He spun around to look, his eyes widening involuntarily. A truly massive rat. Appraisal skill. Void illusion rat king, peak 6th grade demonic beast, skilled in illusions, illusion arrays, and mental attacks. Yang Lei suddenly felt a needle-like prick in his mind. A mental attack, damn it. Yang Lei cursed under his breath, hurriedly activating the ice heart art. The void illusion rat king watched him, its eyes glaring with hatred. Yang Lei was enraged. It was only a 6th grade beast, yet it dared to provoke him. He drew the soul chaser bow. But it was no use. Another sharp pain shot through his mind, and he nearly collapsed. Shaking his head, his heart seethed with fury. Before his eyes, the void illusion rat vanished, replaced by an enormous demonic beast, a long-armed demonic ape king. Seeing this fellow, Yang Lei couldn't help but curse inwardly. This damned void illusion rat had actually conjured up the beast that had given him the most trouble. Roar! 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 At this moment, the long-armed demonic ape king pounded its chest several times with its powerful arms, like a black gorilla, then charged fiercely towards Yang Lei. Boom! A single punch slammed into the ground, instantly creating a massive crater and sending rock fragments scattering. Yang Lei couldn't help but be utterly shocked. Even though he knew it was an illusion, cold sweat still broke out on his back. What a pity his appraisal skill didn't have the function to locate the true void illusion rat. Damned illusion! Watching the long-armed demonic ape king's relentless attacks, Yang Lei dodged continuously, cursing silently in his heart. Yang Lei clearly felt his mental energy being rapidly depleted. He knew this couldn't continue, his mental energy would inevitably be exhausted. This void illusion rat was only a 6th-grade demonic beast, yet he hadn't expected it to be so troublesome. Thinking this, Yang Lei decisively sat down, closed his eyes, and focused on circulating the ice heart art. He silently chanted in his heart, "If the heart is clear as ice, fear not even if the sky falls." About half an hour later, Yang Lei opened his eyes. A smile lifted the corners of his mouth. He hadn't expected the ice heart art to break through again, reaching the 5th layer. Not only had his mental energy fully recovered, but it had also made great progress, doubling compared to before. Yang Lei's current mental energy could absolutely rival that of a late-stage martial emperor. Meanwhile, the void illusion rat king was curled up in a corner, gasping for breath. However, Yang Lei wouldn't show any mercy. He wouldn't spare the void illusion rat for pity's sake. For that 1000th eye of truth fragment, it had to die. The wind-concealed blade appeared. Wind blade 7 kills, wind cloud kill. Ding! Congratulations to player for slaying a peak 6th grade void illusion rat king. EXP plus 800,000, Chi cultivation value plus 8,000, accumulated value plus 8,000. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining a low-grade illusion skill. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining a fragment of the Eye of Truth. Finally, 1,000 fragments. 1,000 Eye of Truth fragments. This truly wasn't easy. Just as Yang Lei was brimming with excitement, the system prompt sounded again, ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining 1,000 Eye of Truth fragments. Does the player wish to synthesize the Eye of Truth? Synthesize. Of course, he had to synthesize it right now. He had slain 1,000 void illusion rats for this Eye of Truth, his hand was practically about to fall off. How could he possibly give up on synthesizing it? Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis beginning. Player, please wait. Approximately 5 minutes later, the system's voice resounded once more. These 5 minutes felt longer to Yang Lei than 5 days. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining the Eye of Truth. Success. It was a success. Yang Lei was overjoyed. But what exactly were the benefits of this Eye of Truth? Equals 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 Chapter 109, True Eagle Eye, 2, Ding. Player, do you wish to fuse with the Eye of Truth? Though he hadn't yet had the chance to examine what this Eye of Truth truly was or what its effects were, since the fusion had already begun, then so be it. Fusion initiated. Barely a minute later, the system's voice resounded again. Ding. The fusion of the Eye of Truth has activated the Eagle Eye. Do you wish to continue the fusion? Yang Lei was stunned. Fuse again? Was it going to fuse the Eagle Eye and the Eye of Truth together? Although he didn't understand why such a situation had arisen, it certainly couldn't be a bad thing. Continue fusion. 10 minutes later, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Congratulations, player, the Eye of Truth and Eagle Eye have successfully fused. You have obtained the True Eagle Eye. True Eagle Eye * able to discern all illusions and see through a person's true thoughts. Yang Lei was utterly dumbfounded. This True Eagle Eye was truly too powerful. To see through a person's true thoughts, wasn't this mind reading? And to be able to penetrate all illusions, how mighty was that? With this true eagle eye, all illusions would crumble before him, utterly useless. From now on, he wouldn't need to worry about any deceptive realms. When Yang Lei activated the true eagle eye, he discovered that the obstructive wall before him was no longer visible. Instead, a cave entrance had appeared. Meanwhile, the previous passage had transformed into a solid stone wall. Yang Lei couldn't help but inwardly feel fortunate. If he hadn't obtained the true eagle eye, he might still be blundering about. Fortunate, truly fortunate. As Yang Lei stepped forward, the pressure suddenly increased dramatically. His spiritual energy consumption surged fiercely, nearly doubling what it was before, startling Yang Lei. Clearly, this place was not as simple as it seemed. But would Yang Lei retreat because of this? Would he give up? Evidently not. Even if the pressure increased tenfold, Yang Lei would not simply abandon his pursuit. Of course, Yang Lei wasn't one to act impulsively. Such immense pressure would certainly require a period of adaptation. Thus, Yang Lei wisely chose to stop and cultivate. This time, he wouldn't just cultivate the ice heart art, he would cultivate both the ice heart art and the profound origin secret art simultaneously. Although he hadn't tried this before, Yang Lei wasn't worried. If they conflicted, he could immediately cease. Very quickly, Yang Lei entered a state of cultivation. The ice heart art rapidly circulated, and the profound origin secret art did the same. Neither art conflicted, instead, they complemented each other, their progress accelerating significantly and filling Yang Lei's heart with boundless joy. Originally, Yang Lei had only hoped that the two wouldn't conflict, but he never imagined that the ice heart art and the profound origin secret art would not only have no adverse effect but would actually mutually promote each other. How could this not make Yang Lei feel delighted and pleasantly surprised? An hour later, Yang Lei opened his eyes, a ray of light flashing within them before quickly receding. His spiritual energy once again reached its peak state. Although there was no breakthrough, he had gained immense benefit, and his spiritual energy was even more condensed and substantial than before. A breakthrough in the profound origin secret art was originally very difficult, but this time, his cultivation had progressed quite a bit. Of course, the distance to breaking through the 8th layer and entering the 9th layer was still vast. However, his true chi had become much purer, laying an extremely solid foundation for future breakthroughs. With a confident smile, Yang Lei bore the pressure and stepped into the cave entrance. Stepping inside, the pressure intensified once again. Yang Lei had no choice but to circulate his cultivation art to resist this immense force, each step appearing exceedingly arduous. However, the greater the pressure, the more excited Yang Lei became. This was how it should be to be truly challenging. Moreover, it seemed that the treasures within would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. One step, then another. The pressure here was truly beyond Yang Lei's expectations. Every step forward proved exceedingly difficult. It was not merely pressure on his spiritual energy, but pressure emanating from the very depths of his soul. The ice heart art and profound origin secret art circulated frantically. Under such pressure, Yang Lei's potential was completely stimulated. A portion of the dragon blood he had previously absorbed but not fully assimilated was now completely activated. Yang Lei let out a fierce roar, and the oppressive pressure immediately diminished significantly, his steps becoming much lighter. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he quickly settled into a stable rhythm. The true eagle eye activated accordingly. Sure enough, there were still illusions here. The moment he activated the true eagle eye, the scene before his eyes almost completely changed. The winding passage transformed into a grand hall, akin to a cave dwelling. In the center was a spring, and hovering above its eye was a white pearl. A spirit spring. It's a spirit spring again. No wonder the spiritual energy is so incredibly dense. Witnessing the scene before him, Yang Lei was incomparably shocked. The spiritual energy of that spring was almost a tangible, viscous liquid, revealing just how incredibly dense it was. Appraisal skill. Ding. Appraisal failed. EXP plus 10,000, Chi cultivation value plus 100, accumulation points plus 100, proficiency increased. It failed again, leaving Yang Lei extremely surprised. It seemed this white pearl was no simple item. His appraisal skill had already reached the advanced level, yet even advanced appraisal skill couldn't appraise this pearl. Very obviously, this pearl was extraordinary. If once wasn't enough, he'd try again. Appraisal skill. Appraisal failed. And failed again. Yang Lei was not one to be disheartened. If it failed once, he'd try twice, if twice, then thrice. After numerous failures, his final appraisal attempt was finally successful. Ding! Congratulations, player, appraisal successful. EXP plus 1 million, accumulation points plus 10,000, chi cultivation value plus 10,000. Proficiency increased. Illusion Annihilation Pearl * a sealed treasure, capable of generating powerful illusions. It is the core of the illusion formation within the Void Illusion Cave. Another sealed item. Although it could only create illusions, its power was immense, and it was even the core of the Void Illusion Cave's illusion formation. This item was clearly not simple. Even sealed, it was already so powerful. If unsealed, just how formidable would it become? It would undoubtedly reach an extremely terrifying state. This item must be obtained, he absolutely had to obtain it. Although he had seen through the illusion, obtaining this illusion annihilation pearl was not an easy feat. Every single step forward required enduring immense pressure. Not only was there pressure from his spirit and soul, but also this incredibly dense spiritual energy. It was too abundant. The spiritual energy was almost substantial, continuously surging into his body, making it fundamentally difficult for Yang Lei to bear. Therefore, Yang Lei could only frantically circulate the profound origin secret art, relentlessly absorbing the colossal spiritual energy. Chapter 110 Illusion Extinction Pearl 1. 10 steps. Just 10 steps shy, and he would be able to touch that illusion extinction pearl. Yang Lei gritted his teeth. Just 10 steps shy, he couldn't simply give up now. As the saying went, 90 li into a 100 li journey, this was precisely his situation. He had already traversed 90 li of a 100 li journey, with only the last 10 li remaining. Enduring steadfastly would bring true victory. He took a step, an exceedingly difficult one, but now that it was done, only 9 steps remained. After this step, Yang Lei had no choice but to stop, sitting cross-legged to circulate his cultivation art and recover. Compared to walking, sitting cross-legged allowed for a much faster recovery. Under such pressure, Yang Lei's spiritual force was tempered rapidly. His ice heart art had already reached the peak of the 5th layer and would soon break through once more. He didn't know how much time had passed, an hour, a day, or even 10 days, before Yang Lei once again recovered to his peak state. He then continued forward, taking another step. Yet, this single step alone caused him to deplete more than half of his spiritual force and true chi. Helplessly, after each successive step, he would need to sit down and recover. Sitting cross-legged, with his 5 hearts facing the heavens. His profound origin secret art and ice heart art circulated ceaselessly. 1 grand cycle, 2 grand cycles. After a full 49 grand cycles, Yang Lei felt his bottleneck loosen. Immediately after, a tiny breach appeared, a small opening like a needle hole. And just as 1,000 li dike collapses from an ant hole, this small, needle hole-like crack was enough for Yang Lei's true chi to pour in and shatter it. All his true chi, like a surging flood, powerfully broke through the barrier. His profound origin secret art had broken through. Completing a new grand cycle, the profound origin secret art thoroughly broke through the 8th layer and entered the 9th. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your profound origin secret art has leveled up. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your ice heart art has leveled up. As the profound origin secret art leveled up, the ice heart art also advanced, leaving Yang Lei utterly astonished and delighted. This was completely unexpected, a dual breakthrough. His ice heart art had also reached the 6th layer. Before he could fully react, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your cultivation level has increased, advancing to the 7th stage of Martial King. This was truly a domino effect. Breaking through the profound origin secret art's 8th layer to the 9th, he hadn't expected not only his ice heart art to reach the 6th layer, but also the bottleneck of the 6th stage Martial King to be shattered, allowing him to enter the 7th stage Martial King. The 6th and 7th stages of Martial King represented a subtle yet significant dividing line. Entering the 7th stage Martial King also meant entering the late stage Martial King realm. Once one reached the late stage Martial King, their strength nearly doubled compared to before. Of course, that was for ordinary Martial King realm cultivators. For Yang Lei, his prior breakthrough of the profound origin secret art to the 9th layer had already increased his chi capacity several-fold. Coupled with his current breakthrough from mid-stage Martial King to late stage, his current strength, compared to before, had undergone a tremendous transformation. His combat power had roughly multiplied by 9 compared to just moments ago. At this moment, if Yang Lei were to face a mid-stage martial emperor, he would undoubtedly defeat and slay them. With his cultivation significantly advanced, Yang Lei opened his eyes. A flash of bright light, like an arrow beam, shot out instantly before vanishing. At this moment, Yang Lei stood up, feeling the pressure had diminished several times over. Only 8 steps remained, just 8 steps, and he would be able to reach that illusion extinction pearl. Now that Yang Lei's cultivation had broken through and the pressure had diminished, he quickly took a step, which felt remarkably light. Taking another step, only 6 steps remained. Having taken 2 consecutive steps, the pressure had increased significantly, causing Yang Lei to deplete too much. Sitting down to recover was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, a cautious boat sails for 10,000 years, who could know if the pressure ahead might increase further? His time cultivating on Yen Mountain had instilled in Yang Lei the excellent habit of caution. Meanwhile, Yang Yu and the others had all exited the illusionary void cave by the 7th day. The only one for whom there was no news was Yang Lei. Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui were exceedingly anxious and worried. Not only them, even Yang Wudi was endlessly worried. After all, such a genius, the hope of the Yang family, if he were to perish in the illusionary void cave, what an enormous loss that would be. 10 days. It was already the 10th day, but Yang Lei still hadn't appeared. By now, Yang Yu could no longer sit still. Grand Elder, is my brother all right? Can you call him out? Yang Wudi shook his head. No. He can only rely on himself. But it's already been 10 days. Yang Yu knew clearly in her heart that even her father had only remained inside for 10 days back then, which was already the longest in history. Seeing Yang Yu's distress, Yang Wudi couldn't help but comfort her. You must believe in Xiao Lei. His aptitude is exceptional, he'll definitely be fine. Another 2 days passed, and Yang Lei still hadn't emerged. Even Yang Wudi began to grow anxious, while Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui were like ants on a hot pan. As for the others, they watched with a hint of gloating, especially Yang Wuhui. His grandson, Yang Tianlei, had been crippled by Yang Lei. Now, seeing that Yang Lei still hadn't emerged, he surmised that Yang Lei was more likely dead than alive, which brought him particular satisfaction. Elder brother, close the cave dwelling. That brat Yang Lei still hasn't come out. He probably got overconfident and delved too deep, exhausting his spiritual force and dying inside. Yang Wuhui said. Yang Wudi glared at him. Silence. We will continue to wait. Don't talk about 10 days, we will wait for 20 days if necessary. Another 2 days passed, and it was now the 15th day. Even Yang Wudi began to have doubts in his heart. Could Yang Lei truly have died inside? Elder brother, it's been 15 days already, and he still hasn't come out. No matter how high his talent, it's impossible for him to endure for 15 days, right? Yang Wuhui spoke again. Yang Wudi, however, still persisted. Looking at Yang Wuhui, he said, you don't need to say more. We will wait for another 15 days. If he still hasn't emerged after 15 more days, then we will close the cave dwelling. As for Yang Lei, after sitting down and completing his recovery, he quickly took another step forward. As this step was taken, the pressure, just like before, intensified once more, and his consumption naturally increased as well. Another step. Now, only 4 steps remained between him and the illusion extinction pearl. 3 steps. 2 steps. At this moment, Yang Lei once again withstood the pressure. Continuously depleting, continuously recovering, Yang Lei thus took the final step. Only 1 step remained, just a short step. Yang Lei felt that he had reached his limit. He could see that only 1 short step remained, but whether he could take it, he wasn't sure. The pressure he currently felt had reached its absolute peak. Chapter 111 Illusory Annihilation Pearl. 2. At this moment, sweat poured from him like rain, his entire body felt burdened by 1,000 gen of weight, making it impossible to take even a single step. To retreat? To abandon it? No, absolutely not. With only one final step remaining, he absolutely could not give up. Yang Lei gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed crimson. Huh! Yang Lei suddenly roared, taking a step, finally completing the last stride. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have passed the trial of the Illusory Annihilation Pearl and obtained the Illusory Annihilation Pearl. At this moment, the system's voice resounded, but Yang Lei could no longer hear it. Due to the extreme depletion of his spiritual energy and Jinqi, Yang Lei had already fainted. Meanwhile, the Illusory Annihilation Pearl slowly floated up from the spiritual spring, emitting a white radiance as it came to rest above Yang Lei's head. It continuously healed Yang Lei's injured meridians, restoring his spiritual energy and Jinqi. Afterward, it transformed into a streak of white light and plunged into the spot between Yang Lei's brows. At the entrance of the illusory void cave. It's the 29th. This is already the 29th day. Yang Wudi gazed at the cave entrance, muttering to himself. Although he didn't speak it aloud and clung to a sliver of hope, deep down, he presumed the worst. Eldest brother, it's already the 29th day. That brat still hasn't emerged. All hope is lost. 29 days, even with the highest talent, it's impossible to persevere for so long. Yang Wuhui said indifferently. Waiting at the entrance of the illusory void cave at this time were Yang Wudi, Yang Wuhui, and Yang Wuyin, the three elders, as well as Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui. Everyone else had already departed. In any case, there's only 1 day left. If he still hasn't emerged by tomorrow, then we'll close the cave abode. Yang Wudi sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. 30 days. The highest record was only 10 days. If he didn't emerge after waiting for a full month, there would truly be no need to wait any longer. The next day. 30 days have passed. Close the cave. Yang Wudi waved his hand helplessly. 30 days without Yang Lei emerging, his last sliver of hope had also shattered. As the cave abode closed, Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui's hearts turned to ashes. Rumble. At this moment, a loud sound came from within the illusory void cave. What's that sound? What's happening? Yang Wudi and the others were startled. Could it be that Yang Lei is still alive, and is attacking the cave entrance because it was closed? Quickly open the cave entrance. Yang Wuyin shouted. Yang Wudi and Yang Wuyin joined forces, and the cave entrance opened once again. As expected, Yang Lei held the wind concealment blade in his hand, about to attack the cave entrance. Everyone was overjoyed at the sight, never having expected Yang Lei to truly be alive. Good lad. Yang Wudi couldn't help but shout loudly. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, you brat. Yang Lei strode out of the illusory void cave, and his cultivation, which had been suppressed by the illusory void cave, immediately began to surge. Martial King 8th stage. Martial King 9th stage. Martial King Grand Completion. It stopped upon reaching Martial King Grand Completion. Yang Lei's foundation was too profound, even without the suppression of the illusory void cave, the massive energy absorbed within his body only allowed him to break through to Martial King Grand Completion. I made everyone worry. Yang Lei looked at everyone's concerned expressions, his heart deeply touched. It's good that you came out, it's good that you came out. Yang Lei looked at Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui. Both women's cultivation had greatly increased. Yang Yu had already entered the Martial King 4th stage, while Yang Qingshui had also entered the Martial King 1st stage. This made Yang Lei sigh in admiration that the illusory void cave was indeed powerful. Little Lei, what exactly did you encounter inside? Why did it take you so long to come out? Yang Wudi asked. This was a topic everyone was extremely concerned about. The illusory void rat. What? You encountered the illusory void rat? Yang Wudi was shocked. Encountering the illusory void rat meant entering the deepest part of the illusory void cave. Only the Yang family's founding ancestor had ever managed to reach that far. Yang Lei nodded lightly. Today, the illusions within the illusory void cave are no more. Therefore, entering the illusory void cave no longer requires worrying about depleting one's spiritual energy and dying. You dispelled the illusion array inside? This. how is this possible? Even a martial god couldn't possibly do that. Yang Wudi was utterly shocked. As the Yang family's great elder, he naturally understood best what the illusion array in the deepest part of the illusory void cave meant. This illusion array was extremely powerful. If not for its interference, the Yang family would be at least much stronger than it currently was. Once the illusion array's interference was gone, the illusory void cave would truly become a genuine cultivation holy land, and Yang family disciples would be able to advance 1,000 li in a single day. Yang Lei rolled his eyes. He certainly couldn't tell him that he possessed the eye of truth, which meant all illusions could not escape his spiritual eye, and that was how he dispelled the illusion array. These matters, as well as the illusory annihilation pearl, were absolutely not to be spoken of. Because I am unaffected by illusions, that's how I was able to break the illusion array. Yang Lei could only explain it this way. As for other things, there was no need to elaborate. The more he said, the easier it would be to reveal too much. And the fact that he was completely unaffected by illusions was indeed true. Unaffected by illusions, so that's how it is. Although he wasn't entirely clear why Yang Lei was unaffected by illusions, for Yang Lei to dispel the illusions, this was the only explanation that made sense. You saw everything inside the illusory void cave. What's in there? Everyone was very curious about this. Yang Lei looked around at everyone. This might be difficult to speak about. If it were to get out, it could greatly impact our Yang family. Little Lei, come with me. Hearing this, Yang Wudi remembered the great importance of the matter. Such secrets were better known by as few people as possible, as the illusory void cave could be said to be the foundation of the Yang family. Although Yang Yu and the others wanted to know the specific situation, they understood its grave importance and did not say anything more. Yang Lei followed Yang Wudi to a quiet room. Furthermore, Yang Wudi set up an array formation, only then feeling at ease. Grandfather, this time, our Yang family is about to rise. Little Lei, tell me the truth. What did you encounter inside the illusory void cave? Yang Wudi asked with a serious tone. A spiritual spring. What? Yang Wudi almost fell to the ground. A spiritual spring, what was that? Yang Wudi naturally understood it far too well. A single spiritual spring was something even small sects lacked. Those who possessed spiritual springs were, without a doubt, major sects and great factions. Equals 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 Chapter 112. Yang Yu returns. A single spirit spring could nurture countless experts, allowing a sect to prosper for myriad generations. While this might be a slight exaggeration, if a faction were to possess such a spirit spring, it could absolutely ascend to the apex of power within a century, flourishing beyond compare. And if the Yang family's void illusory cave truly harbored a spirit spring, then within 50 years, the Yang family would unquestionably become the true sovereign of the Qianyuan kingdom, with the 3 other great families and the imperial household suppressed to the point of suffocation. You're not joking, are you? Do you even know what a spirit spring is? Observing Yang Wudi's skeptical demeanor, Yang Lei found himself understanding. After all, a spirit spring was far too crucial. Great Elder, I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, you can personally enter and inspect it. Otherwise, do you think our Yang family's void illusory cave would possess such abundant spiritual qi? If what you say is true, then our Yang family has truly been blessed by the heavens. Yang Wudi saw that Yang Lei did not appear to be lying, and thus he believed him. Little Lei, this matter is of immense importance. It absolutely cannot be revealed, or else, if those great sects were to learn of it, our Yang family would surely face a great calamity. Yang Wudi spoke with a grave and solemn tone. This spirit spring, though a treasure, indeed, a heaven-defying treasure that could allow the Yang family to ascend to greatness in a single step, might also bring about their clan's utter destruction. The saying fortune and misfortune walk hand in hand perfectly described this very principle. Once the existence of the Yang family's spirit spring was revealed, it would undoubtedly unleash a storm of blood and gore. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand these matters. Yang Lei nodded lightly. Now, let's go to the void illusory cave to see if there truly is a spirit spring. If there is, we must immediately set up a protective array formation. It cannot be exposed, or else, great trouble will ensue. Yang Wudi understood clearly in his heart that this spirit spring, while a treasure, could also become an immense disaster. All right. Yang Lei nodded. Fifth brother, let's open the void illusory cave. The two once again approached the entrance of the void illusory cave, with Yang Wuyin also at their side. Yang Wuyin nodded lightly. Though he didn't know why they were opening the void illusory cave yet again, he had a strong inkling it was related to Yang Lei's prolonged stay within. Void illusory cave, open. The three simultaneously entered. Be careful. Yang Wuyin felt a surge of nervousness. This was not his first entry into the void illusory cave, and the scenes he'd encountered during his initial venture were still vivid in his memory. Each time one entered, a rigorous trial awaited. But Yang Lei merely smiled and said, Fifth Elder, there's no need to be so nervous. I've already broken the illusion array within. This illusory extinction pearl was the core of the void illusory cave's illusion array. With its absence, the illusion array within naturally vanished. Although the illusion array was gone, the inherent pressure of the place still persisted. The deeper one ventured, the greater the pressure became. However, for Yang Lei, it was nothing significant. Of course, the pressure Yang Wudi and the others encountered would not be the same as what Yang Lei had previously experienced. This void illusory cave had another peculiar characteristic: the higher one's cultivation realm, the greater the pressure they would face. Both Yang Wudi and Yang Wuyin were martial saints, so the pressure they experienced was naturally far greater than what Yang Lei faced. After walking for a stretch, both Yang Wudi and Yang Wuyin were drenched in sweat, almost at their limits, while Yang Lei remained as before, showing no discernible signs of fatigue. I say, little Lei, is it still much further? This is truly too exhausting, the pressure is immense. If we go on, your great elder and I might not be able to endure it. Yang Wuyin gasped heavily. Having reached this point, the pressure was enormous, and the expenditure of energy was equally great. With each step forward, the pressure intensified further, though at least there were no longer any illusory scenes like before. It's not that far now. We've only covered half the journey, Yang Lei estimated and said. What did you say? Half the journey? Yang Wudi's eyes also widened. Only half the way? If they continued like this, they would collapse from exhaustion before even reaching their destination. Are you sure you're not intentionally toying with us? Hearing this, Yang Lei was torn between laughter and tears. Great elder, fifth elder, I'm telling the truth. The distance remaining inside is truly that far. It took me nearly 3 days to reach it the first time. You little brat, you're not even sweating or panting. Could it be that your true qi is even more abundant than ours? Yang Wuyin decisively sat down, slowly regulating his breathing. Yang Lei nodded lightly. His true qi was indeed far more abundant than that of ordinary people. A martial king at grand completion stage absolutely possessed far more abundant true qi than even a mid-stage martial emperor. Big brother, I think we're done for, Yang Wuyin said after regulating his breathing. In our current state, we fundamentally cannot reach that place. Let's just go back. Even if there's some heaven-shaking rare treasure inside, we can't take it. Furthermore, no one inside could even retrieve it. Yang Wudi nodded in agreement. Although the illusions were gone, the pressure still remained. To reach that far place was fundamentally unrealistic. Even now, each step was arduous, and the pressure inside was steadily increasing. If, as Yang Lei said, more than half the distance to the spirit spring still remained, then they fundamentally could not persevere. What's wrong, two grandfathers? Are you planning to give up halfway? Yang Lei asked, looking at them. No, it's not working. The pressure here is too great, Yang Wuyin said with a touch of envy. We don't know what kind of freakish anomaly you are, completely unconcerned by the pressure here. Yang Lei looked at Yang Wudi and Yang Wuyin, and indeed, he felt his own pressure was negligible. There were two possibilities for this. First, his unique physique, further strengthened by cultivating the iron shirt, made his body exceptionally robust. Second, he had obtained the illusory extinction pearl, which provided immense assistance in resisting the internal pressure. In that case, two grandfathers, should we return? Yang Lei asked again. Let's return. Even if that thing truly exists, there's no need to set up any protective array, Yang Wudi said, waving his hand. Even though there are no illusions here, the pressure remains. Unless one is as abnormal as you, little brat, it's simply impossible to enter. All right. After the three had rested well, they returned along the old path. equals 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 chapter 113, Cunning Zhang-yi. 1. Lad, remember this matter must absolutely not be spread outside, otherwise, my Yang clan will be in grave danger. As they parted ways, Yang Wudi cautioned him once more. I know, Grandpa, you've said it many times. Yang Lei said helplessly. Isn't this a grave matter? After Yang Lei left, Yang Wugan asked, Big brother, what exactly happened? The fewer people know about this matter, the better. In short, if outsiders were to know, our Yang clan would likely face destruction. So, don't ask any more. Yang Wudi said after a moment's thought. Seeing his big brother refused to speak further, Yang Wugan had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Exiting the ethereal mirage cave, Yang Lei walked along the main street. It had been several days since he last visited his master, Zhang Yi. Yang Lei headed towards Zhang Yi's shop. Just then, a luxurious carriage passed by. Yang Lei glanced over, and the person inside the carriage was none other than valiant King Yang Yu, his father in this world. He's returned. Didn't he go into secluded cultivation? Could his cultivation have broken through? He remembered that Yang Yu's cultivation had previously reached the martial Saint Grand Perfection realm. Could his cultivation have broken through again, entering the martial God realm? After his return, what kind of attitude would he have towards him? Would he try to win him over, to vindicate his mother's name? Or would he continue to be indifferent? If he truly intended to win him over, what should he do? Agree or disagree? For a moment, Yang Lei's emotions were quite complex. However, no matter what, a choice would eventually have to be made regarding all this. At the very least, in Yang Lei's view, his mother must be vindicated. This was what a son must do. Even if his soul wasn't truly hers, this body was indeed hers, carrying her bloodline. After Yang Yu's carriage disappeared at the end of the street, only then did Yang Lei head towards his master Zhang Yi's shop. Master. As soon as he entered the shop, he saw Zhang Yi leisurely sipping tea. Not bad, not bad. You've actually reached the martial King Grand Perfection realm. As soon as Yang Lei stepped in, Zhang Yi saw through his cultivation. He was extremely astonished, not expecting Yang Lei to have broken through again in such a short time, reaching the martial King realm, and moreover, martial King Grand Perfection. This left him utterly astonished, but he showed no trace of shock on his face. Master, I apologize. I didn't tell you before, but your disciple is a member of the Yang clan. This time, I couldn't come to receive your guidance because I was participating in a family trial. Yang Lei said, looking at Zhang Yi. A Yang clan disciple, participating in a family trial. So that's how it is. As soon as Zhang Yi heard Yang Lei say he was a Yang clan disciple and had participated in a family trial, he understood why Yang Lei's cultivation had progressed so quickly. He knew a thing or two about the Yang clan's ethereal mirage cave. Such cultivation secret realms were not uncommon in the Profound Mystery sect. Among them, the largest and most formidable was the Profound Mystery secret realm. 1 day of cultivation within the Profound Mystery secret realm was nearly equivalent to 1 year in the real world. For those with high aptitude, cultivating within for a few years and breaking through several realms was merely a trivial matter. However, for Yang Lei to directly break through an entire major realm, from martial master to martial king, was already considered exceptionally outstanding in the Yang clan. The same held true for the Qianyuan kingdom. It was estimated that there were basically very few people with better aptitude than him. Furthermore, he was still young, only 16 years old. A 16-year-old peak martial king was also considered an exceptionally promising disciple in the Profound Mystery sect. The key was that this fellow also possessed immense talent in carving, and it was this very point that Zhang Yi valued above all else. As an elder of the Profound Mystery sect, finding a disciple with extraordinary intelligence was not difficult. But the key was that they also had to possess immense talent in carving. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Yi had never taken on a personal disciple. How has your carving practice been? Now, carve something for me to see. Yes, master. Yang Lei took out his carving knife and picked up a piece of wood. Various primal forms of demonic beasts flashed through his mind, and he finally chose a third-rank demonic beast, the spotted deer. Every movement of the spotted deer appeared in his mind, its form, its actions, its walking gait, its very essence. Carving art. The knife rose, and instantly moved like a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. Each stroke was incredibly swift, making it impossible for anyone to follow. While carving, Yang Lei became completely engrossed, forgetting everything else. Only the image of the spotted deer, fleeing for its life, remained in his mind. One stroke, another stroke. 10 minutes passed, and Yang Lei was still carving. Half an hour later, the spotted deer was more than halfway complete. Finally, after an hour, the carving of the spotted deer was complete. The final stroke fell, like dotting the eyes of a dragon to bring it to life, perfecting it. Ding! Congratulations, player, for carving a perfect grade spotted deer sculpture. EXP plus 10,000, accumulated points plus 100, Chi cultivation plus 100, proficiency increased. The system's voice left Yang Lei utterly astonished. A perfect grade carving. No wonder, even though it was only a carving of a third-rank demonic beast, the EXP reached 10,000. He examined the carving in his hand. It was remarkably lifelike, especially its fleeing posture. That profound sense of fleeing for its life was completely captured. Perfect, it truly was perfect. Even Yang Lei couldn't believe that he had actually completed such a masterpiece. This piece was, without a doubt, the most perfect work he had created since he began learning carving. Master, this is my work. Yang Lei respectfully presented the carving in his hand to Zhang Yi. Watching Yang Lei carve, Zhang Yi already knew of his disciple's progress. It wasn't just in cultivation, but also in his control of spiritual power and his perception of objects. All had risen to another level. And looking at the wooden sculpture before him, Zhang Yi believed that at Yang Lei's current stage, he himself absolutely could not have carved it. Not bad, not bad. This carving is indeed quite good, it can be considered perfect. But you must not become complacent. You must know that the demonic beast you carved is only third rank. If you can carve a sacred beast to perfection, then you can be considered to have graduated from my tutelage. Your disciple understands, Master. Yang Lei understood clearly in his heart that his ability to carve a third-rank demonic beast to such a degree this one time was entirely due to luck. He might not necessarily be able to replicate it next time. Equals 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 Chapter 114, Crafty Zhang Yi. 2. It's good that you know. You must continue to strive in the future. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. The path ahead you must walk and explore yourself. As your master, I cannot teach you too much. At this moment, Trong Dat stood up and walked towards a counter not far away. Master, you cannot say that. This disciple still has much to learn, and many points of confusion that I need to ask you about. Dung Loi quickly spoke upon hearing him. Are you kidding? A martial god-level backing like this, not clinging to it tightly? Wouldn't that be foolish? With such a patron, even wiping one's backside would be carefree in the future. Brandishing master's name, swaggering about, robbing homes, ambushing travelers, how exhilarating that would be. Keeping all the benefits for oneself, and letting master handle all the trouble, that would be truly wonderful. What's more, I level up by slaying monsters. If I accidentally kill someone with powerful backing, wouldn't master have to step in and resolve it? If Trong Dat knew what Dung Loi was thinking internally, he would probably flip out and directly exterminate this unfilial disciple. Trong Dat turned around, holding a box in his hand. Hearing Dung Loi's words, he couldn't help but shake his head. If you want your master to teach you everything, then ultimately you will achieve nothing. You will never surpass me. In fact, you won't even be able to graduate from my tutelage. Graduate from tutelage? To carve a perfect Saint Beast level artifact? Are you kidding? My current strength is still far too weak. A single Saint Beast could wipe me out several times over. Last time, when I encountered the Truong Ti Ma Hao Hong, if I hadn't possessed two wings, if Dung Vo Dike and Dung Vo Non hadn't arrived in time, my little life would have been lost long ago. If I want to carve a Saint Beast, my cultivation must reach Martial Saint. And if I want to carve a perfect Saint Beast level artifact, my cultivation must at least reach the mid-stage Martial Saint, which is Martial Saint 4th stage or higher. Otherwise, it's simply impossible. Therefore, Dung Loi understood all of this as clearly as a mirror. Master, that's not what this disciple meant. Not that? What do you mean? Trong Dat said, smiling knowingly as he looked at him. An old fox never dies. Who was Trong Dat? An existence who had lived for hundreds of years. How could he not see through Dung Loi's little scheme? Master, look at this disciple's meager cultivation. I'm merely at the martial king realm. If I encounter powerful demonic beasts or formidable opponents, I might lose my life. Therefore, this disciple still needs to rely on your esteemed self, to bask in your glorious radiance. What if this disciple goes out and is easily clobbered to death by someone? Wouldn't your esteemed self lose face? He had previously heard Trong Dat say that he intended to leave. If he didn't act quickly to get something out of him, wouldn't it be a huge loss? You little rascal. In the end, you brat, you just want to rely on me to squeeze something out, don't you? Trong Dat cut him off before he could continue speaking. This. Dung Loi awkwardly scratched his head. Alright, you brat. As if I don't understand you. I only need a glance to know what kind of character you are. Trong Dat laughed and chided. This is for you. After speaking, he tossed the box in his hand to Dung Loi. Master, what is this? Open it yourself and you'll know, won't you? Trong Dat didn't explain. Then he took out a jade token. Meanwhile, Dung Loi had just opened the box and discovered a white inner garment inside. He reached in and touched it. It was truly cool, feeling very comfortable. He was immediately startled and picked it up to hold in his hand. This is... Indeed, that is an inner garment crafted from heaven silkworm silk. Impervious to blades and spears, immune to water and fire, it possesses very strong defensive power, Trong Dat explained. A good item, indeed. Dung Loi immediately put it away. Then Trong Dat also handed over the jade token in his hand. Master, what is this jade token? Dung Loi took it in his hand and appraised it for a moment. Carved on this jade token was a bamboo grove, its jade green surface adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a compelling spiritual aura. Clearly, this jade token was also a good item. Wearing it could calm the mind and stabilize qi, providing great benefits for cultivators. However, it was still a step below the jade pendant Tu Chu had given him previously. In the future, if anything happens, you can bring this jade token to find me at Xuanji sect, Trong Dat said. This jade token is my personal token. Moreover, wearing it will be beneficial for your cultivation. Master, are you from the Xuanji sect? Dung Loi heard Trong Dat finally reveal his background. Although he already knew internally that Trong Dat was an elder of the Xuanji sect, he still feigned a shocked expression. Your master is an elder of the Xuanji sect. This time, I came to the Tsan Nguyen Kingdom on official business. I didn't expect to linger here for several months and even take on a disciple. However, you haven't disappointed me. You are very diligent in carving and possess talent. I am very pleased, Trong Dat said, looking at Dung Loi. Since you are a disciple of the Yang clan, you will undoubtedly participate in the Xuanji sect's upcoming Fengyun selection. With your current strength, you should be able to pass the selection. There are several exceptionally talented individuals in this selection, so even if you don't get selected, it's no problem. Just bring this jade token directly to the Xuanji sect to find me. Of course, I still hope you won't need to use this jade token. Dung Loi secretly rejoiced upon hearing this. This master still cared about him deeply. He was arranging a back door for him, worried that he wouldn't pass the Fengyun selection, hence this arrangement. However, for Dung Loi, passing the Fengyun selection was a certainty. He was absolutely confident. Even if he encountered a martial emperor, he wouldn't be worried. His cultivation was already at the great perfection of martial king. If he unleashed the 5 slashes of Windblade's 7 kills combined, he might even be able to defeat a late-stage martial emperor. If he could obtain the 3rd volume of the Iron Cloth Shirt before then as long as he didn't encounter a martial sovereign-level expert, there would be absolutely no problem. Master, this means you have no confidence in your disciple. However, Master, do you have any spiritual elixirs or miraculous medicines you could give this disciple to consume, to allow me to break through Martial King and enter the Martial Emperor realm in one fell swoop? If that were the case, there would be absolutely no need to worry. Just think, a 16-year-old Martial Emperor, even if he didn't participate in the selection, he would still be specially recruited, wouldn't he? Dung Loi said with a chuckle. equals 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 chapter 115, Yanbing's ambush. 1. You little rascal, I sometimes wonder if taking you as my disciple was a mistake. Seeing Yang Lei's demeanor, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head. But Yang Lei merely smiled. How could that be? Master, you are so resourceful. Just wait and see, you will certainly be proud of this disciple of yours in the future. Alright, enough chatter. You may leave. Don't come back later either, I must return to the Xuanji sect. Zhang Yi said, waving his hand dismissively. Master, are you returning to the Xuanji sect now? Zhang Yi nodded lightly. I'll stay for 2 more days. Do you have anything else to say? If so, speak quickly. Then, Master, your status within the Xuanji sect must be quite high, right? Yang Lei spoke again. What exactly are you trying to say? Don't beat around the bush. Although your master may seem helpless, I still hold some standing within the Xuanji sect. Zhang Yi replied. I mean, Master, could you help me look after someone in the Xuanji sect? No, it should be 2 people. Yang Lei pondered for a moment before speaking. Look after whom? Speak. Such a small matter, your master can still help you with it. Although he didn't know who this disciple wanted him to look after, their status certainly wouldn't be high, otherwise, there would be no need for his personal care. For him, this was merely a trivial matter. An, Dongfang Xiaoyu, and another person who follows her, named Xiaoyu, Yang Xiaoyu. Yang Lei didn't know who Dongfang Xiaoyu had formally acknowledged as her master in the Xuanji sect, so he wasn't very clear about her specific situation. Dongfang Xiaoyu, let me see. I seem to have some impression of her. Ah, yes, she's that last Lian Yiting's disciple. Master, you know Sister Xiaoyu's master? Hearing this, Yang Lei hastily asked. If Zhang Yi knew Dongfang Xiaoyu's master, then nothing could be better. Know her? How could I not know her? If Dongfang Xiaoyu is that lass's disciple, does she still need me to look after her? Zhang Yi said calmly, looking at Yang Lei. The main one is that girl Yang Xiaoyu. She's my personal maid, and can be considered your future daughter-in-law, Master, so you have to look after her, right? Yang Lei chuckled cheekily. Fine. I'll help you look after them. Is there anything else? If so, say it all at once, don't dither. I don't have that much time to waste on you. Zhang Yi said this, but inwardly, he mused that his disciple seemed to have rather abundant romantic luck. In the future, he too would be considered to have spread his family's branches and leaves, he probably wouldn't lack grand-disciples and great-grand-disciples. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi still felt quite delighted. Recalling his formerly desolate mountain peak, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There's nothing else. As long as Master helps look after Sister Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu so they aren't bullied, that's all. There's nothing else. Yang Lei shook his head, saying that they just needed to not be bullied before he arrived at the Xuanji sect. Truly nothing else? If not, you may leave. Zhang Yi reminded him again. There's nothing left. Suddenly, Yang Lei slapped his head. Ah, right, Master, could you conveniently relay a message to them? Tell them I'm doing very well. Also, please take these 4 wooden carvings with you. Yang Lei took out 4 wooden carvings he had previously carved, one was of Yang Xiaoyu, one of Dongfang Xiaoyu, and the other 2 were of Yang Lei himself. And, that's a small matter. Is there anything else now? No, no. Yang Lei gave an embarrassed smile and waved his hand. And, this time there's truly nothing else, right? If there is again, I won't help you. Zhang Yi put away the items, looking at his disciple with utter helplessness. This time there's truly nothing left. So, Master, I'll be leaving now. May you have a safe journey. Having said that, Yang Lei turned around and walked out of the shop. There was still over a month until the wind and cloud selection. In this time, he could perhaps break through the martial king great perfection realm and enter the early martial emperor stage. Once he reached the martial emperor realm, then securing first place in this wind and cloud selection would likely be no problem. Yang Lei walked and pondered. It wasn't just about the wind and cloud selection, but also about Yang Yu. He wondered how Yang Yu would treat him. However, Yang Lei had some understanding of this father, the majestic king. Previously, he had been neglected, firstly because he was born of a concubine, and secondly because he possessed no innate cultivation talent, unable to cultivate, which brought disgrace upon the majestic king's reputation. But today, he had successfully cultivated, even the majestic king's talent couldn't compare to his. This, perhaps, would earn him some respect. Unknowingly, Yang Lei found himself entering a small alley. He took a closer look. No, something was amiss. A formation. This is a formation. Yang Lei thought. How did I unwittingly wander into such a small alley? Who wants to deal with me? He didn't have many enemies, the imperial third prince Jian Wuyong, the noble Wang Kuei, his father Yang Tianxing Yang Bing, and Yang Tianlei. Among these four, the ones with the deepest hatred for Yang Lei were his father, Yang Tianxing Yang Bing, and Yang Tianlei. But here, which of the four was it? He would have to wait for them to emerge to know. However, Yang Lei wasn't worried for now, as long as a martial saint didn't appear, he would have a chance. Who is it? Show yourselves. At that moment, several figures emerged from the alley entrance. They wore no masks. Such people were extremely confident in themselves, unafraid of exposure. One had to know who Yang Lei was, today's most esteemed genius of the Yang family. If he were to escape, it would undoubtedly lead to brutal repercussions, it could be said to be a fight to the death. Yang Bing? Clearly seeing the approaching figures, Yang Lei's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, it was him. Yang Lei, you killed my son. Today, I demand your life in return. Yang Bing glared at Yang Lei, gnashing his teeth. A few days ago, I had no opportunity, but this time, you must die. I will tear your body into 10,000 pieces to appease my son's spirit in the heavens. Are you not afraid of the great elder? Yang Lei eyed him coldly, then cast an appraisal art. These people's cultivation levels were not low, one was a 9th stage martial emperor, one a 2nd stage martial emperor, one a martial king great perfection, and Yang Bing himself was a martial sovereign. Truly a grand scheme to push him into a deadly trap. The great elder, humph. How would the great elder ever know? Yang Bing snorted coldly. Equals 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 Chapter 116, Yang Bing's Interception and Pursuit. 2. Rise. The four immediately tried to encircle Yang Lei, but how could Yang Lei allow them to have their way? It was no joke, once trapped, he would be in deep trouble. True eagle eye. To escape, he first needed to see through this array formation. It was a simple illusion array, and with his true eagle eye activated, it posed no problem at all. The path out. Seeing the escape route, Yang Lei no longer worried. Wings. Yang Lei roared softly, unfurling his wings and moving towards the exit. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Seeing that Yang Lei clearly possessed such a treasure, Yang Bing immediately roared. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Star Guiding Moon Pulling. At this moment, Yang Lei had not yet fully ascended. Seeing Yang Bing launch a full force attack, he immediately pulled out his life-saving trump card, the torrential pear blossom needles. His finger lightly pressed, activating the mechanism. Let me show you the might of the torrential pear blossom needles. No sooner had he spoken than a swish, swish, swish resounded, and countless ox hair needles rained down towards the four men. Yang Bing was horrified at the sight. He immediately pulled one of his subordinates in front of him, using him as a shield. Of the four, 3 instantly perished, leaving only Yang Bing. Yang Bing broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't seen the precarious situation and pulled a subordinate in front of him, he would have met the same fate as them. Damn it! Yang Bing furiously threw a punch, instantly shattering a large rock. Meanwhile, Yang Lei had already flown far away. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying a 9th stage martial emperor realm martial artist. EXP plus 8 million, G cultivation value plus 80,000, merit points plus 80,000. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying a 2nd stage martial emperor realm martial artist. EXP plus 2 million, G cultivation value plus 20,000, merit points plus 20,000. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying a great perfection martial king realm martial artist. EXP plus 900,000, G cultivation value plus 9,000, merit points plus 9,000. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining the basic 4 spirits confinement array. The system's voice left Yang Lei speechless. Even the weakest among them was a great perfection martial king, yet he hadn't expected the rewards to be so stingy, only dropping a single array formation manual. Basic 4 spirits confinement array, a basic array formation that, when simultaneously activated by 4 people, can generate illusions to trap cultivators below the level of the array setters. This array formation required 4 people to set up, making it essentially useless to Yang Lei, a chicken rib, too wasteful to discard, yet tasteless to eat. Nevertheless, it was still considered his spoils of war, and having something was always better than nothing. As for Yang Bing, he definitely had to be dealt with. Should he tell Yang Wudi? No need. If he told him, regardless of whether Yang Wudi believed him, Yang Bing would surely be prepared, probably already in hiding, or perhaps he would collude with others. Especially Yang Tianlei. Yang Tianlei's grandfather, Yang Wuhui, as the 4th elder of the Yang family, certainly held certain privileges. Although he couldn't personally act against Yang Lei or openly hire others to deal with him, if someone willingly chose to target Yang Lei, he wouldn't interfere and would simply turn a blind eye. Exiting the small alley, Yang Lei retracted his wings. He wasn't worried at all about Yang Bing pursuing him. How could he? Yang Lei had unleashed a hidden weapon like the torrential pear blossom needles, whose power was boundless, killing 2 martial emperor realm experts and 1 great perfection martial king in a single strike. How would Yang Bing dare to pursue? While avenging his son was certainly important, his own meager life was even more so. The array formation system had opened, and the synthesis system had also opened. All of these required resources. Setting up array formations needed tools and spirit stones, and if he wanted to synthesize cultivation techniques and skills, he needed some low-grade cultivation manuals. Thus, the Long-Wind Merchant Guild was an excellent choice. Upon arriving at the Long-Wind Merchant Guild, Yang Lei didn't look for anyone else, he went straight to Zhao Yuan. Brother Yang, you haven't been here in days. Seeing Yang Lei, Zhao Yuan was overjoyed. Nowadays, Yang Lei was his personal money tree. The pills he provided had greatly enhanced the reputation of the Long-Wind Merchant Guild, even dealing a significant blow to the Zhao family, who were renowned for their own pills. If Yang Lei hadn't previously stated his desire to remain anonymous, Zhao Yuan would have long since introduced him to his superiors. Even so, despite not introducing him, Zhao Yuan's own standing had risen considerably. The elders who had previously harbored subtle criticisms towards him were now silent. I've been quite busy these past few days. Yang Lei said with a smile. I know. It's the Yang family's clan trial, isn't it? I believe, with young brother Yang's capabilities, a small clan trial certainly couldn't stop you. Zhao Yuan spoke while instructing a servant to prepare tea. Yang Lei smiled and took out some pills. These pills were not high grade, with the highest being merely profound rank 1st grade, but the quantity was nearly double that of last time. Elder brother Zhao, these are some pills I refined. Excellent, brother Yang. Your pills this time have truly resolved the Long-Wind Merchant Guild's urgent need. Zhao Yuan accepted them with immense delight. These days, more and more people were coming to the Long-Wind Merchant Guild to purchase perfect purity pills, but unfortunately, they were out of stock. Yang Lei's arrival with these pills naturally resolved this immediate crisis. Elder brother Zhao, this time, besides delivering these pills, I also need your help to procure some materials like spirit stones, and also some low-grade cultivation manuals. I'll take as many as you have. Yang Lei didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his needs. What kind of spirit stones do you need, and what grade of cultivation manuals? Zhao Yuan asked, looking at Yang Lei. For spirit stones, I need 10,000 low-grade ones, 1,000 mid-grade ones, and 100 high-grade ones. No supreme-grade ones for now. As for cultivation manuals, mortal rank will suffice. Yang Lei thought for a moment, then stated a quantity he deemed appropriate. Forgive this old brother for speaking frankly, but if brother Yang is lacking cultivation manuals, I can help you acquire some high-grade ones. Why purchase so many low-grade manuals? Zhao Yuan was exceedingly surprised by Yang Lei's request for so many low-grade cultivation manuals. After all, those mortal rank low-grade manuals were only applicable to martial practitioners, they were completely useless to anyone above that level. Yang Lei smiled and said, I am collecting these low-grade cultivation manuals to create the most suitable cultivation technique for myself. Create a cultivation technique suitable for your own cultivation? Zhao Yuan was slightly stunned, then gave a thumbs up. Brother Yang has true ambition. Alright, leave the matter of those low-grade cultivation manuals to me. Then I'll trouble elder brother. What trouble? It's a small matter. Equals 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 Chapter 117, The Mysterious Elder. 1. Brother Yang, how about a drink with this old brother today? Yang Lei also stood up. It would be my honor to obey. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Yang Lei had visited the Drunken Immortal Pavilion many times, and each time, he'd encountered trouble. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He wondered if anyone would come looking for trouble this time too. The two naturally headed to the second floor. At this hour, there were quite a few people on the second floor. They found a spot near the window, a habit of Yang Lei's. Leaning by the window, he could not only observe the goings-on outside, but also react more easily if anything were to occur. Should he encounter troublemakers, he could even effortlessly fly out. Waiter, bring us your finest wine and dishes. Zhao Yuan called out as he sat down. Alright, esteemed guests, please wait a moment. These taverns and brothels are quite profitable, why hasn't the Long Wind Merchant Guild expanded into this sector? Yang Lei casually remarked, taking a sip of wine. Zhao Yuan shook his head. Brother, it's not as easy as you say. This entire tavern industry is dominated by the Dongfeng family, while the brothels and pleasure houses are controlled by the Wang family. Although the Long Wind Merchant Guild is powerful, vying for a share with these two great families would bring no benefit, and even if we succeeded, we would suffer considerable losses. Does Brother Yang intend to get involved in this? Yang Lei heard this and shook his head. Just idle talk. I have no interest in such matters. My ambition is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. How can I be tied down by such trivial worldly affairs? Indeed. With your talent, brother, you are destined to become a martial saint, or even a martial god. Right, old brother, do you happen to know if there are any remarkable talents in this year's wind and cloud selection? This was a question Yang Lei was quite interested in. After all, knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. Understanding one's opponents before a fight never hurt. Moreover, his master, Zhang Yi, had told him that there would be some formidable opponents in this wind and cloud selection, so Yang Lei specifically inquired. You've asked the right person, brother. The Long Wind Merchant Guild, setting other things aside, has the most comprehensive intelligence network. Zhao Yuan took a gulp of wine, speaking cheerfully. But then his tone softened, and he glanced around. However, this is not the place for such talk. After we finish our drinks, we'll head back and chat. Yang Lei nodded lightly, knowing that this indeed wasn't the place for such discussions. Secrets are hard to keep when too many people know them, and many things are inconvenient to speak aloud. As the two were enjoying their drinks, an old man and a young woman entered the upper floor. The old man was about 70, with a flowing white beard, and looked somewhat like an immortal sage. The young woman was beautiful, around 17 or 18, dressed in a green dress, with a pair of bright, nimble eyes. Not simple, these two are not simple, this was Yang Lei's first impression. Hey, you old geezer. Don't you know this young master wants to pass? How dare you block my path? Are you tired of living? At this moment, a tall, slender figure in a white robe walked up from downstairs. His face was somewhat pale, clearly one of those overly indulgent types. You're the one tired of living. You clearly bumped into us yourself. The beautiful young woman, seeing this man brazenly insult her grandfather, immediately glared at him. TSK, this girl grew up quite nicely. The man's eyes lit up upon seeing the beautiful woman. He put on a lecherous, brother pig expression, practically drooling. What are you looking at? Watch it, or I'll gouge out your eyes. The beautiful woman was furious to see him looking at her so lecherously. She cried out sharply. The pale-faced man heard this and chuckled. Turns out she's a little firecracker. Zhao Xiaohuan, I like them just like that. Old man, for the sake of your granddaughter, I won't bother with you, but your granddaughter must come drink with me. Who wants to drink with you? The beautiful woman raged, delivering a kick to Zhao Xiaohuan. Zhao Xiaohuan was already depleted by wine and women. Although he possessed the cultivation of a second-stage martial master, caught completely off guard by such a kick, he immediately tumbled down the stairs. "Damn it, you wretched girl, how dare you kick me?" Instantly, Zhao Xiaohuan's furious roar echoed from downstairs. "I'll ravage you 100 times, then sell you to a brothel." "Xiao Jing, you've caused trouble again," the old man said, shaking his head, a hint of reproof in his voice. But anyone could hear the elder's doting affection for the beautiful young woman. "Those two, grandfather and granddaughter, are going to be in deep trouble," Zhao Yuan said at this point, looking up. Yang Lei glanced at him and asked, "How so?" Zhao Xiaohuan is a member of the Zhao family, the biological grandson of old Master Zhao, who dotes on him endlessly. Otherwise, do you think he could have cultivated to the martial master realm with that kind of character? His cultivation was built up by old Master Zhao expending vast amounts of spirit elixirs and wondrous medicines. Now, this grandfather and granddaughter have offended that dissolute young master of the Zhao family. How could they have a good day? How could they avoid disaster? But Yang Lei shook his head. Things aren't that simple. Those two, grandfather and granddaughter, aren't so easily bullied. Earlier, Yang Lei had used his appraisal art on the elder, only to find that he couldn't discern his strength. This meant the elder's power was far from simple. If even his advanced appraisal art couldn't see through him, how could his cultivation be anything but extraordinary? His cultivation very likely reached the martial god realm. Not only that, but the beautiful young woman was also not simple. At such a young age, her cultivation had reached the martial emperor realm, and she was even a fourth-stage martial emperor. How could such people be simple? Therefore, it might not be this grandfather and granddaughter who are unlucky, rather, that debauched young master of the Zhao family might be in for trouble. Hearing Yang Lei's words, Zhao Yuan was slightly stunned. Could that old man have some significant status? That elder's cultivation is unfathomable, and the beautiful young woman called Xiao Jing is also not weak. Her cultivation has reached the fourth stage of the martial emperor realm, she's terrifyingly powerful, Yang Lei explained. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but gasp, involuntarily drawing a sharp breath. Looking at the beautiful young woman, who appeared to be only 17 or 18, if her cultivation truly reached the martial emperor realm, then her talent was truly heaven-defying. How could someone capable of raising such a granddaughter be simple? Among the four great clans and the imperial family, he had only heard of two individuals reaching the martial emperor realm. One is Zhao Yuanshan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, also known as Zhao Xiaoi, who is 22 years old and a third-stage martial emperor. 3 years ago, during the previous wind and cloud selection, he was away on a training expedition and couldn't return, which is why he wasn't among those selected then. This time, he is the favored candidate to win the championship. Equals 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 Chapter 118, Ancient Mystery. 2. The second was Dongfang Xiaodao of the Dongfang clan, whose cultivation had also reached the third stage of martial emperor at 21 years old. 3 years prior, he had relinquished his chance at the selection because of his elder sister, Dongfang Xiaoyu. Therefore, these two were considered the top contenders for this Fengyan selection, and Yang Lei had naturally heard of both of them. Hearing Yang Lei's words, the old man was slightly surprised and glanced at him. "My young friend, how do you know such details?" Zhao Yuan asked at this moment. Could it be that Brother Yang knows this old man and his granddaughter? Yang Lei shook his head. "No, I don't. However, by my intuition, that old man is absolutely no ordinary individual. And as for the young lady called Xiao Jing, there's no need for me to elaborate, her cultivation is higher than mine." Zhao Yuan chuckled. "My young friend, there's no need to underestimate yourself. If you were to compare yourself to her, you are absolutely far more outstanding, not to mention you are even younger than her." Zhao Yuan knew very well in his heart that Yang Lei not only possessed exceptional talent but could also refine pills, and perfect grade ones at that. How many people would dare offend someone capable of refining perfect grade pills? Even some major sects would have to curry favor with such a person. The old man, with his keen hearing, was somewhat surprised to overhear their conversation. Just then, Zhao Xiaohuan approached once more, appearing utterly disheveled. His nose was bruised and swollen, gushing blood. "You scoundrel! If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not second Master Zhao." Zhao Xiaohuan roared, pointing at the old man and his granddaughter. "Guards! Kill this old man, and bring that woman to me." As several guards were about to make their move, the old man subtly frowned, then unleashed an immense aura. Scram! All of you, get out! For the sake of Zhao Fengdan, I will spare your lives this time. If I ever see you again, you can forget about living. The guards were so suppressed by that aura that they couldn't move. Zhao Xiaohuan was even less able to bear it. Moreover, hearing the old man clearly utter the name Zhao Fengdan, he was instantly terrified. Zhao Fengdan. That was the Zhao family ancestor. He had lived for several hundred years and had already broken through the 9th rank of Earth stage, entering the 1st rank of Heaven stage. 1st rank Heaven stage, that was the existence of a martial god. To dare directly call the ancestor's name like that, one could only imagine the terrifying background and origin of this old man. At this moment, Zhao Xiaohuan almost wet his pants. As soon as the old man retracted his aura, the entire group immediately scrambled out of the 2nd floor of the drunken immortal tower. Everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but gasp in shock. This old man actually dared to defy the Zhao clan, making the 2nd young master of the Zhao clan, who was usually so arrogant, appear utterly pathetic and not daring to utter another word. It was clear that the status of this old man and his granddaughter was truly extraordinary. Earlier, everyone had been praying for the young lady. Now, they didn't even dare to look, fearing that if the old man became angry, there would be nothing they could do. Such a person was certainly not someone they could afford to provoke. Zhao Yuan was also utterly astonished. He hadn't expected this old man's status to be truly terrifying. He even directly called out the Zhao family ancestor's name. It was clear that this old man's background was immense. After the old man sent Zhao Xiaohuan away with a roar, he actually walked directly towards Yang Lei and Zhao Yuan. Then, looking at Yang Lei, he spoke, "Young man, may my granddaughter and I share a table with you?" Hearing this, Yang Lei quickly said, "Senior, there's no need to be so polite. For Senior to be willing to sit with us, that is our good fortune. We couldn't be happier." Indeed, indeed. Senior is too polite. Waiter, quickly. Bring a few more bottles of fine wine, and some more dishes. Zhao Yuan, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, hurriedly called out to the waiter. "Then I thank you, young man." Saying this, the old man and the beautiful young lady called Xiao Jing sat down together. "No thanks needed, no thanks needed," Yang Lei hurriedly waved his hand. "This is but a trivial matter. Senior, for you to say such a thing, you are truly killing us with politeness." How could he refuse? Such an immensely powerful old man, whose cultivation was unfathomably high, at least at the martial god realm, how could he dare to refuse? Moreover, to be able to form a connection with such a powerful senior and forge a good karmic bond would bring immense benefits. Then this old man shall not be polite. "May I ask Senior's esteemed name?" Yang Lei continued. "My grandfather's surname is Gu, you can call him Elder Gu. My name is Gu Jing. From now on, just call me Big Sister," Gu Jing said with a sweet smile, looking at Yang Lei. Make him call her Big Sister? You must be joking. Gu Jing was only 17 or 18. While he was only 16 in this life, his actual age was over 20. "Senior Gu, Miss Jing." "What Miss Jing?" Gu Jing pouted, obviously displeased with Yang Lei's form of address. "That sounds awful. Call me Big Sister." Yang Lei looked a bit awkward. Seeing Yang Lei's expression, Gu Jing immediately became displeased and pouted, saying, "What's wrong? You can't call me Big Sister? I'm older than you. Many people want to call me Big Sister, and I don't even let them." "Xiao Jing, don't make things difficult for this young man," Elder Gu chuckled. "By the way, what is this young man's name? He hasn't told this old man yet." "Elder Gu, my name is Yang Lei," Yang Lei said. "You can just call me Xiao Lei." "My name is Zhao Yuan." "Elder Gu can also call me Xiao Yuan." "No." Gu Jing exclaimed, shaking Elder Gu's arm. "Why won't he call me Big Sister?" "Grandpa, really? I finally found a younger brother, and I want Xiao Lei to be my younger brother." Elder Gu sighed helplessly, looking at Yang Lei. "You can talk to Xiao Lei yourself. I can't help you with this." "Xiao Lei, my younger brother." Gu Jing looked at Yang Lei with hopeful eyes and a pitiful expression. "This won't do," Yang Lei firmly shook his head. "Calling me Big Brother Yang would be more appropriate. I'll call you Little Sister Jing." Letting a 17 or 18-year-old girl assume the role of his elder sister, and him calling her big sister all day? How could that be? Although recognizing her as an elder sister would definitely bring him great benefits, he could not violate his principles. Why not? She insisted. I'm older than you, and my cultivation is higher than yours. Why can't you call me big sister? It simply won't do. Yang Lei firmly shook his head. It has nothing to do with age or cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Yuan spoke up again. I say, little brother Yang, since Xiao Jing wants you to call her big sister, just call her that. After all, you are indeed younger than her. Equals 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 Chapter 119, Deepening Suspicions. Yes, elder brother Zhao is right. Zhao Yuan's words once again significantly increased Gu Jing's favorable impression of him. Call me elder sister, and I have a gift for you. This is something countless others covet, you know. Yang Lei rolled his eyes. He wasn't a child, and while treasures were tempting, as a man of honor, if he said no, then it was no. Yang Lei ignored Gu Jing and instead addressed Elder Gu. Elder Gu, you're surely not from the capital. Could your visit this time be for the Xuanji sect's triennial wind and cloud grand selection? It was clear that Elder Gu possessed such formidable cultivation that he must be a person of great influence. With his strength, even gaining entry into the Xuanji sect wouldn't be difficult. Perhaps he intended for his granddaughter, Gu Jing, to participate in this wind and cloud grand selection for the sake of experience and tempering? That, conversely, seemed quite logical. You're not mistaken. I came this time with little Jing, so she could participate in the Xuanji sect's wind and cloud grand selection and gain some tempering. Elder Gu did not conceal it, speaking directly. With young Lady Jing's fourth-stage martial emperor cultivation, she will undoubtedly rank among the highest in this wind and cloud grand selection, Yang Lei observed. I told you to call me elder sister. Gu Jing said, a little displeased, but then her curiosity piqued. How did you discern that I am a fourth-stage martial emperor? That's a secret. As the Buddha says, it cannot be divulged. It's fine if you don't tell me now. I'll find out sooner or later anyway. Gu Jing huffed. Yang Lei secretly shook his head. Joking aside, it would be strange if anyone could ever discover this secret. Unless I reveal it myself, no one could possibly know. Besides, even if I did tell them, it's unlikely anyone would believe. Me little Lei, do you also intend to participate in this wind and cloud grand selection? Elder Gu asked, looking at Yang Lei. Yang Lei nodded slightly, yes. Oh, so you, little brother Lei, also want to participate in the wind and cloud grand selection. In that case, what if I defeat you, and then you call me elder sister? Gu Jing proposed, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Yang Lei, seeing that he persistently refused to address her as such. Yang Lei chuckled upon hearing this, then agreed, fine. What if I win then? Although Gu Jing was already a fourth-stage martial emperor, and likely possessed powerful treasures, Yang Lei was genuinely unafraid. Once he unleashed his full strength, he could exhibit 25 times his normal combat power. Moreover, his current true qi was so abundant it could rival that of a martial emperor. You win? How could that be? You're only a sixth-stage martial king right now, how could you possibly defeat me? If you do win, then I'll call you elder brother. Gu Jing said with utmost confidence. Little Jing, you've mistaken it. Little Lei's cultivation isn't sixth-stage martial king, it's the great perfection stage of the martial king realm, Elder Gu said with a slight chuckle. Great perfection stage of martial king? But I clearly saw sixth-stage martial king. Gu Jing said, looking at Yang Lei in bewilderment. Elder Gu possesses vision as sharp as a torch. This junior is indeed at the great perfection stage of the martial king realm. Yang Lei nodded lightly. Elder Gu's cultivation is at least at the martial god stage, so it's natural he could see through my true cultivation. Really? How did you manage that? Can you teach me? Gu Jing's eyes widened as she looked at Yang Lei, asking. This, I can't teach you. Yang Lei shook his head. Don't be so petty. Isn't it just a cultivation technique? I'll have my grandpa teach you an earth-tier cultivation technique, and then you tell me how to conceal your cultivation. How about that? Gu Jing mused for a moment, then spoke again. Yang Lei gave a bitter laugh. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but I genuinely can't. This is merely a piece of equipment that can conceal one's cultivation. So that's how it is. In that case, do you have any more such equipment? Can you give me one? Gu Jing persisted, then asked again. This one is truly unique. It's a piece of equipment I obtained by chance, and it's very important to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind giving it to you, Yang Lei said. Fine, I'll ask Grandpa then. At this, Gu Jing turned to look at Elder Gu. Elder Gu, seeing her turn, glared reproachfully at Yang Lei, then turned to Gu Jing and said, Little Jing, I'll go find one for you next time. But I want it now. Gu Jing pouted. There isn't any right now. Wait until the Wind and Cloud Grand Selection concludes, then Grandpa will go with you to Old Man Tai's place to get one. Elder Gu had no choice but to concede. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. Zhao Yuan, surprisingly, didn't say much, while Gu Jing did most of the talking, constantly pestering Yang Lei. Inwardly, Yang Lei felt a touch of smug satisfaction, yet at the same time, he was utterly helpless, experiencing a strange coexistence of vexation and amusement. After parting ways with Elder Gu and Gu Jing, Yang Lei and Zhao Yuan made their way to Zhao Yuan's small courtyard. The courtyard, in turn, was exceptionally elegant, stirring a touch of envy in Yang Lei. What do you think, little brother Yang? Have you taken a liking to this place? If you have, this elder brother will gift it to you. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but say, observing Yang Lei's appreciative gaze sweeping over the courtyard. Yang Lei shook his head. A gentleman does not seize what others cherish. This courtyard is clearly something you hold dear, elder brother, how could I possibly take it? Little brother, you're being too polite. It's just a small courtyard. This elder brother can simply have another one built. A trivial matter, truly trivial. Zhao Yuan patted Yang Lei's arm. In that case, I'll have someone prepare the transfer of this place to you, little brother. Don't refuse. Yang Lei still shook his head upon hearing this. Elder brother, you really don't need to trouble yourself. While I truly admire this courtyard, even if it were given to me, I wouldn't be able to stay for long. After the Wind and Cloud Grand Selection, I'll be heading to the Xuanji sect, and I don't know when I'll be able to return. So, giving this courtyard to me would simply be a waste. It's better for you to keep it, elder brother. That's no matter. Just keep it. Later, if you go to the Xuanji sect, little brother, you can simply hire someone to clean and maintain it. When you return, my brother, you can still live here. After all, this Jianyuan kingdom is also your home. Zhao Yuan insisted. Home. Hearing that word, Yang Lei couldn't help but think of Earth. That was his true home. He wondered if he could ever return, and if so, when. Was she still well? Little brother Yang, what do you think? Zhao Yuan's voice pulled Yang Lei back to reality. Ah, elder brother Zhao, what were you saying? I'll find someone to redecorate this place a bit. How would you like it arranged, little brother? Do you have any specific requests? Zhao Yuan said. Yang Lei shook his head and replied, no need, truly. Elder brother, don't trouble yourself. Giving this courtyard to me would only be a waste. Equals 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 Chapter 120, The Enigma of His Identity, Part 1. If you truly acknowledge me as your elder brother, then accept it. A mere courtyard means nothing to me. Besides, this old brother might still need your help in the future, so when that time comes, just don't refuse, little brother. Given Zhao Yuan's insistence, Yang Lei could only accept. Zhao Yuan transferred the courtyard to Yang Lei, then brought over some information regarding the Fengyun selection before finally departing. When it came time to rename the residence, Yang Lei was allowed to choose, and he named it the Sixing Residence. Zhao Yuan had previously asked why he chose such a name, to which Yang Lei merely smiled. It was a secret held deep within his heart, a secret known to him alone. Having left the Sixing residence, Yang Lei headed towards the Might King's manor. What needed to be faced still had to be faced. As soon as he arrived at the gate, the manor guards already recognized him. They no longer looked down on him as they once did, but instead regarded him with gazes of admiration and reverence. Third young master. Third young master. Yang Lei nodded lightly and stepped inside. No sooner had he entered the manor than he met Yang Yu. As soon as she saw Yang Lei, she called out, little brother, where have you been? I've been searching everywhere for you. Father has returned and wishes to see you. Yang Lei responded with a faint Finally, he would have to face it. What level had this Might King's cultivation reached today? Why had he treated his mother and him this way? Was it merely because he couldn't cultivate? Or was there some other reason? There should be a conclusion, an explanation for everything. Soon, Yang Lei arrived at the study. You've arrived. Take a seat. Yang Lei sat down as instructed, remaining silent. He merely observed this father of his current life, handsome, with distinct features, and a trace of majesty within his refined demeanor. Yang Lei couldn't help but use his appraisal skill. Ding. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Another failed appraisal. It seemed Yang Yu had broken through, probably reaching the martial god realm by now. Don't you have anything to say? Seeing Yang Lei remain silent, Yang Yu finally spoke. Yes. My mother? Why did you treat my mother and me in such a manner? Yang Lei stared at Yang Yu as he spoke. Hearing Yang Lei's question, Yang Yu sighed. I never thought you would still embark on this path. Yang Lei was bewildered by this, not quite understanding. What do you mean by that? What path are you referring to? Back then, it was your mother herself who fed you the spirit dispersal herb, completely crippling your cultivation foundation. I never expected that even today, you would still embark on this path. Yang Yu sighed heavily. What? Ate the spirit dispersal herb? Impossible. How could my mother do such a thing? You must be lying to me. Upon hearing this, Yang Lei's emotions became agitated. She was his mother, how could she cripple his talent and render him unable to cultivate? Why would she do such a thing? What was the purpose? Or rather, what benefit could there be? Don't get agitated. Listen to me explain slowly. Yang Yu had long anticipated such a reaction. After all, anyone hearing that their own mother had personally crippled their potential would find it difficult to accept. All right, speak. I won't get agitated. Yang Lei calmed down. His earlier agitation was partly influenced by that Yang Lei, whose memories still lingered within him after all. You were born with an ethereal body, and your innate talent reached 12 stars. Upon hearing this, Yang Lei couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had unexpectedly been born a genius among geniuses. What did a 12-star ethereal body signify? Entering the divine stage would be a mere matter of time. On the Chengwu continent, there had once been a 12-star ethereal body, who had stood at the peak of the entire continent, acknowledged as the supreme expert. If my talent was so exceptional, then why did Mother have to cripple me? Such talent could have allowed him to become a peak existence on the continent, there was no reason to cripple it. Moreover, even if Mother wanted to cripple me, why didn't you, as my father, stop her? Yang Yu gave a bitter, helpless laugh. I am not your biological father. At that time, your mother brought you to me and offered me a condition that I had no reason to refuse. It was for me to help her, no, it should be to help you. Help me? Haha, you call this helping me? You let me become a cripple, left to be bullied and beaten by others? Yang Lei's face contorted into a miserable, desolate smile, remembering those times of suffering humiliation. However, Yang Yu's revelation that he was not his biological son completely startled Yang Lei. He truly never expected such a dramatic twist. In the past, your mother's act of crippling your talent also required immense determination, Yang Yu continued. Think about it. What parents wouldn't want to see their son achieve greatness, standing at the very peak? Yang Lei couldn't deny this point and nodded lightly. She wanted you to live well, to avoid stepping into that perilous world of conflict and trouble. Who exactly is my mother? And what kind of deal was there between you and her? Yang Lei thought for a moment before directly asking. I don't know much about your mother's origins. I only know that she isn't from the Chengwu continent. Yang Yu shook his head. Yang Lei gasped in astonishment. Not from the Chengwu continent? Could there possibly be other continents? What's so surprising about that? This Chengwu continent is merely one part of this planet. The entire planet is divided into 4 great continents, and the Chengwu continent is but the smallest amongst them. Seeing Yang Lei's reaction, Yang Yu explained. Divided into 4 parts, and the Chengwu continent is still the smallest? Then what kind of planet is this? What are the other 3 continents? Yang Lei asked. This world was becoming increasingly interesting. He had originally thought the Chongwu continent was the entirety of the planet, but never expected it was merely the smallest part. It seemed this world was far from as simple as he had imagined, much more complex than his previous assumptions. This planet is called Xianyuan Star, divided into 4 great continents. The smallest among them is the Chongwu continent, while the largest is the Wuji continent. The other 2 continents are, in order, the Mingwu continent and the Chongde continent. These 2 continents are not much different in size, but they are both significantly larger than our Chongwu continent. As for your mother, I speculate she must be from the Wuji continent. On the Wuji continent, experts are countless, and martial saints are very numerous. Whereas on our Chongwu continent, a single martial saint can almost be said to stand at the very peak, but over there, martial saints are plentiful, and even martial gods are considered very weak. Equals 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 equals